Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Okay, so we are going to start our conference. It's my great pleasure to welcome all of you to the 8th edition of Women in Data Science Conference at Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore, which we are doing in collaboration with Women in Data Science Worldwide. On behalf of the organizing team, I extend a warm welcome to all our speakers, our panelists, our delegates, students, and industry professionals who have joined us today. We are delighted to see that we have such a diverse and not so enthusiastic audience. So we have students who are beginning their journeys in data science. Most of you guys are students, I see, who are actually beginning your journey in data science. And we have also seasoned professionals. We also have all good? We also have seasoned professionals here who are already shaping the future of AI and analytics in their organizations. So I feel the conferences like this provide space to learn from each other, share experiences and challenge ideas, and listen to the meaningful work that is happening in the world of data science, especially by the inspiring women. So today, throughout the day, we'll hear from the outstanding lineup of speakers who are applying data science and AI in diverse domains, from enterprise analytics to cybersecurity to healthcare innovations, and also in the built and infrastructure environment. We also will have engaging discussions, including our panel, where we are going to talk about is AI making us better or just faster, which I hope will provoke some thoughtful insights in all of us. So from many of the students who are present here today, I hope this conference becomes a source of inspiration, showing you the wide range of possibilities that exist in the world of data science, no matter what is going on, what are the, whatever people are saying out there. So we encourage all of you to actively participate throughout the day, ask questions, engage with speakers, network with your fellow participants, and of course take part in the AI and data science trivia, which I'm going to run all throughout the day. We have some goodies and some gifts and some prizes to be given for the trivia. So before again we begin, I would like to extend the sincere gratitude to our speakers, partners, volunteers, our organizing team, and also especially to Sunil, whose efforts have made this conference possible. I'm going to start with a small invocation song, followed by the light lamp ceremony.
Saraswati namastubhyam varade kamarupini vidyarambham karishyami siddhir bhavatu me sada padmapatra visalakshi padmakesaravarnini nityam padmalayam devi saman patu saraswati Bhagavati Nissesha Jadyapaha.
I would request Professor Dinesh, Sally, Shisu, please, and a couple of speakers to please come on stage for lighting of the lamp ceremony. Soumya. No, no, it's okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you everyone. So now I begin the conference today, and I wish that all of us have a very engaging, insightful and inspiring day. I would now like to invite a person who does not need any introduction. He is the director in charge, professor and chairperson Data Center and Analytics Lab. I would say he is the real ambassador for women in data science, who actually who became the ambassador 8 years back and who pulled us all in this journey. So I always say that he's the cool ambassador. So yeah, so I invite Professor Dinesh to please come on stage and share his thoughts and give the opening remarks for the conference.
Thank you. Hi, good morning. Okay, I need some more energy. Welcome to IIM Bangalore. Welcome to Women in Data Science 2026. And I should special welcome to Chisu, who is the Executive Director, WiDS Worldwide, and Sally, who is Strategic Marketing, WiDS Worldwide. The first question is, why women in data science? Right? Any answers? Probably men don't get it right. Right? So when you give a tool, they see it as a gadget. And whether that gadget makes any impact to the society is a big question when men alone. I don't want to generalize, right? It's my gender at the end of the day. So, but most of the times they don't probably get it right, but few times they do get it right. It's very, very important to understand what is AI. So today there's so much of confusion, so much of misinformation that floats around, and thanks to social media, you have too much incorrect information about what you can do with AI, what probably is not an appropriate use of AI, right? And the speakers who we have invited today, they'll probably go through some of those very useful, impactful use cases. But let me give some brief introduction to AI so that we all understand. AI is a probabilistic model. So that means when you give a prompt, there is a probability P that the answer that you're getting is a wrong answer, right? For example, I used to play with almost all LLMs, all platforms, and one of my favorite question is, what is the probability of finding a perfect life partner? What do you think will be the answer? If you ask ChatGPT or Gemini or Claude or Perplexity, what do you think will be the answer? Any guess? Yeah, so that's a philosophical argument, right? So what I've realized is many of these LLMs have mood swings or split personality. Depends on what time you're asking this question. The same LLM has given me multiple different answers, right? And typically ChatGPT gets into a philosophical argument and says that, okay, there is nothing called perfect, right? Human is imperfect. So you can't find, and sometimes it will simply say that 0%. Sometimes less than 0.3%, and it depends on many different platforms. So I've also seen 50% and all that. But Gemini gave me a very, very interesting number. Gemini said probability of finding a perfect life partner is 1 in 285,000, right? It was very precise. Now, I don't know whether it actually went and verified what that number actually means. If you divide 285,000, you'll get about 740 or 780. So basically, you have to date one new person every day for 780 years before, on average, you find a perfect life partner. That's basically what that number means, right? I went behind that because whenever you get output from AI, you need to actually verify, right? It's a probabilistic model. It can give you a wrong answer. So the most important thing when we develop AI application is the data and the model, right? The data could be biased, or you're using wrong data, right? Or manipulated data. So we don't know where this data actually came from. So I did some research to find out where is this number 1 out of 285,000 is actually coming from. And it is based on a paper. And the paper had a very, very interesting title. The paper title was "Why I Don't Have a Girlfriend," right? Apparently, somebody didn't have a girlfriend and he was getting frustrated. He wanted to find an answer to why he doesn't have a girlfriend. And this was written by, he is currently a professor at Warwick University. His name is Peter Backus, right? So that's the source of this number. So basically, when you give a prompt in any of these LLMs, it is going to probably it has a database. In that database, it is going to find answer to the question, right? In simple terms, it is probability of A given B. B is the prompt, A is the answer, right? So I again did some research how he finally came up with this number, 1 in 285,000. He used an equation called Drake equation. So that's the model part. Now you have the data. I'll come to the data, but the model that he used is something called Drake equation. I went and checked where is this Drake equation coming from. Drake equation was proposed by somebody called Frank Drake. And this Drake equation is actually created to find, is there any other planet in the Milky Way which is similar to Earth? That means there are living species, organisms, and they are as advanced scientifically as human beings so that they can communicate with other earthly objects, right? And used multiple criteria to come up with, created that equation. So somebody who creates a model to find is there any other planet which is similar to Earth, and Peter Backus takes that model and puts his own criteria. Like he had educational qualification should be so and so, the age group should be so and so, and the social status and all that. And based on that, he came up with the number 1 in 285,000. The problem with this is that, first of all, whatever data you have used, can you trust that data? And the model, can you trust that model, right? So this is a big question that you need to ask whenever you use any AI model, because the success of AI depends on, can you trust the data, on what data the model was built, and are you asking the right question, right? So many times the AI models fail mostly because of not having the right data. There are several examples of that. One famous one people keep quoting is IBM Watson's effort to come up with a recommender system for cancer treatment. And they spent several $1 million, more than 4 years, and they had to abandon the project, mainly because they could not get the data or they could not integrate the data, right? And the second is the ability to ask the right question. So if you treat that as a gadget, you'll have a very fancy gadget, but is it going to do anything to the organization, or is it going to create any social impact? Or forget about the social impact, whether it can create impact for that one organization. So one of the common example that I give is coming from India, the big basket example, right? So when you place or when you add items to the cart in Big Basket, which is an online grocery store, it will ask this question, did you forget, right? Now that question is not a question which comes out of superficial knowledge of the people who actually created that application, right? It is not about cross-selling, upselling. It is not about looking at the past transactions so that you can figure out whether somebody has actually forgotten something or not. It is looking at the core human behavior, consumer behavior, right? So I typically ask this question in the class to take the students towards the answer, because I can say that I've been asking this question for almost now 10 years. We wrote that case in 2012 or something like that, more than 10 years. And only about less than 10% of the students actually give me the right answer, right? Now, one of the challenges that we face as academic is that whenever we give assignment, right, or quiz, there is a tendency among the students to go and use some of these LLMs, right? And typically, there are a lot of studies which are saying that too much use of LLM is going to spoil your critical thinking, right? So nowadays, what I do is I ask a question, I give answer from ChatGPT, and ask them, okay, this is the answer given by ChatGPT, now give me your answer, right? So I'm basically not wasting their time, because they may go and check the ChatGPT. Why go through all that? I'm giving you what is ChatGPT telling, right? So coming back to that example of Big Basket, you ask the same question to ChatGPT. It may not give you the right answer. Again, I said that sometimes it may give you the right answer because it has mood swings, it has split personalities. During one of those mood swings, it may actually hit the right answer to that question. So the way to approach as teacher is that you don't give the answer, you probe the students, they move towards the right answer, right? That's how any of these LLMs should be used. For example, ask the question, what percentage of men forget their wedding anniversary? What do you think is the number? Or what percentage of men forget their wife or girlfriend's birthday? What do you think is the answer? If you forget your girlfriend, she'll become ex-girlfriend, right? So what they are solving is the forgetfulness. As human, we have the tendency to forget, right? In fact, every sentient being has a tendency to forget, right? So that's basically what they're attacking. So just to conclude my talk, whenever you are developing any application based on AI, you need to ensure two things. One is ensure that you have the clean, sufficient, reliable data. The second is you are asking the right question, which will create social impact, right? I would like to thank all the speakers who are here, taken time out to come and share their application or the work they have done. And also I would like to thank the sponsor Titan for their generous contribution. And I'm sure that you'll have a great interaction and learning experience throughout this day. Once again, thank you and welcome.
Thank you, sir. We'll start our day today with our first keynote speaker. I would like to invite Jisoo, who is the Executive Director of Women in Data Science Worldwide. Just a brief introduction about Jisoo. She's Executive Director of WiDS. She leads a global community dedicated to the full integration and representation of women across all areas of data science and AI. She is a seasoned global executive. She brings deep expertise spanning P&L leadership, strategic planning, product management, go-to-market strategy, and international operations. Throughout her career, she has championed data-driven innovation, most notably by introducing and scaling solutions that democratize financial lending and sharpen decision-making at enterprise scale. She's a trusted advisor to C-suite leaders and has a proven track record for guiding organization and senior stakeholders through the adoption of transformative and data-enabled solutions. She has done her Bachelor of Science in Industrial Engineering and Operational Research and Master of Science in Operational Research from UC Berkeley. Welcome, Jisoo.
Hi, good morning. It is such a pleasure for me to be here on stage with all of you. I've been looking forward to this event, and you'll hear from my talk why. This is the first time we've taken WiDS worldwide outside of the US, and we chose India as our first location. I feel like my audio is not coming through okay. Can everybody hear me okay? No? How about right now? Volume is not good, right?
It's okay if I put it here.
Right under the
Yeah.
Okay. How about that? Okay. I want to thank all the WiDS India team members for making this possible, and Dinesh for your inspiration and the idea to start this 8 years ago, did you say? What a wonderful thing you did for this community.
WiDS Worldwide.
You can see it took many hands and lots of energy and a lot of effort to pull this together. I want to also thank the WiDS Worldwide team, Emily, Lauren, and Sally. Sally's sitting there. Sally, do you want to get up so everybody can see you? She led the effort from the States in organizing this event with all the WiDS ambassadors here, so thank you, Sally. I'm having a little bit of difficulty with this. Sunil, oh, Sunil's not here. It's not advancing here. Apologies, it seems to be frozen on this slide.
Yes. Notes चले गए ना slide show.
This always happens. If it doesn't happen, it's a miracle, actually, in my experience. Doesn't happen.
Maybe you can just.
Okay. If you just let me advance it manually, I can.
Just give me a minute display.
Okay, while they're working on that, let me continue. So WiDS started on the campus of Stanford University in 2015. And it started with a conference similar to this, putting only women on stage. And the reason for that is that we felt that elevating amazing women doing amazing work in the field would inspire many of the other women in the audience to join. So that was the original goal, and then we grew. My personal experience with WiDS actually was in 2023. I had just joined WiDS as the global program director, and I attended my first conference. Now, before that, I left let's just say several year career in the corporate world. We'll just ignore the details there. I left a long career in the corporate world, and And this was the first conference where I felt very, very strange first. I walked into the conference center and I'm thinking, there's something very different here. Where did all these women come from? I've never attended. Is it working now? Oh, excellent. Thank you so much. I've never attended a conference that had so many women in the audience and on stage. I was overwhelmed with the feeling of belonging, of the community, the support. It was an amazing experience. And I understood from personal experience why WiDS grew as fast as it did. In 2015, we started with one event. Last year, we had over 300 events. It's amazing. And the secret to that are the WiDS ambassadors. Men and women apply to become a WiDS ambassador. And by being a WiDS ambassador allows you to host WiDS events like this under the overall WiDS umbrella. And so what happened is what people felt on the small campus, not so small campus, of Stanford, in that small conference room, then people took that mission back home and created their own community, like you have here. And that's how we grew. So I asked at the opening, I said at the opening that we chose India to be our first location outside the US. And why did we do that? We looked at the data. We're data scientists. That's what we're supposed to do, right? So we looked at years of WiDS activity data in our databases, and we saw what was happening here. Outside of the US, India was top in terms of the number of WiDS activities across multiple cities with over 111 events. And those were, yeah, fantastic. And among the long list of cities, these cities stood out. Why? This is where our ambassadors are located. They're doing a lot of great work. What's happening in India is truly a community-led contribution to a global movement. So what kind of activities, you may ask? This is certainly one. This is wonderful. Putting women on stage, inspiring more women to join and thrive and become leaders themselves, make connections, learn, have fun. Right, Dinesh? Wonderful. That's how we started. And over the years, the variety of events, the types of activities that ambassadors do, have grown too. A few years ago, we saw an emergence of our Datathon workshops. So some of you may know that we put on annually a Datathon, and we choose a project very carefully. One that is, of course, challenging, one that is representing a real world challenge, right? And one that has some societal consequences, Dinesh, to your point, right? So every year we have people participating from around the world in our global Datathon. And this year, our Datathon is about wildfires and how they're spreading. And that our global Datathon opened in January. But before that, around September, October, we opened our university Datathon. If you're not aware of what that is we take the massive problem and data that we are making available to everyone through the global Datathon, we make it available to university instructors. So right now, we have over 190 universities using the material of our Datathon in their classrooms in over 45 countries. So this Datathon is a very good example of what you were talking about, Dinesh. Wildfires. A simple thing we could have done is just say, why don't you look into the data, figure out how this wildfire is behaving, and tell me how fast it's going to reach this border. Prediction problem. but we did more than that. The way we phrased the problem is, tell us, now that you understand the behavior of this wildfire, what are some of the economic and societal implications of this wildfire? And having known that, what would you do differently? So these types of questions really create a community effort, team effort, sharing, and supportive environment to learn data science skills. So datathon workshops have become really popular. And then people started to say, well, I need more than technical skills in my job. I need to understand how to communicate more effectively, how to manage up. So there's a general need for professional development skills. So upskilling events came up, workshops, networking became popular. And we saw ambassadors do a variety of events, including next-gen youth workshops, where the ambassador is saying, you know what, I want to make a difference to the younger generation. I want to hold workshops, not for my peers, but for secondary school students. So next-gen youth workshops started to emerge, and we provide resources for that. So you can see, just in the short period of time, the diversity of the types of work that ambassadors do have increased. And what that means is that the wider community is benefiting from the work of the ambassadors in multiple ways. We are a global movement of over 60,000 members, over 150,000 participants that engage with us in multiple ways across 163 countries. And the WiDS Worldwide team supports our ambassadors through programs other than upskilling. We offer educational and professional development resources. And we have recently put together a networking and mentorship platform. So what this is it makes anybody in the world be able to get on the platform and reach out to an advisor anywhere in the world for a very quick 30-minute conversation. And in that 30 minutes, the learner can be asking questions that's technical. It could be learning something. They could be asking for a different perspective. I believe this is happening. What do you think from your experience? Different perspectives, and awakening that curiosity in the learner. And a lot of times, actually more recently than before, I've been getting booked for appointments about career changes. How do I continue to reskill and upskill? How do I prepare for my job changing in this era of AI? So very relevant, timely way of putting learners together with advisors. And you know what's happening? The ambassadors who went to a conference at Stanford came back home and created her community where she lives or where she works. Now that same ambassador is able to contribute cross borders beyond her own community. And this is just really magical to see. We have over 160 WiDS ambassadors on this platform, connecting with hundreds of learners. So, when people say, what is WiDS? Who is WiDS? And I say, WiDS are our ambassadors. They're at the center of the work that we do. And the work we do collectively is to support women to enter the field and thrive. And in doing that, we're contributing to building a stronger pipeline of future leaders in AI. I want to spotlight one of our high-impact ambassadors, Yoko Ono. She was supposed to be here. I think she may still be en route. So we're just going to be speaking about her. And she can she can watch the recording afterwards. So Yoko Ono is a WiDS ambassador in Japan. She currently teaches, and I have to check how to pronounce this, Otsuma Women's University in Japan, in Tokyo. She recently received a very prestigious award from the Japan Association of Technology Executives for her significant contribution to increasing representation of women in engineering and research in Japan. This is an award that is given to individuals. And she received the 11th such award in that country. Yeah. As a WiDS ambassador, Yoko is a role model, but she's also a builder of systems that support the next generation of women so that they can succeed in engineering in Japan. So her contribution is sustainable and it's carried forward systematically, and that is why she was recognized. This is how Yoko is making an impact. And this is how we're going to collectively continue making an impact. And we have a lot of work to do, right? The dizzying pace of AI that is spreading across multiple industries and affecting so many different job types is creating a lot of challenges and uncertainty. But I'm an optimist, opportunities as well, right? And we're all wondering, how do I continue to learn and keep up to the pace of this? And it's not clear. I attended a conference in January back in the States, and it was a bunch of representatives from higher ed educations across the US, from the top tier big schools to the small community colleges. And they were all trying to figure out not whether they need to change their curriculum, but how. What is the best way? And it was overwhelming to hear that it's not just about what you teach, but how students are learning differently. Dinesh, I love your rephrasing of your question. It's like, don't look up the answer. Here's the answer, what do you think? That's an example of how students are learning differently and they have to be challenged that way, right? And then the big shoe that dropped after that is, not only that, now we have to figure out how to view the student's assessment. How do we assess whether the student's actually learning? So it is really creating a ripple effect throughout higher ed institutions. I don't have to tell you that, right? But industry, professionals, and leaders are asking the same questions. How do I upskill my workforce so that the business can stay competitive? They are also struggling. What are those critical skills? What do they look like, right? And as individuals in industry, you are trying to figure out, is my job gonna change? Am I gonna be laid off? Should I change my job right now for greater job security? A lot of very big questions being asked. To address some of these needs, we have developed the WiDS Human Edge curriculum. What is that? Our curriculum is designed to expose and teach these human skills in the learners, students, professionals, right? I was talking earlier about our datathon, about the wildfire, and imposing students to not just think about it as a predictive modeling exercise, but to think about consequential things like what happens when a wildfire creates damage. And then thinking about that way forces you to think about the problem in these multidimensional ways. One of my favorite questions that is asked of the students going through one of our Human Edge curriculum is this question. Now that you have spent all this time studying that data and now you understand the behavior of this wildfire, now let's suppose you're a decision maker, right? You have $1 million to invest in one of two areas. You must choose. One, you invest in the fire station in the middle of a highly commercial area. You give it modern tools and equipment, right? You train the firefighters. You're protecting the commerce, right? The other is you invest the $1 million in a low-income residential neighborhood. You look at the traffic flow, some of the vulnerable areas that prevent people from evacuating quickly, and you invest in a solution, perhaps build funds to handle rapid relief of people who lose their homes due to fire. Which one would you choose? You are the decision maker. And this poses a situation that many of you are students, when you go into the workforce, you have a lot of these real world decisions to make. And it's not simply just a model that you have to develop. Actually, the answer is often not in the data. It's in the way you interpret the data and stress the data and ask, suppose. It's not here, but suppose this happens, right? So those are the skills that we're trying to highlight and overlay over the many technical skills that you all are learning and continuing to learn. Because technical skills may make you competent, but human skills make you relevant and competitive. Remember that as humans, you are leading this journey. Journey sounds kind of really kind of comfortable and nice. It is, you're in the driver's seat. Why don't we just say it that way? And I really like one of the things that the CEO of Accenture said, Julie Sweet. She said in a recent interview, we call these things human in the loop. It's not human in the loop. It's humans in the lead. We really have to shift our thinking to be drivers, not observers, not participants. So I want to conclude on a more personal note. When we're in a very uncertain world, in so many ways, beyond AI, right? And it is very natural when you're facing uncertainty to hold back and want to be the observer, right? You want to know more questions. If people say, here's a great project, why don't you come work with me? Many of you will say, oh, tell me more, right? Should I do that? Why should I do that? And you'll ask a lot of questions. Some of you may say, maybe next time. I don't feel like I'm really up for it. I'm not prepared. And maybe the voice in the back of your mind says, I'm not good enough, right? You can't do that. Just plain, you can't do that. With AI, things are going to be moving so fast, right? If you hesitate, if you pause, you won't have that opportunity again, right? So if your instinct is to say, well, I don't know, I need to know more, I need to prepare myself, I need to take another class, right? Very reasonable. But you have to fight that instinct. And here's the personal side of my story. At the risk of embarrassing myself in front of, I don't know, a couple of hundred people here, and I don't know how many people are watching from Mumbai and Delhi and everywhere else. When I was a little girl, I was raised to be invisible. Do you know what that means? I was discouraged from seeking the spotlight. I was told, hush, don't speak so loudly. Nobody wants to hear your opinion. And you know, it's just what happened in my culture, right? There's nothing really personal, right? You're a girl of my cultural background, and that's just the way you're raised, right? And to make matters worse, my dad was a diplomat. And as a diplomatic family, we picked up and moved every 2 to 3 years. Dealing with language barrier was the norm, right? So it was easy for me to just kind of, I'll just kind of hide behind somebody and not participate in class. You know, I don't really feel comfortable. I don't really understand what you're saying. So that's the way I was raised until we finally moved to the US. At age 13, after living in 5 different countries, we moved to the US and we settled there. I went through high school, university, and oh my gosh, I had to undo all that learning, or else I was going to be left behind. So what a cultural shock that was. And even more of a cultural shock when I entered the workforce. So here's the really embarrassing part. Really happened. And I'll talk to you, Sally, afterwards and ask you who this person is. So I was a junior analyst working on a project. Sally and I, by the way, have been working together for many years. Not just right now, but previously. So I was a project analyst on this project, and I was working with a project manager, and we were waiting for our clients to show up. We were really excited about showing them our latest results. And I go to the meeting room. I was early, right? I open the door. Nobody's there, right? There's a table, and there are chairs around that table. Instinct. I go up to the table, take the chair, and pull it all the way back to the back of the room, and I sit down. And I wait, and I'm so proud of myself because I'm early, I'm prepared, right? I rehearsed my presentation so many times, and I'm sitting there waiting for people to show up. And the project manager comes in, this big guy. Well, everybody's big compared to me, but anyway, he was exceptionally big, took up a lot of, space. He walked in, and he looked at the table, and then he looked at me and he says, "What are you doing there? Get over here." And I was in so much shock. I'm pretty sure he didn't yell at me like that, but it felt like he yelled at me like that. It sent shocks through my body because I realized how difficult it is to fight that instinct, to be in the back, to hide, to let others speak before you. Okay, so I want to acknowledge that this is a difficult thing to do. But guess what? I figured it out. It took a long time, but I have no problem finding my seat at the table. And I mean that not literally, but figuratively. I have no problem finding my voice in a room full of men and a few women. And 2 years ago, when I was asked to take on this executive director role of WiDS, I said, yes, I'm ready, right? Now, did I ask a million questions before I said that? No. I actually don't think I knew even what kind of questions to ask, right? I just said, I'm ready, because I felt ready. It was the thing to do, right? And you know what gave me that confidence is that I knew I had the support of the team and the support of the community. That was clear. So I want you to all raise your hand and say, I'm ready to lead in the era of AI. Thank you very much.
WiDS Worldwide.
I am a data science and AI leader,
machine learning scientist,
and research officer in artificial intelligence.
I am a community leader, AI researcher.
I'm an ambassador,
WiDS ambassador for Bangalore chapter.
I'm a technology leader,
data scientist,
a materials engineer,
a university professor.
I'm a
Career Catalyst Advisor.
Datathon University Instructor.
Datathon University Instructor.
I am a next-gen collaborator.
Next-gen Instructor. WiDS exists to prepare our community not just to participate in the AI era, but to lead it. Our Next-Gen professional program gives you many ways to learn and engage the community around you.
Next Gen Youth and Next Gen Inspire emphasize building critical thinking and ethical awareness in AI. Datathon Impact.
Working with real, raw data was both new and challenging for me. Building an operational tool was also extremely rewarding.
Career Catalyst connects learners with advisors who will truly listen and help to see a clear path to advance their careers. Learners walk away with practical insights, more confidence, and clearer language for the work they would like to do. Regional conferences.
Over the years, I've hosted regional WiDS conferences and watched our community grow, not just in size, but in depth, connection, and impact.
Across industries and institutions, we hear that the biggest barrier to AI adoption isn't technical skills, it's the ability to translate AI into meaningful, context-specific applications. The new WiDS Human Edge curriculum is designed to fill the skills gap in demand today for workforce-ready AI talent. By going beyond technical instructions, the curriculum provides a real-world context for applying technology to solve problems. Our field is rapidly changing and employers need you. Now is the time for you to step up to pioneering roles in AI. We call on our members to raise your hand to new opportunities, and you're not doing it alone. We're here with you with our educational and community support. Are you ready to raise your hand and step up? We're calling on you to join us.
I am ready.
I'm ready.
I am ready.
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
Ready.
준비됐습니다.
Like tayari.
Nico tayari.
Estou pronta.
準備できてます。
Ni tayar ahi.
I am ready.
And thank you to our WiDS Worldwide sponsors. Thank you for Decal. Thank you, hosts. And thank you to all the people that made this event happen.
Thank you so much, Isu. It was a very inspiring presentation. I'm sure many of us have got inspired today, and thank you. Just for a token of appreciation, Isu, just a small token of appreciation from WiDS Bangalore for you. Thank you. A big round of applause for Isu, please. Thank you so much. And she's going to be with her whole day, and you can interact, network, talk, and get more inspired. Thank you so much. We'll now move on to our next talk of the day. Before that, I know we are a bit, delayed in our schedule. We'll try to compensate, but we might have to shorten your tea break a little bit. I hope we are all okay with that. Okay, good. So we are moving to our next speaker today, Dr. Subarna Roy. She's a chief data scientist at IBM, and she's going to be talking about moving beyond reactive machine learning. She's a data scientist and thought leader at IBM with over 22 years of experience in designing and delivering state-of-the-art AI, ML, Gen AI and agentic AI solutions across banking, retail, CPG, healthcare, oil and gas and public sector. She has played a pivotal role in winning and delivering large-scale AI engagements for multinational clients. She holds a PhD in econometrics and game theory and is IBM's open source quantum computing framework and is a certified quantum ambassador. She was recognized as one of the top 10 data scientists in India by Analytics India magazine and is actually a frequent speaker at the leading data science conferences. Welcome, Subarna. Just give us 1 second, you can go.
Hi everybody, very good morning.
Just give me 1 second. Just
This plane has to be mirrored. Wait, don't stand here.
Every time you have to do that.
No, that's just because she wanted this thing. You can start your intro. So, do you want a collar mic? You can set up the collar mic. The clicker over? Yeah, the clicker is yes.
Just be within half an hour.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so thanks Jishu for that inspiring speech as well as Dinesh, and I want to thank WiDS for doing such great work over the period of time. I hope all of you are able to listen to me. So today I will talk about very different learning. I mean, you are all data scientists probably, or you have come to this field recently. You know that data science is about learning from new data, from past data, right? Today I want to talk about two things. One is that our brain is not reactive. It is an active prediction machine. Okay, so it generates millions of hypotheses within the brain. It is like it generates hypotheses and predicts, right? So how can we build AI systems that just not learns from data, just not predict, but also adapt over a period of time? It learns and adapts continuously. So it is a talk about continuous learning, which is something that is a recent advancement. So because of that, lot of things are going around in brain, research around brain. So let me talk about the patient and the doctor. Okay, so how a doctor diagnoses a patient. So the patient comes and the doctor asks questions. He looks at the symptoms. So the symptoms, let's say the patient has fever, cold and cough. So the doctor says, he thinks internally within his brain, means that there is a hidden cause, so probably it's a flu. Okay, so he asks another question. So do you have body ache? The patient says, no doctor, I don't have body ache right now, but you know, I have lost my smell. So then the doctor revises his hypothesis and thinks about, okay, it may not be flu, but it may be normal flu, but it might be COVID. So you see that the doctor has a goal. He wants to diagnose the patient and diagnose the true reason. So in order to move to that goal, he's building hypothesis inside his brain. He continuously is building hypothesis, continuously generates thinking around what would be the true reason, what is the hidden cause, and then predicting, and then again asking another question. And that's how the human brain actually works. It learns, it adapts, it builds hypothesis, and then it acts. So this is what is a brain, how it is a active prediction machine rather than a reactive one. So when you look about the predictions, when you look about sorry, I'm moving ahead. So brain means when we think about brain, you know, like it is a reactive, means always we think that a light comes to our eyes, hits our eyes, a sound comes to our ears, And we often feel that, okay, this is how the brain works. It actually processes the signals, the light and sound, and then it reacts. But brain is, if it just reacts, then we will always be falling behind, right? We always be catching up, and we always try to learn from our mistake when the mistake has already occurred. Think about, you are building a fraud detection system, and a major fraud has happened. A huge impact has already happened. Lot of losses have been incurred. Your detection system has not been able to identify that signal. Okay, so it is, if it says that I will learn from mistake, then you are actually having a lot of impact there. Similarly, what about an autonomous driving system? So if it always learns from mistake, it is actually dangerous, right? So it is always important for the brain not only to react but to anticipate, okay? And that is also true about machine learning system. So intelligence is about anticipation. Intelligence is about thinking ahead and seeing how our prediction can go right instead of just reacting from the mistake. So here is what I will talk about, a concept. Now how a brain works, there are a lot of questions around that. So here are three things I will talk about here. The free energy principle, okay, which is popularized by Carl Friston. So now this free energy principle, how, and along with that the concept of generative model. So all these things will lead to a specific learning. So let me talk about free energy principle. We human beings are in a chaotic, we don't like chaotic condition. Do we like stress? We don't like it. We don't like to be in unstable situation, in an uncertain situation. We don't like that. Because that requires energy. We want to minimize energy. We want to be in a specific bound of state, right? We want to be in a stable temperature. Our cells want to be having a stable, let's say the stable chemical balance. So these, we want to have a specific, means let's say the blood temperature should be at a specific level. We want all of these things at a stable level, then only we can survive. Okay, so here we are talking about minimizing free energy, minimizing surprise. We want to be stable, we want to reduce surprise, reduce uncertainty, so that we don't make a mistake and we are contained in a less chaotic situation. For that we need to anticipate better, we need to adapt better, and that's the key to survival. So if you see the biological imperative, you see how nicely it is sitting here, it is content, it is peaceful. Okay, so that's because it is able to minimize the surprise around it. So the doctor always was wanting to minimize the surprise of misdiagnosis, right? He wants to reduce the surprise, reduce the prediction error, so that he get to the diagnosis very fast. So that's how our brain works. Now when we talk about the generative model, so brain wants to minimize surprise, okay, through building a generative model inside. Now the generative model is about a statistical map. Let's say you consider if you have consider, if you know the hidden reasons, let's say the flu, the doctor was thinking about mapping the hidden reason with the symptoms. So that mapping is being built. It is a statistical map that is being built within the brain, and it is actually simulating hundreds of hidden causes all the time to relate to what it observes. And if that observation, if it is not matching, if there is a prediction error, it moves back and see whether my hidden reasons are correct. Shall I change the reasons to map it to the internal model? So this is how the adaptation is taking place. Now, given this, let's say my brain is thinking A and actually B happens. Okay, so there is a gap and my brain actually sets an alarm. See, there is a gap. You need to change your internal map. This is how the internal map, the hidden system keeps on changing. Now, when I say the prediction error response, so there is a cost, there is a huge cost around that. Okay, so the brain sets the alarm, go and change the internal system then keeps on bringing new hypothesis, generating new hypothesis, and moves to reduce the gap. So if you see that a generative model, the brain which has a generative model, how it works, it has a high level belief system at the top. It's a hierarchical system. So there is a belief system at the top of the layer. So there are multiple layers. The sensory inputs takes the raw data from environment, let's say the light or the sound, it moves up and there is a high level belief system that is generally getting created at the top of that, and it is flowing through. So the information goes up, the prediction goes down from the high level system to the sensory input, and the prediction, once the prediction is done, it actually says, okay, no, there is an error, so you have to change your belief. Okay, so that's how the hierarchy happens. So now I will come to the theory of active inference, which is basically to minimize the free energy, to continuously minimize that, and means you have to basically describe how the biological system works. I told you that the biological system wants to minimize the free energy, and that is done through two different ways, through perception, through actions. Perception is like you want to update your belief system, and action is how you actually maintain the world and bring it towards your preference. Okay, so I talked about how the doctor had updated its belief system to say that okay, it is not normal flu, but it is COVID. But he can also keep on asking the question, a different question to the patient without changing his hypothesis. So he is changing the perception. At the same time, he can change the action, so to move to the desired state and to minimize the surprise. So the generative model, when you look at it, it wants to minimize the surprise through releasing free energy. It wants to minimize surprise. How probable your sensory data, when a sensory data comes, how unlikely is that it is not, how unlikely it is not part of that generative model. So it wants to see that. If it is not part of that, okay, so it will update it. So that is how it will reduce the prediction error gap, and it will move from prediction error to a more accurate prediction. So if you see, the generative model is at the heart of the brain, okay, and it actually improves the prediction error over a time through perception, through updating its belief, and through changing the actions. One is the changing action. It is pragmatic, the brain is pragmatic, the brain is goal seeking. At the same time, the brain is exploring. So it is exploring and it is seeking goals, both to hit the target. The doctor is exploring, seeing if there is any other reason that this is happening, this symptom is there. At the same time, the doctor is thinking, maybe flu is the reason, I want to confirm that. So he is actually trying to exploit as well as explore. So it's a mechanism of exploring, exploitation. These are the way the learning happens in the human brain. So in Carl-Friston's word, it is epistemic and pragmatic. The thinking is pragmatic, the thinking is epistemic. Okay, so you have both on your side. So modern day learning also needs to be like exploratory as well as exploitative, so that you can adapt to the fast pacing world as fast as possible. Okay, so I have talked about how the stimulus response model treats brain. So brain essentially, according to psychology, brain is reactive, but I have talked about that we have a generative brain, we have a generative model inside. It constantly updates belief from outside information, okay, and then it tries to minimize the free energy, the surprise that is happening. And the way it is minimizing free energy is it is taking both actions and it is updating its perception. At the same time, it is also learning to change the generative model itself. So three things to minimize the surprise and uncertainty: perception, action, these are short term, and learning. Learning is something where the doctor is actually updating his hypothesis to improve his experience over a period of time. He already has a generative brain, but he is updating constantly through the experience that he is having with the interaction of multiple patients. That's a long term change in his brain, but when he is diagnosis, he is taking both action as well as perception to update his hidden belief system. So that's how the modern AI systems, here we come to the fact that does the modern AI system do this? No, right? The modern AI systems are effectively reactive actually. It's learning from the past data. So think about a system where you are building a system to predict sales, okay? You have number of signals, you have prices, you have information about promotions, you have information about weather. You are able to predict based on all these signals, but suddenly there is a competitor store. You have, you are predicting for a store, but there is a competitor store nearby, they opened recently. Because of that, your sales have gone down. The stores you are doing the forecast for, the sales has gone down. Now, did you capture this in your data? No, right? You didn't have the data, so the model will not be able to predict that. It will miss the prediction. It will give some number which is very different from what actually happened. The model is not able to explain why there is a loss in sales. It may be saying that it has increased, but it is not. So there is a huge error. Now this error is something that a store manager may try to explain. Okay, so he knows about his business, he knows about the competitors that are coming in, he will ask this question, is this because of the competitors? Okay, is this because the consumers have changed their behavior? So this is the brain that is working, means which the machine learning system doesn't have. He is trying to explore. I was talking about perception, he is trying to explore, he is trying to become epistemic, okay, that is the Carl Friston's language. He is thinking about the hidden causes. So how can we incorporate this kind of thinking in the AI systems? Yeah. So, so this is how the manager immediately asks, like whether the competitor has opened nearby, whether there is a pricing change, whether the consumer behaviors shift. So from reactive systems to proactive system, there are three ways the systems now we have. One is, let's say the temperature in your room is less than 22 degrees centigrade and the heater comes means heater is on. Okay, so that is reactive, that is actually based on the current state. Now predictive models can predict that the temperature will go up in the next few hours, and accordingly it will take a step whether at that point of time heater will be on or off. So that is again, it is predictive, but it is the generative model inside is fixed, it does not know the reason. And then the third one is adaptive, where it continuously updates its hypothesis and also change accordingly. So active inference system is about updating the internal model based on the environment, based on, let's say the room temperature is going to go up as per the forecasting system, but there is a window open and nobody considered that. So active inference system is about also looking at the environment and seeing not just the prediction, but how the environment is behaving and accordingly changing the internal brain. So three fundamental paradigm: reactive, predictive and active inference, where we are shaping the reality by building an internal model for the system to adapt and system to predict as well as adapt. So this is the foundation of the intelligence and adaptation. It's the real intelligence that we can incorporate in the system. This has multiple applications. Our autonomous decision agents, adaptive recommendation system. For example, we have reinforcement learning, which is also behave in the similar way, but reinforcement learning you have to give an external reward. So I am not talking about that, but how to build adaptive recommendation system, right? So where you can actually see the change in environment and automatically change your prediction and incorporate this for continuous learning. We have applications in psychiatry, in robotics. So this is the final picture that we have. This is the active inference agent which predicts, update its belief based on the prediction, then act to minimize surprise, and again the loop goes on. So it is a continuous learning process, and this is how we should actually build our AI system to minimize hallucination. So we have talked about LLMs, how they are bringing, means they are probabilistic in nature. So you cannot rely fully on it because it's actually predicting the next best tokens. What you are getting is a correlation, not a causality, because the LLM is not able to figure out the hidden causes behind the intent of the user. So that is where this kind of active inference and other type of models that look at continuous learning process is and look at the causality is very important. How we can bring causality in the models rather than just relying on correlation. Okay, so that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Subarna. Any questions? We have time for one question only. Anyone has any question?
Okay, so thank you.
Subarna, just one second.
Yeah.
Can I request Professor Dinesh to please come and give the token of appreciation? Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you. Suman, uska presentation. No, you.
She's here, sir. I said, call an IT guy to stand over here.
Can we have a big round of applause, please? Thank you. I would now like to invite our next speaker for the day, Dr. Antara. She is Assistant Professor at Masters Union, and she is going to be talking about navigating the road to parenthood, an AI-driven prediction of IVF success. Antara is an Assistant Professor at Masters Union and a PhD graduate from IIM Bangalore, and her research work lies at the intersection of healthcare and AI, with a focus on using predictive analytics to improve care delivery and patient outcomes. Welcome, Antara. I really request the speakers, in the interest of time, if we can stick to half an hour. Thank you. I can say all this to Antara. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So today I'll be talking about my work, which is about navigating the road to parenthood, AI-driven prediction for IVF success. So in general, parenthood is about a progression for many people, but still there exist some people for it is not a generic progression, and it's more about the clinical trials and a lot of uncertainty. So today I would like to talk about how can we actually move beyond hope and use predictive analytics to understand the IVF journey. How can data science be utilized to help people navigate through this journey of parenthood? So where it actually starts from? What is the root cause? The root cause is infertility. Okay, so the World Health Organization has given a very technical definition about infertility, which is defined as a medical condition where male or female, which is defined as a condition which affects the male or female reproductive system, where they are unable to conceive even after 12 months or more of a sexual relationship. But what are the underlying causes? There are many causes of infertility, which, if very specific to females, it could be because of some kind of abnormalities in the uterus or maybe fallopian tubes. If I talk about males, it could be because of some kind of hormonal imbalances or maybe poor quality of sperm. But there are major factors which are responsible for this are the lifestyle factors, which include a lot of factors like smoking, excessive drinking of alcohol, or maybe environment pollutants and toxins. We keep reading about the pollution in Delhi and how it is impacting the fertility of the females and males who are staying there. But why am I calling it as a healthcare challenge? I am calling it as a healthcare challenge because the data says that every 1 in 6 people struggle with infertility. If we talk about India, we totally account for around 20 to 25% of total infertility burden. So yes, so what is at rescue now? So this is where IVF comes into picture. So it is one of the most prevalent method used for infertility treatment. It's a long process. Okay, it starts with initial consultation with the fertility experts, where both the male and female are examined, and then the process starts where the initial phase starts with the ovarian stimulation, where the eggs are retrieved. In the meantime, the sperm is collected and then it is fertilized in a laboratory setting. And finally, the embryo which is formed is transferred in the uterine cavity, and then after 14 days, a pregnancy test is done to understand whether a pregnancy has been achieved or not. But still, if we look at the adoption, the IVF adoption, although I said there are 1 in 6 people suffering from infertility, if we look at the global adoption, there are around 2.5 million IVF cycle which is performed every year. But since this study totally concentrates on Indian data, I am more interested in how much the adoption is currently within Indian context. So if we see, if I translate it into lakhs, it's just 2 to 2.5 lakh IVF cycles happening annually. Although we account for around 20 to 25% of total infertility burden. The reason could be many. If I have to quote one, I would say that still there is a huge stigma around infertility which exists in Indian society, and people are still skeptical of opting for treatment. So there is a need where we need to educate people, we need to guide people as in how can they go about their IVF journey. Which brings me to the motivation of this study is there anybody who have talked to any couple which is going through IVF treatment? Yes, no, yes. So they are under a lot of fear, and they go through a lot of emotions, and they keep juggling between we want to have a baby, but they also fear that maybe this could also result into a repeat cycle, and the repeat cycle is not only emotionally draining, it is also financially draining, because this is a very generic cost which I have put here. It depends on the location of the clinic or where you are taking the treatment. It lies somewhere between 1 to 2.5 lakh per cycle. So at the same time, they are going through a lot of emotional stress, and then on the top of it, there is a lot of financial burden also lies. So with this motivation, we wanted to simplify decision making during IVF treatment. We wanted to come up with a data driven model which has ML in the back end, which will give a predictive score to all the couples, explaining that yes, if I am predicting that there is a 70% chance that you will be pregnant, and at the same time we wanted to incorporate the explainability of the model as well. We don't want it to be a black box both for the healthcare provider and the couples who are going for treatment, because they should understand that okay, this is the hormones which is responsible, these are the things which I am not taking the right decision for. Maybe I could have gone for a donor sperm or a donor egg rather than my own sperm or my own egg. So this is how we wanted to simplify this decision making process. We want our model to be continuously improving, so that we keep on incorporating more and more data points, and it will keep evolving. So the model which we have built, the data was provided by Indra IVF. It is a patient level data, and we had around 8,000 data points, but now finally we are using around 7,400 data points. And the variable which we are using to check pregnancy is based on the beta HCG test, which is done after 14 days of embryo transfer, and if its value is greater than 300, we take it as positive or say once, otherwise we take it as 0. These are the these are the parameters which we are considering. So we are considering a lot of clinical and demographic data, so which includes hormones like anti-Mullerian hormone, endometrium thickness. We have included the age of the couple. We have also used what source they are using, as in the source means what combination of sperm source or egg source they are using. Is it like a donor or self, or a combination of self or donor? Then once they have decided on the source, obviously the next thing is there is a embryo transfer. So most of the cases, either a single embryo is transferred or double embryo is transferred. So we have also taken the number of count of transfer and what was the quality. And then we have a combination of quality, as in it could be a quality. If we are transferring double embryo, it could be a B, A, C, or there are multiple combinations which we are taking. And then we are also taking the embryo transfer grade, as in how the embryo was transferred in the uterine cavity, because there are a lot of protocols which is followed while transferring. To give you an example, while transferring, whether there was a blood in the catheter or not, there was an inverse movement of the embryo while getting transferred inside the uterus or not. Based on that, we have defined the transfer grade, with A being the best and D being the least. And then the outcome which we are using is the beta HCG report, which is positive and negative. So this is the overall solution which we are providing. So we have the clinical, demographic and embryo related data. We are taking guidance from the fertility experts to come up with the features which we want to incorporate in the model. For some features, we are directly using the features. For some, we have done few feature engineering to extract the features, and that should be based on the medical standard, because we can't just take it as per our results, because it's more related to the medical thing. So there the fertility experts are helping us find out, and then after creating the data sets, we are using ML to train the model. We are using around 70% of the data to train the model and rest 30% to test it. Then we are using our explainable AI to give that transparency touch to our model, so that both the patients and the doctors have a fair idea as in what is happening inside the model, and they just don't have just a number to juggle on. So these are the models which we considered. We considered logistic regression, decision tree and random forest. So, and we, based on the performance on different matrix, we have selected random forest to be the final model. So this is this gives us the idea about the most important features in order to read IVF success prediction. So if we could notice the top three are all related to embryo, which is the quality and the quantity, which matters the most when we are trying to predict the success of IVF. But since we wanted it to be very much specific to individual people, we also did some local analysis. So suppose if we have the following observation for a couple, which is on the table on the left hand side, and the overall prediction is yes, the couple may conceive after IVF. Then on the right hand side, this is this is a graph which will explain what are the factors which are leading to that prediction. As in, all the grays are basically saying that these are the factors which are telling that yes, the couple will conceive, and what are the factors which are not important or maybe has a negative impact are the ones in the reds. So this is the whole crux of the study. Is we wanted to have something on a personal basis for individual couples, so that they understand and they can take decisions based on that. But how are we going to deploy this? So this is a dashboard which we have designed for the initial consultation, where whenever somebody comes and visits, we can put the parameters and we can come up with a probability of pregnancy, which is shown in pink here, so that they can look for all the viable options. They can actually think of, okay, what if I want to. So the plan which I have mentioned is actually about whether we should go for a self sperm, donor sperm. So this is one of the way how they can choose their final source. So this will help both the fertility expert as well as the couples to take informed decisions. So the application would be about, it's about patient counseling, which will help them take informed decisions or maybe navigate easily through the IVF journey. Because this one which I have designed, it's about the initial consultation. What is after that? Whenever the embryo is ready, sometimes the embryo is not of the great quality, it may be of moderate quality. So again you have to take a call that, okay, whether I want to go with a moderate quality embryo or not. So based on that, because again going with a moderate quality embryo is, again you are dealing with the same emotion, as in it might lead to a success, or you might have to go for another cycle. So based on such data, based on the predictions which you are getting along with the expertise of the fertility doctor, you can take a call whether you want to proceed or not. So this will help you navigate through the IVF journey. And it will also help in reduction of cost, because if you took a call and it was successful, maybe it may lead to reduce the unnecessary number of cycles which is performed, because in general if you see, there are around 2 to 3 cycles which is performed before achieving pregnancy. So that's all. Thank you. Okay, yeah. Before time.
So there are.
Yeah. Ah.
The beta HCG doubles up, right? Like a very normal pregnancy. In fact, for many weeks, a woman doesn't even know whether the fetal development is happening in the fallopian tube or in the uterus, right? So how does the model help with that? Because that, again, it's going to be emotionally draining, and also the woman will have to go through multiple things, right? So how does this model differ from a normal pregnancy vis-a-vis to your ectopic pregnancy?
So I have answer to this. So I mean, we also had a lot of questions related to this, but now we have also got a data where we have data related to cardiac activity of the sac. So we will extend this study to that, and then this problem will be solved, because then the sac will be formed and there will be a cardiac activity after 5 weeks, I guess. So I think it will be solved.
Okay, any other question?
So will it take care of the sustainability of the fetus after implanted in the thing? Because the model is like the embryo is implanted in your uterus.
Yeah.
Afterward, there are a lot of miscarriages happen, because I have a couple of my colleagues who went through this cycle 2-3 times and then they gave up because the sustainability of the fetus was a question. So is that model will take care that part also? Or
I am not getting when you say sustainability of fetus.
I mean the survival of the fetus. Survival of the fetus in the thing.
Once the pregnancy happens, after that,
will it continue and deliver till the baby is born?
No, we don't have that data as in number of newborns as of now.
Okay.
Any other questions? Wait.
Hello. Yeah, I have a question. So thanks for the presentation. So I do have a question on when can this be most effective in the cycle? Like say maybe right before the embryo transfer, could you use something like counterfactuals to tell what is the best combination of grades plus for the particular couple, right? So something on those lines where can you best integrate it so that it's useful for the couple in the current cycle versus using the data in the next upcoming cycles?
No. So it's a two-way thing. So first the initial consultation, and then once your embryo is formed, there would be another prediction score which will be there.
Okay, and you are also helping them figure out what is the best combination.
Yeah.
Like
yes.
Maybe using counterfactuals or whatever, but getting to the place where you know what is the best combination of embryos to transfer.
So basically there is a drop-down list from where you can select all these. So if it's a say A quality or a B quality, then what is the probability? What if it's a A quality and a C quality, what is the probability? So yeah.
And it's based on the couple, like similar kinds of
it's based on the previous data.
Of the
previous data.
Okay. So have you used it in clinical trials at this point?
No, we are in process. We have talked to Indra IVF. They are okay. Once we are ready with the final model, they'll be okay integrating it on their website.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Antara. Can we have a round of applause? Can I request Sally to please come and present the token of appreciation to Antara? Next presentation. Thanks a lot. I would now request our next speaker for the day, Urvashi Kapoor. Urvashi is an award-winning journalist and senior editor and AGM at Jagran News Media. She's going to be talking about the AI safety blueprint, preventing online scams through ethical and responsible use of AI. Urvashi is an award-winning journalist and senior editor and AGM at Jagran News Media, where she leads media literacy initiatives. A certified trainer with the Google News Initiative India training network, she is a leading voice of AI literacy, cybersecurity, and responsible technology use in journalism. Urvashi has superheaded award-winning digital literacy workshops and AI literacy programs impacting over 75 million people, partnering with global tech and media organizations including Google, Meta, and International Fact-Checking Network. Her work has earned global recognition, including prestigious awards like 40 Under 40 and ICMA Award. Welcome, Urvashi, and over to you. Do you want to use the collar mic or you'll stand? You'll stand here?
Thank you so much, Shalja, for the lovely introduction. Hi, everyone. I know I'm the only one standing between you and break time, so I'll keep it short and interactive. Okay, so we'll be talking about how we prevent online scams in the age of AI. Okay, so before I start, let's make it a little engaging. Raise your hand if you got a suspicious call in the last 30 days. Okay, everyone, I mean, more than 90%. Okay, now raise your hand if someone you know lost money to a scam. Okay. More than 50%. Okay, now raise your hand if that person was educated and careful. Again, same hands, more than 50%. So let's do some reality check. And what is the hard truth? The hard truth is people who are losing money to scams, and this is as per 2025 data, those were not uninformed, right? They were unlucky maybe, or they were under pressure, or they were underprepared, right? They knew that this scam might come some other day, but they were not prepared for it. They were very educated. It was not like they didn't know, or they were not educated, or they were not literate, right? Educated people get scammed every day. Like if I say that I am talking about scams, I give lectures on scams, scam can never happen to me, but that's wrong. I can also fall for scam if I'm not aware, right? Most calls are strategic. It will either come at 6 a.m. or 11 p.m. when you're not prepared for it, right? Defenses are the lowest during that time, right? And your brain is the real attack surface. Let's talk about some numbers. In 2023, global cybercrime cost was $8 trillion, right? In India, if we talk about India, India lost 22,845 crore on scams and frauds. And this data was 206% higher than the 2023 data. If you can see the graph, in 2023 it was 7,465 crores, and then it rose to 22,845 crores in India. This is the India data we are talking about, right? And 7,000 plus complaints are filed every day in India, and this is just 10% of the reporting rate. Many people don't report it at all. Why don't they do that? We'll talk about it. Actual losses are far higher. As shown in this data, many people don't even care to report it, right? Why? Because there are certain manipulation tactics that scammers adopt. What are the manipulation tactics? Scammers are the behavioral scientists hacking your decision making, right? First is authority. How many of you have heard about digital arrest? Right? What in digital arrest, what do they pose as? Police officer, right? Or someone from the authority. And they mostly target senior citizen, people who are more vulnerable to such, they are most vulnerable to such attacks, right? Authority, they can pose as a CBI officer, fake CBI officer or TRI officer. They try to create, that creates immediate fear and compliance. And people generally don't know how to react in that situation. Then the urgency, scammers are always in a hurry. How many of you have received messages, if you are on social media, how many of you have received messages that you have to, or maybe you have received a message that unlock your Paytm account will be blocked within 24 hours if you don't click on the following link. Or if you don't do the KYC, your bank account will be locked, do it now, click here. How many of you have received such messages? Everyone, right? Has anybody fallen for a scam? I mean, not many people will come up and tell that. But I'm sure there are people in this room that, who must have fallen, or someone they know have fallen for the scam, right? Social proof. They say that your colleagues already verified this. Then there is a sense of trust. Peer pressure works. These are some of the manipulation tactics that scammers adopt. Then liking. Weeks of friendship building happen before the ask is made. They build trust, they make friends, and then they do the scams. These happen generally in crypto-related scams mostly, or dating-related scams, right? Reciprocity, small real gains, fake returns, build trust before the trap. So they will ask you for, they will transfer the money. They will ask you to play a game or some activity. They will transfer 10,000 rupees. Then you will be, attracted, and the trust starts building. Okay, then you will again play it, and they again transfer it. Now the trust is built. Now they send you the QR code, and then you just have already fallen for that, and you might fall for that scam, right? Then commitment. A small yes makes the next one psychologically easier. Now let's talk about some live simulation activity. Suppose, how many students are there in this room? Okay, more than 50%. Suppose you receive a scenario that someone from your college or campus say, hi, this is Urvashi from campus placement office. We have detected suspicious activity in your student ID portal. If you don't verify in the next 2 minutes, your placement registration could be suspended. Please scan this QR code. Now, if I ask how many of you will click on this or scan this, nobody will raise hand. But what can be the red flags in this scenario? What do you think? Yes? Sorry? 2 minutes. You only have 2 minutes. Very good. What else? Barcode. Suspension. Yes. Fear. What else? Answers are written there. Okay. So, who felt the sense of urgency? There is a sense of urgency here. What is the sense of urgency in this message? Suspension, right? You only have 2 minutes to verify. And this is targeting students, right? And students' placement is very important for every student, right? And then you receive this message and it claims that I am from your campus placement office. Many of us will not even check the email ID or the sender's number or anything. We'll just, oh my God, someone has, if I don't verify it, some of us will definitely fall for it, right? So scammers also decide the target audience. For example, I am a journalist. I work for Jagran New Media. I recently received a message from the HR department of Hindustan Times that hi, I am the HR department of Hindustan Times. We are hiring for a senior executive editor, one level up, and then you have to just quickly click on this link. And although I know about such scams, but many of them might fall for it. So they decide a target audience and accordingly they curate the message, right? So here there was a sense of urgency, right? The feeling of a pressure. Then the time pressure, like one of you said, 2 minutes, in next 2 minutes, or the timer counting down. Then who trusted it because it came from the authority? Students might trust it. What is the authority? The campus placement office, right? Appeal to the authority, official looking message. Again, there can be a fake blue tick also. Now, if it is on social media, now the blue tick verification can also be purchased, right? So there also people can fall for a scam. Who would have scanned it? Now, many people can scan it, right? Why? Because there are fear of consequences. If I don't scan it in next 2 minutes, then my placement can get suspended or other reasons, right? And the risk of losing the opportunity. My friends will get this placement, I might not. So I should do it before them. Then the risk of losing opportunity. So this was a live simulation example for all the students present here. Now, there are 3 messages on the screen. Tell me which one do you think is a real message and which one is a scam message? There are real messages also in this message or messages in this screen. So not necessary if I'm telling about scam, all these can be scam. Third one is real. And the first one, the pin scam? No? How many of you think the first one is real? Raise your hand. No. Second, the Paytm one? Scam. The third one? Real. Everybody thinks it's real? No? Why? It looks real. It says, dear customer, this might be your customer ID, someone's customer ID, executed successfully through State Bank Internet Banking. Your transaction number is this and SBI. There is no link. They're just informing you. Might be real. But the first 2 messages are scams. Why? Can anybody tell me why? Please. If it is coming from an official page or an authority, they will not write PLS, SMS language, right? Then please confirm your PIN. No bank or any authority will ask you to enter a PIN. Then bank32575.com. This URL is fishy, fake. Always, if you are not aware about the URL, for example, if you have an account at SBI, you should always go on the official SBI website and then click on that, not just any sbixyz.com, right? Then keep your account activated, exclamation mark. There is no need, nobody sends, if it's coming from an authority, they will not make so many characters. Then the second, let's talk about the second one, Paytm cashback scam. Why is it a scam? Okay, yes, cashback. Okay, so welcome to Paytm Bank, First of all, you need to check whether do you have a Paytm account, right? For example, some of us might receive a message, you have won a lottery, now you have a Bajaj scooter, you have won a Bajaj scooter and you have won a lottery or something. I never applied for it. Why would they give me something for free, right? Or your bank account, your SBI bank account will be blocked, click here. I don't have an account on SBI. So first, whether you have a Paytm account, then only you will read this, otherwise you will just delete it. Second, your welcome to Paytm bank, your re-verification done successful. What English is this? Then, again, the URL is wrong, ngrok.io. Okay, let's talk about the third example. What do you think about this? It looks real, right? Okay. Sorry? BZ. Yeah, this can be a red flag. This can be a red flag. Don't, in this message, just go to your, if you're actually concerned about this message, okay, something is credited or something is debited, you know your bank account, you know your official ID of your bank account, you know the customer ID password of your net banking, why don't you just go and check there? You don't even, if there is a link, you don't even need to click there, right? You should directly go to the account and check from there. Now, like we already discussed, what were the red flags here in those messages to highlight? Urgency. Scammers will always pose urgency. Do it today, do it tomorrow, right? And threat. They will always threaten you. Your account will be suspended today in 2 hours, right? If I am giving a lecture here and my phone is kept there and there is, your account will be, and I received a message, your account will be suspended in 15 minutes. I don't even know. And meanwhile, my account will be suspended by the time I finish this talk. So scammers will always pose a sense of urgency. Suspicious link not matching the bank domain, like we just saw. Generic greeting, dear customer. This can also be a red flag sometimes. Then often comes from a random mobile number, like you said, the BZ. I'm not sure what BZ actually means. Okay, now let's have a look at some case studies. These scams have already happened with educated people. The $25 million call, a deep fake of a CFO of an organization, along with the deep fake of 2 of the colleagues, AI generated images, videos of a colleague. They just trapped another colleague, and that colleague transferred $25 million. This actually happened with a guy named Arup, right? Every single face on that call was a deep fake, right? Have you ever seen a deep fake video? Can you identify whether the video is a deep fake or not? No. I think there should be a special session on that as well later. Okay, so here the employee followed all the normal procedures. There was no technical failure. The deep fakes looked so real that he just started transferring money and then this much amount was lost, right? Okay, so here how AI supercharged the threat. There was voice cloning. Right, the AI generated, the avatar was made and the voice was modified, and the original voice was replicated and then the clone was formed. Then the deep fake video was created, the real-time fake live calls were made because of the deep fake, right? And the guy lost this much amount. Then there was hyper-personalization and flawless language. They used regional language, the language that he understands, right? So that kind of, started building trust. Another example is the digital arrest scam. Many a times, senior citizens fall for these type of scams a lot. Do you know anyone who has been the victim of such scam? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right? So, retired IAS officer from Pune in 2024 lost 1.7 crore because of digital arrest, right? And that was transferred to a so-called safe government authority, the government account, but he never got his money back. So the fake CBI officer called him on a video call. He claimed that your Aadhaar card is being used in the money laundering case. It was a 4-day continuous video call, total isolation. He was not allowed to disclose it or speak to any of his family member or even leave the room. And the transfer was 1.7 crore. It was sent to a so-called safe government account to avoid arrest. No real government agency demands secrecy from family or immediate payment to prove innocence. So again, this was one of the examples. This already happened. Another case study was the wrong number. That wasn't. So this happened with a software engineer in Bengaluru itself in 2023. So it was on WhatsApp, it was a 6-week friendship with someone that built trust. And then there was a crypto investment platform where he invested 28 lakh and the money was never returned. So again, it was a fake but convincing problem. So if you cannot, so he started transferring money. Once he transferred, like I shared earlier, once he transferred 10,000, he got 12,000 back. Then he transferred 20,000, he got 25,000 back. Then he was asked to answer 50,000, he got 60,000 back. And then he said that, okay, now you have to transfer 1 lakh, but you have to transfer it these many times, then only you will get the total amount, increased amount back. So he then transferred 1 lakh, then he transferred 20 lakh, then so on. And then then he never got the money back. So this actually happened with a software engineer in Bengaluru. Now next is the part-time job. Many of you must have received part-time job sitting at home. No CV required, no verification will be required. Even I have received, how many of you have received such messages? Everyone, right? So again, it mostly comes through WhatsApp that you earn 500 rupees per day per task, right? For product ratings. First time payment real, then again, you'll get the money. Once you rate it, you get rupees 500. Again, you do it, again you get 500. This happens multiple times, and then again, you will transfer more, they will not return you. Then they'll say you, okay, do it 10 times, then you will get the total amount back, but the money never comes, right? So they transfer real payments to build trust initially. Then each task was a small logical step, and then, but the shame and sunk cost kept her in. Okay, then, but when she transferred 1 lakh, the scammer said, okay, now you will have to transfer it 10 times or 20 times, but don't tell anyone. She will not tell anyone. Why? Because of shame. What will others think of me, that I am investing in such random platforms? So people generally don't share such things with others, and then they keep on falling for this. The QR code refund. Okay, so a guy from Mumbai there was a sofa listed on OLX. How many of you have purchased some of the other items from OLX? Some of you, right? OLX, people just purchase and buy items on OLX. So again, the buyer sent ₹1 as a test. That amount got credited, and then he sent a QR code. Okay, now I'm sending you a QR code, just scan and send me the money, right? But then again, when he was using that technology, he got scammed, and then he lost the money. Okay, why your parents are the primary targets? Higher savings, but lower digital fluency. Not many parents are digitally literate or fluent, right? More time on phone and more trusting on authority figures. They spend a lot of time. Some of our parents spend a lot of time on phones. I gave my mother a digital phone during COVID time, and now I think she knows more. She knows more features on phone than I do, right? Less likely to report and fear of family judgment. So these are some of the actors, and these are their responsibilities which they do and which they should do. Like government helps in regulation, helplines, school regulations, banks and fintechs responsibilities are to detect and to make people aware about real-time fraud alerts and friction by design, telecom companies, call tracing, spam flagging, and so on and so forth. Where are the policy gaps? Now we are saying that people fall for scams. What are the people doing? What are the policy makers doing? What are the gaps? So good intentions are not enough. Policies must catch up. So what are the current gaps if we talk about? No standardized real-time fraud reversal window across all banks. So how many of, like some of you said that we know people who lost money on scams. Did they get their money back? Anyone? No, I don't think so. Not many, right? Telemarketing regulations exist, but the enforcement is inconsistent. There is a DPDP Act. You know about that? Data Protection Act. It was passed, but implementation rules are still getting finalized. No minimum cyber literacy standard in school education. How many of you have attended any of the literacy programs around cyber literacy ever? 1, 2, 3, 4. Out of, I think, 70, 80, 100 people here, only 2 or 3 people have attended. Don't you think there is a need for cyber literacy or awareness or scam awareness in current times? Not just for us, but for every citizen. Not just for this target audience, but for senior citizen or maybe journalists or maybe students or maybe teachers. Right? But that's the gap. Nobody feels that that's important. Fraud factories operate across borders. Indian law stops at the border. Again, many people will call you from international numbers. Do you receive calls from international numbers, from unknown callers? Yes or no? Sometimes we do. What good policy looks like? Do I have time? Or okay. Again, the 5 evidence-based intervention of a good policy can be mandatory 30-minute hold on the first time large transfers to new payees. If you are transferring an account, I think it takes 30 minutes to add a beneficiary account, but again, there some checks need to be made by banks or authorities if there is a large transfer. Bank liability reform, shift burden when fraud follows bank side failure. Telecom level AI call screening, when there is a true caller which can, that displays a message that this can be potential fraud. But again, there should be more apps like these where such AI level screenings should be done. National scam reporting dashboard should be made. Scam literacy is important, not just for students of class 9th and 10th, but across generations, across for all the target audience. National scam reporting, again, this we have already discussed. Why this problem is harder than it looks? Okay, so why, if we are talking, so for example, jurisdictional responsibility. Thus, crime happens in Myanmar. The victim is, the scammer is in Myanmar, the victim is in Mumbai, and the amount is transferred to Dubai. Nobody has clear authority, right? And if you are transferring, suppose 2 crores to someone, it's not credited to a single bank account. It gets transferred to multiple bank accounts, and it's very difficult to get your money back, right? So jurisdictional impossibility is there. Silence of victim. Shame beats reporting. Nobody will tell you that I have fallen for this scam. It takes courage. Speed asymmetry. Scam evolves in days, policy evolves, responds in years. Platform incentives misaligned. Digital divide cuts both ways. Low literacy equal to high vulnerability, and high literacy is equal to high value target. What does this mean? It means high literacy, if you are very educated, then more money. They might think, okay, he's very intelligent, or this girl is very intelligent. I mean, she might not fall easily. So I should use an evolved type of scam, to scam her. Then I can demand maybe more money. AI is a great equalizer for attackers. Sophisticated. Now they are using very sophisticated AI-based scams like deepfake scams. right? Personalized attacks now available to anyone, anywhere for almost nothing. There is a show that I host. It's by the name Jagran Unscammed. What was the need of this show? I'll show you a short reel if it's not playing. Oh, no problem. Okay, so here what I do is there are two formats of this show. One is the monologue where we explain different types of formats of scams, right? You can follow this on the main Dainik Jagran YouTube channel. And the other one is we interview with the victims as well as with the scammers. So we just, the scammers as well as the experts, right? Where they just tell what type of scams are there, how can we, protect ourselves from such scams. Why I started Jagran Unscammed? Because every victim said that it happened. I thought it only happened to others. It can never happen to me. I deliver a talk on scams. Scams can never happen to me, but I am wrong. Most media coverage stops at loss figures. They will tell you, okay, this person lost 2.4 crore on digital arrest. But they will never tell you the process, how it happened. They will never explain you the mechanism, right? Shame is scammers' last line of defense. What we do in this show, we investigate real cases with fact-checked details. Fact-checking is very important. Not many people are talking about it right now. But fact-checking, if you get a photo on your social media, how do you know that this is real or fake? If you are getting a video, whether it is a deep fake or not. If you are getting an audio, whether it is a cloned voice audio or not. Not many people can identify. Your 5 essential reflexes. Pause if you get a message. Even if it is written, do it in 2 hours or do it in 2 minutes, please pause. Please verify independently. Become a fact checker on your own. In journalism, what we generally tell others, just remember 5W1H. Who, what, when, where, why, and how. Just ask these 5 questions to yourself whenever you receive any message. If you are convinced by the answers, then only you just forward that or follow that, what's written there, right? Then the second channel, always refer to the second channel. Voice call a known number before any transfer. If you received a call from someone saying that, hi, I'm your friend, just if you have the number of that friend, directly call that person. Don't just chat. And family code word. A secret word bypasses even perfect voice cloning. And set guardrails on your UPI. How many of you are using UPI? Google Pay. Have you set a limit? How many of you have set a limit? For example, 10,000 per day. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Only, I think, less than 10% of you. Please do it today itself. Please set a limit. Even if you unintentionally click on the link, again, it should not, the amount that you transfer should not exceed the limit. Just set it 5,000 or 10,000 depending on how much do you spend in a day through UPI. Please do that today itself. The most effective defense. When was the last time you explained a scam to your parents? Last 2 slides. When was the last time you explained scam to your parents? Anyone? No one. Please do that. Please talk about this presentation when you go back. And the last slide is, in the next 7 days or in the next 2 days, please call your parent and explain the QR code rule that we discussed today. That QR code, they should not, like the simulation activity that we just discussed, set a transaction limit on your UPI app today itself and build a payment verification protocol. Scam ends where the silence does. If you are scammed, if you think you are scammed, please speak up. Don't keep it to yourself, right? And these are the helpline numbers. I'm sure you know it, but in case you don't, please take a picture of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Urvashi. Sharda, can I please request you to hand over the token of appreciation? Please, thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, now time for us to take a break. We are 12 minutes already into our break time, so I'd request you guys to take only a 20 minutes break so that we can start our next session on time. Just 1 second, guys. There is a counter outside where we have WiDS Worldwide t-shirts. So you can go, and other goodies from WiDS Worldwide. Please go there and collect your t-shirts and all other goodies if you want. And I'll see you guys at 11:30 sharp back.
ಅದು
This is the interface that
ಅವ್ರಿಗಲ್ಲ ಇವಾಗ ಕಲರ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಪೀಚ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಹಾಂ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ Hello, 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 hello.
ಏಕೋ ಬರುತ್ತೋ ಏಕೋ ಕೆಲಸತೆ ಇವಾಗ ಹೇಳಿದ್ವಿ Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, check 1, 2. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello. పక్క ఎక్క వస్తుంది హలో 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 తెలుసు హలో 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 హలో
Yeah, 5 o'clock. Yeah. N001. We sent the mail, right? Yeah. Yes, yes. 5 o'clock, no? We will meet. Yeah. You are from which college? Oh, CET. Okay, Trivandrum. Okay. Yeah, I have seen you before. Yeah. That's why you look very familiar. Okay, you were there. Huh? Okay. We'll see you in the evening again. Yeah. We can give the pens. I think I'll start. Can we all move fast and settle down, please? Okay, guys. Why should we penalize people who have come on time, right? So we will start. So, we are going to do some trivia questions, right? You are all students. Should I give, mostly students, should I give easy questions or difficult questions? Easy? Yeah, we have gifts, sir. So, but I am going to decide who wins, okay? And no, shouting the answer, you have to raise your hand. I will choose. So, that who will answer, and then you will answer. We'll give the mic to you, and then you will answer, okay? Very simple questions. Everybody should know, okay? Sharda, you ready to run with the mic? Okay. Settle down, guys. My first question, very simple. I think everybody should know, so everybody should raise their hand. We are all hearing this word AI everywhere, and today also. So where was this term coined first? In which university? No, I told you if you shout, you're out. No. Raise your hand who knows the answer. And Google nahi karna. This is not happening. No, I cancel this question. So the way we are going to do is, I'm going to ask the question, and before the first 2-3 people who will raise their hand will be the candidates. Otherwise, I know others, your typing speed is so fast, maybe voice to text or whatever, you guys have already found the answer. So where was this term I'm giving AI coined? Yes. Which university? Yes, it was coined in 1956 in a conference in Dartmouth College. Yes. Can we give a goodie to her? Yes, give. We are very generous. One answer, one goodie. Okay? Okay, next question. Okay? Which company, I'm looking, okay? No typing. Which company launched a famous 1 million data science competition in 2006 to improve their recommendation algorithm? Okay. No, menus. Yes. Huh? Netflix. Very good. Huh? Okay, you come here. We need pictures. Come here. We are now giving... Okay. Completion certificate. You will get a BI completion certificate. That is good. Okay. Yes, very good. Sorry, we couldn't call you here, but no, one person, one goodie. Come here. Thank you. Okay, again, a little philosophical question. If AI writes codes, analyzes data, creates art, and answers questions, is doing everything, what should you guys focus on? Because you have screamed, shouted, and not just raised your hand, you are out of the... Yes, you. Sorry? Madam? Yes. You should? Prompting ke liye you need something, right? What is that? Huh? Your head? That's... Yeah. Critical thinking and... Huh? Creativity and... I would say knowing what to ask. Asking the right question.
Right question.
Okay?
Asking the right question.
Asking questions. So now I have to decide who will win, right? So next question will decide. Okay, last question before we move, yeah, I think you must have seen this movie also. Which AI system defeated the world champion Lee Sedol in the game of Go in 2016, making a major milestone in AI?
Adobe idea. Okay. Out ready idea. Okay.
AlphaGo. Very good. There is a very good movie on Netflix called AlphaGo. Okay. Please, you can at least clap properly. All these BI guys sitting here, please clap loudly. Okay.
We'll do this next time.
Okay. So we'll move on to the next session of the day. We'll have more such trivia question in between. So we have still a lot of goodies left. So we'll move on to our next speaker. I would like to invite Soumya Mani, who is a strategic advisor and investor. She's a marketing leader with over 25 years in B2B technology, specializing in GTM strategy, demand generation, and AI-driven marketing. She is the founder director of WIBD India Foundation, a non-profit which is dedicated to advancing women in the data and AI, for which she received the Indian Achievers Award in 2024. She is also a published author and was recognized in the most influential global marketing leader by the whole World Marketing Congress. She is passionate about gender diversity, mentorship, and building the AI-powered mentoring platform called W Shakti, or Women Shakti, for her 6,000 plus member community. Welcome, Soumya.
This one. Yes.
But ये presentation format में था ना? PDF is there. No, this is not the one. You want the PDF or the?
PDF is also fine. Otherwise, I have sent the link as well. You can open up each anyway.
No, I think this is okay then.
This is okay, right?
Yeah.
I think you'll have to remove the AI assistant. It should be okay. It's fine? Yeah. That's full screen. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Hopefully, everybody can hear me. No, it's okay. I think I'm good. Good. I see a lot of seats still empty, so I think people are enjoying the break. So, I think I can use this. Okay, thanks. Thank you so much, WiDS team. Shizu, what a wonderful presentation and the community that you've built. I met her during the break. Thank you, Professor Dinesh, for a wonderful introduction. It's very important to have male allies introduce communities like this, because we want to grow and expand, and we definitely need male allies to do that. So quite a few male allies here. So please give a big round of applause to yourselves and to all the women who showed up on a Saturday morning to be here. And I'm going to be sharing something which I've been working over the last 2.5 years or so, and this project is called Shakti. And for folks who don't know what Shakti means, it means strength, and invoking feminine energy really to help women succeed, and rightfully so, because women have a lot of roles to play in the house as well as at work, so they need all the Shakti they have to be able to pull it off. And that's why it's rightfully called Shakti. It's a comprehensive AI-powered, I know a lot of people are using powered, enabled, whatever you call it, but it has some AI elements in the platform, which I shall share. And it's primarily for women who are looking to restart their career. They've taken a break and they want to come back to the workforce, specifically designed for women who are in technology. It is industry agnostic, so you can be in any industry, but if you have a technology profile, or if you are technologically qualified, you are free to use the platform, and we encourage women to come forward to be mentors and mentees in this platform. So it is a community-driven platform, And I lead this organization. It's a Section 8 not-for-profit company. The acronym WIBD stands for Women in Business and Data. So we are supporting women who are mentors and mentees, but also entrepreneurs who are running data-founded platforms or organizations. Very quickly, I'm just going to share, since there's paucity of time, we're going to talk about what women seek in mentorship and why mentorship is important. I think we heard Shizu talk about mentorship and the importance of mentorship in the community, in the WiDS community. So I'm going to extend and borrow some of what she's learned and some of what the WiDS community has done as well, and how we've learned from women like you who have responded to multiple surveys that we've done on what they seek in mentorship. I'm going to talk about what is our mentoring approach and why it's slightly differentiated from many other platforms that exist in the market today. And many other communities are doing fantastic jobs, nothing to take away from them. But I'm going to talk about why it's important for this community and why it is important specifically for women who are advancing their careers and education in data and AI. The platform ecosystem, I do have a short demo as well. If we have time towards the end, I'll play the demo. Else we will, obviously I can share the demo with any of you who's interested. Then why, and we'll also talk about some of the stories of transformation. And I've taken some outliers and I've taken some base examples as well to showcase as to what women have found being part of the community as well as being part of the mentoring platform and the mentoring experience. So this is our organization. So we are a not-for-profit organization, headquartered in Gujarat actually, and our focus is to empower women advancing their careers in data and AI. And specifically post the pandemic or during the pandemic, we recognize the need for doing it specifically from tier 2, tier 3 cities, towns where the access to industry and access to experts and mentors in emerging technologies is very minimal, okay? So it's bare there. So therefore we thought this was an opportunity for us to address and meet these women. And since COVID and the pandemic provided that virtual platform and ecosystem for us to connect with women, I think this was an opportunity as well as a need. We capitalized on both and we came with this platform. So what is our vision? Our vision is to help restarters, even women who are looking to navigate some difficult career transitions while they are employed. It could be either moving to another industry, and if you've been in a software engineering or an allied role, how do you get into an emerging role like AI and data? So we've had both sets of audiences come to us, women who've come to us looking for a career pivot and a transition, and also we've had women who've reached out to us who are looking to restart their career. Specifically, after a career break of a year and above, they reach out to us to see how they can get back to the workforce, and it's very hard, as many of you may know. And I'll talk about, what are the challenges that women face when they take a break for whatever reasons that might be. How do they sort of transition that and overcome some of those barriers? And what are those barriers? First, we'll address those. And of course, leadership as well. So a lot of women who are in mid-senior roles in organizations often find it difficult to get into the next role, and that could be a people management or managerial or a leadership role. So that's also something which we are helping women transition into. So these are the three segments that we focus on: restarters, mid-senior professionals, and women looking to transition into a leadership role. Now that leadership could be within an organization, or it could be somebody who's looking to start an organization. So someone who's an entrepreneur or who's probably wanting to seek some advice from mentors to start a data founding startup, or is looking to start something on their own. So what's the market reality? So this is based on, Professor Dinesh spoke about data, right? So this is first-party data. We interviewed about 300 women across industries over the last 3 years or so. And I have personally interacted with more than 150 women while building this platform, because I needed to gather requirements for building this platform. By the way, I'm a non-tech founder. I don't have any technology experience. What I mean is I don't have any coding experience. But I'm also going to explain how I built this platform using wipe coding. How many of you know wipe coding? Have heard of wipe coding? Okay, so I'm going to share as to how I built this prototype using an integrated development environment called Replit. How many of you have heard of Replit? So it's similar to what you have Claude Code and Cursor and Windsurf and everything else. So someone who's got an idea today can build a prototype, a fully functional prototype, and bring it in front of an investor. And that's what we are helping many women founders do today with some of the learnings and best practices that we've learned while building this platform. So what is the market reality? So the market reality is there are significant barriers to women in tech. How many of you agree to this, that there are significant barriers if you've had a break? Lack of access to hiring mentors. Now, there are many mentoring platforms that are available across communities, but mentors with hiring authority is very limited. That's a very limited pool. How many of you agree to this? Right? So a mentor plus sponsor, that combination, right? So that's what we are looking for in our platform, and that's what we encourage more mentors to join who have hiring authority, who are able to also not only guide mentees, but are able to also sponsor these mentees within the organization. Fragmented upskilling pathways. So there's a lot of course material available thanks to AI. There is a ton of literature available, ton of education material that is available in the industry. How do you make an informed choice? How do you make a choice that is relevant and pertinent to you? And that is what this platform focuses on. Bias and underrepresentation, obviously because the data is fairly limited, and in fact this data that I'm going to share also is a sample which I've worked on personally, but it is first party data, so it is highly reliable data of women that we've met and engaged through our surveys. But I think the data is still, the jury is still out there on how many such women are there in the industry looking for these roles. It's a large underserved market given the demographics that we are looking at. So after speaking to about 300 women through surveys, both qualitative and quantitative surveys that we conducted, and over the last 3 years, and speaking to 50 mentees. So we have a mentee selection process, and we also have a mentor selection process. So I'll talk about how we arrived at that mentee and mentor selection process. So what do women seek? And I'm going to ask this audience also whether you agree and if there are more. But broadly, it came into 4 categories. One is confidence. Many women who take a break from career, they find it very hard to approach a mentor and a hiring manager because they've had that break. And that's because of lack of confidence. Not lack of skill, but lack of confidence. The second is clarity. And they're all seeking clarity because they are inundated with information overload. And there's so many people advising them to do this certification, that certification, go for this. But nobody gets that expert one-on-one guidance as to what is meant for you specifically. And that's the clarity or lack of it is what most women struggle with, especially women who are looking to restart their career. The third, and that applies to even women who are in organizations who are looking to their next career pivot. Communication. You will be surprised to know I've had women who have held leadership positions in organizations, very large organizations, multinational organizations and GCCs who struggle to negotiate their salary raise or increments or pay hikes. They find it very difficult to talk about that topic, and they're not numeric in nature. So I think skills to lead, negotiate your package. In fact, our mentors have helped mentees negotiate their salary package. That's the extent of mentorship that we provide. And community. So obviously, it's a community of peer mentors and mentees coming together where they learn from each other. Because it's a neutral platform where it's not aligned to any organization or affiliated to any organization, it helps us cross-pollinate many ideas. And we learn from our mentors and mentees. What is our mentoring approach and how is it, I'm not sure whether it's different, but how is it that it's effective is what I'm going to talk about. So, I loved what Shizu said that, it's human in the loop, but human in the lead. I mean, we need to lead with examples. So our focus is quality one-on-one mentoring. So we don't have mentoring cohorts which are one to many or one to few. Our focus is one-on-one, and simply because we've learned over the years, over the last 3 years, talking to women who are transitioning into roles as complex as data and AI, that it is important to provide that context and listen to the context from where the mentee is coming from. And every mentee's journey, every mentee's situation and circumstance is individualistic, and therefore it's separate from the other. So that's why the mentoring approach also needs to be one-on-one. Now you may question, how can a platform help in that? Because it is one-on-one, and that's what I'm going to talk about. So a mentor selection process, and over the years we've learned, when we started this exercise, was when I started this exercise, I started to look for mentors who were industry colleagues who've been with me in organizations, who are in leadership positions, running GCCs in the industry. So I reached out to them, I interviewed them, I found out as to how passionate they were about mentoring, because they do mentoring within their own organization. So what I recognized and realized is there are 3 aspects to mentor selection and mentee selection. First, we look at mentor selection. The mentor selection is really about authority, and that's why it's different. Because if the mentor has the hiring authority, then the mentor can become a sponsor as well. So what the mentor advises on, the mentee can act on it as well. How many of you agree to that? So 100%, almost. Accountability, the commitment. So while these are leaders within their organization, they also need to have commitment to the mentee's growth, just as you would do for any team member in a leadership position, right? So that's the accountability we expect from the mentor. And we are fortunate to get mentors who are focused on that. Authenticity. It is really about honest communication. Now, many mentees may come to us and say that within 3 months of running this cohort, and we run this for 3 months one-on-one with the mentee, and they come back that, after 3 months I didn't get a job, or I didn't get the desired outcome, which could be a transition into a leadership role or another role. And we tell them that it requires 3 things, and that's what we expect mentees to demonstrate. Patience. Trust the process. It doesn't happen. There's no instant gratification that can happen. So please trust the process. So patience, so 3 P's is what we leave with every mentee when we complete a cohort. Please trust the process. Perseverance. Just as we expect the mentor to be committed to the mentee's growth, we need perseverance even from the mentee to not give up. Because many mentees give up because they don't get the desired job, or they feel that others are getting it, so therefore they are not probably qualified and they lose confidence. And that's why we sort of boost their confidence over the process while we are with them during the 3 months and post the 3 months as well. And it's practical, so they need to be practical as well. Just because a job opening is there for Restarter, I know many organizations run Restarter programs or experienced internship programs. And if you don't qualify, there's no reason for you to doubt your skill or expertise. It's just about being practical and navigate your upskilling journey, which is for you. So that's what a mentor, helps you engage in. So our mentoring platform solves for these 3, both from mentor aspect as well as a mentee aspect. So I mentioned about it, it's been one-on-one. It's a structured mentoring cohort. When we say mentoring cohort, we mean one mentee is matched to one mentor. And I'll talk about how AI comes into play here, because we've built this with some elements of AI, and that's more to do with automation and administrative tasks, and not really replacing the human when it comes to matching the mentor and mentee. But what have we done to improve the mentor-mentee matching is what I will share in my next slide. Skill acceleration. So a lot of mentees who've taken a break probably are also experiencing some skill gaps, and we help them with that structured upskilling pathway. The third thing is networking. We do host few events very specific to mentors and mentees where they can collaborate with each other, because otherwise the platform is virtual. So we want to make sure that the mentor and mentee are able to connect with each other, and we do host quarterly summits specifically for mentors and mentees and aspiring volunteers who want to be part of our network and the platform. Currently, the platform is only open to mentors and mentees and is not available or generally available for everyone because of the rigorous selection process that we have in our platform. The community support, we obviously extend to several communities, WiDS, and every other community who supports women's success and their professional advancement to make sure that some of those resources are available. We don't compete, we collaborate with many of the communities, and we make sure that it is a collaborative space and a universe where a lot of women can advance and support each other. And the last part is really about recognition. So when women actually break through some of these challenges and overcome these barriers, we do recognize them, and we make sure that that recognition goes far and wide so that more women can get inspired to join the platform and journey. So why AI? So over the last 1.5 years since wipe coding became very popular, I thought, let me sort of try to see how we can replace some of the automation, some of the manual tasks and automate them. And that's what we used AI for. Not so much the human intelligent tasks yet. Hopefully we will train the model in such a way, because our data points are fairly few right now. We don't have that much data. But once we scale, we will look to see how we can incorporate some of that intelligence in our matching algorithms as well. So automate, match, personalize, and learn. So, and that's what I just summarized. So our focus is privacy first, because we recognize that it is a journey of a mentor and mentee, and more important, driven by the mentee and their personal situation and circumstances that is making them, confide in a mentor. So therefore, we believe in privacy first, and that's why we are very, very focused on making sure that it's not open for anyone and everyone. It is open for people who really need it and people who really pay it forward by their expertise and time. And that I mean mentors. Quality over scale. So we want to make sure that the experience that they, and it's a 3-month mentoring cohort where they do about 6 to 7 sessions throughout these 3 months, and we pace it out in such a fashion that the mentee has enough time to scale on the skilling needs as well as whatever professional advancements that they need to have. Third part is secure administration. It is completely secure. So the data that the mentee shares or the mentor shares in those one-on-one discussions is completely secure, and we make sure of that. Yes. Okay, I only have 5 minutes, so I may not be able to share the demo, but I'm happy to share the link and then you can look at the demo. The platform status is currently not available generally for everyone. It's only available for folks who are registered on our platform, especially mentors and mentees. And we have about 50 of mentors and mentees who've joined us on the platform. These are a few features, and that's what I wanted to show in the demo. There is a mentor matching. That's where we've used AI. We have used a collaborative filtering approach because we have data of about 300 mentors and mentees who have passed through this rigorous platform. And I'm going to also share some examples of some of these mentee transformations that we've had across the board. We also help with goal tracking and monitoring, and every other mentor and mentee platform probably provides this. And of course, the corporate job board, especially when the mentor has a hiring authority, they can list their jobs here. So the success rate of the mentee getting the job or getting the next role is higher in this case because the mentor comes with the hiring authority. So the value proposition is very simple for us. It is really on, and there are 3-4 of them, which I've already highlighted. We provide job assistance, but it's more to do with professional advancement, and the focus is more on making sure that the hiring as well as the mentoring has an outcome. And that outcome is driven by the goal setting and tracking that the mentoring platform allows you to do. So the intelligent matching system that we have developed, there are millions of parameters, but these are some of the commonly used parameters that we've been using for the platform. And goals, skills, industry, availability, and we also look at personality types. So we want to make sure that, and we get that information from an exhaustive questionnaire that we run with the mentor and mentee, and we make sure that that information is coded in such a way that the mentor-mentee matching happens well. There is a AI-powered learning path that we are also using, an AI tutor, which learns from the session and provides a very custom learning path for the skilling needs for the mentee. And there is an interactive AI tutor, a generated assessment, and progress analytics. So it's unique in such a way that is very individualistic to the mentoring journey and to the mentee and the mentor. So no one mentor's journey or one mentee's journey in the platform will be similar to the other. So what makes us different? I think I've spoken about, it's privacy first, it's human plus AI. Today humans are being used only for matching and making sure that the learning is also happening through an authentic connection. So the community is developed by mentors and mentees, and the platform is enabling the mentoring to happen. So it is AI powered to that degree, but run by humans. So these are some of the stories of mentor matching that I'm going to share. So this is Rajni. She is a homemaker. She's a homemaker, or she was a homemaker during, I think, career pause of 21 years. And she's a BSc Stats graduate who reached out to us on the platform. And her mentor is a senior leader in analytics. Obviously, with 21 years of career pause, she doesn't know what to expect, right? Because the industry has moved decades. So the clarity on skill building is what she was looking for and the roles to apply. And there is a mentoring outcome from this as well. So after 3 months of mentoring and personalized mentoring, she is now manages revenue operations analytics for 200 crore company in Bangalore. So that's one success story that I want to share. Please give a big round of applause. She may be listening. This is Gunjan Maheshwari. She's currently a product leader at Bazaar Voice. She reached out to us specifically, and I'm also mentioning who the mentor is as well, so that you get context on who's mentoring this mentee. So it is matched to that degree where you are able to not only see the skills and industry, but also the experience match. So she was looking at a leadership role in product management, and she was doing a lot of AI projects within Dell, and she wanted to move to her next role. And this is a leadership transition that I spoke about. So mid-senior professional looking for a leadership transition. So she was able to successfully crack, and this is one of the examples where we also looked at how our platform can help. And she mentioned that her negotiation skills that I spoke about earlier, communicating her salary raise or a pay hike for her next job, was facilitated through her mentor. So she was able to negotiate her salary package as a product leader at Bazaar Voice with the help of the mentor in this mentoring platform. So big round of applause to her. She cracked that role as well. She's a CA who is a product manager who is managing financial systems within Dell, and then she moved to Bazaar Voice, and now she's helping women on our platform with financial well-being. A lot of financial literacy courses for women she runs on our platform. And she's a mentor now while being a mentee as well. So it is a virtuous cycle. So a mentor pays forward by mentoring, and a mentee pays forward by mentoring as well. So it is a virtuous circle. This is Nitya. She is again from Dell, and she wanted an upskilling course on data science and AI, and the mentor was able to recommend a course for her. Now she is currently transitioning into a leadership role, which she will soon mention in her LinkedIn profile, but I got to know about it only last week. So clearly transitions have happened, and we've seen our platform become successful for these mentors and mentees. So this is the demo that I spoke about. I wanted to show you the matching as well as some of the success stories and the features of the platform. Since we don't have time, as Shailaja mentioned, I can share it some other time. But I want to leave with this quote for all of you in this room, that don't give up. If you are restarting or reskilling yourself, it requires patience, perseverance, and be practical with what you can achieve. And break your long-term goals into short-term goals, and I'm sure you can achieve what you want to. So it is a movement and not a program, and that's how we look at it. So not just a platform, but a movement which is to bring strength to women who are looking to build their careers in data and AI. Thank you so much.
One question.
How can people,
yeah.
Yes. How can people collaborate and work with you all, right? There may be, one is looking out for a mentor.
Yeah.
And I think when many of us are taking that break, and we were just discussing this over a break right now, Rakshita and I, about long career pauses. I think we both had our own career pauses. It's really difficult, and your success story that you showed of 21 years is remarkable. But if people here in the IMB community, DCAL community, or the WiDS community want to join in as a mentor, it's not related to data science, of course, but how can we all add value to that?
Yeah. So there is a link on our website where you can join as a mentor or mentee, and I can share that link as well. I don't have it in this presentation, but happy to share that. So you can join, and there are a certain set of prerequisites that we look for because it's a rigorous selection process. So anyone who is interested to become a mentor or a mentee can look up that form and then fill out that form and can join us.
Thank you. Thank you, Soumya. That was really inspiring. I'm sure it is going to help, at least few of us who are probably looking for this kind of a mentorship, or probably inspire us to become a mentor in your platform. Thank you. Can I request Harini, can you please come and give a token of appreciation? Thank you so much. I would now request our next speaker for the day, Harini Shekhar. She is the Director of AI Applied Machine Learning and Data Science at PayPal. She is an AI ML leader with 16 years of experience designing, developing and deploying scalable machine learning systems. Her experience include transforming complex business and product challenges into data-driven opportunities and delivering solutions that improve customer experience and measurable business outcomes. She's a founder of Stretch with Stories, an initiative that fosters moral values and nurtures emotional and physical well-being in children through storytelling and yoga practices. This program integrates AI-driven content recommendation and LLM workflows, combining technology and mindfulness. Welcome, Harini. Sorry. This one, right? Put it on your shirt. I'm sorry.
No problem.
You can put it in your pocket. Or just hold it in your hand. Yeah.
And this.
That's the clicker.
Okay. I just prefer walking and talking. Hope everybody can hear me loud. So before I get started, right, I want to say something. There was a question about why WiDS, right? What is women in data science and why we are even organizing some of this. I think what I have learned from my experience and from whatever people have told me, you can't be what you can't see. Right? If you have to be someone, if you have to dream about something, you need to see someone next to you who have built something. Like seeing Soumya, I am inspired today to become a founder one day where I want to do something which is of social impact and which makes someone's life better. Right? So I'll start with that. But before I move on to the topic itself, can one of you answer me on what do you think are pocket agents? What do you think? Just logically thinking about the term itself. Anyone answer? Small pocket size. In your phone? Apps in your phone. Readily available. Less data. Easily accessible. Okay. Sorry? Just like that it can make an API. Okay, interesting answers. I'm just going to go on, sorry. Personal assistant. Okay, awesome. I think the last one was much closer probably. Before I move fully, right? So I have been practicing yoga for like 13-14 years now. I had severe back pain when I worked in a startup for 6 years. So that's how I got into yoga. And I've been practicing it for 14 years very diligently. I do it every alternate day for the last 14 years. So now my kids were born that deserve a clap. Thank you. So my kids watching me, being with me, they were born in US. So in US you have an opportunity to take your kids to yoga even when they are 6-week-old or 8-week-old, right? So there are mom and baby yoga classes. So I took my kids there. And when my daughter was 6-year-old, my first daughter, I have 2 kids. So she was asking me, can we make this more fun, right? Can we see if we can, instead of making these stretches, hand here, leg here, is there a way for us to make this more fun and engaging for an hour, right? Because that's how a class typically looks like. So that made me wonder, what can I give back to this community? That was a time when I was working for PayPal. I started my career with PayPal. And that's how all this started, right? So Stretch with Stories was something that I founded, and this is nothing but combining storytelling with yoga practices, right? And how I do that is what I'll talk about. Now when my daughter asked this to me, this is the process that I followed. Very, very simple process, and this is exactly what I did. I took all the stories, I took all my kids' books, right? They read a lot of books. So I took all their books, I go through them, scan every single line. So for example, Little Pip looked out at the large ocean, and then I underline every single keyword that can actually be made into a yoga pose, right? So ocean is something I think through, and then I figure out, is there a pose that I can map this to? So every orange dot line, the text that you see there, I mapped this into yoga poses. That's my handwritten pose, hand drawing, very bad, but yes, that is what I did. I drew it myself. So for every story that I read through that week or that day, I drew that mapping of 20 different poses. As you can see there, you will find a pose for penguin, swimming, bird, forest, everything, right? Over time, I think I got the maturity on where should I pause, how should I identify these keywords, and how should I even tag these poses. Okay, now I know this. What do I do next, right? I started taking classes for people near my community for an hour. So it's an hour-long class where I tell them story. I pause during every keyword, and then for that keyword, I ask them to do that pose. So this is what I did. Very manual process, very tiring, and especially when you have joined a new company, right, like PayPal, there's a lot of work to do. Harini might vouch for it. Amidst all of that, you have to sit, and there are several days where I had to stay in my car for like an hour. I'll park it, and then I'll do this exercise, and then I'll go back to work. That's how I did it, and this is very all honest, right, just being transparent with the group. Now AI came, right? Before a couple of years, AI was there. So now it's easy, right? Hey, okay, I have AI. I'll just go ask AI. I'll just tell it, hey, create a story for me. Now do all of this magic for me. That's what I did. So what I got, I told AI that create a yoga routine for kids with the attached story about a penguin learning to swim. So the story is something I got from a textbook. I scanned it. I fed it into AI. I asked it. Now what I got? Very generic poses, not the keyword that I would have taken in the class, because AI doesn't know what keyword I use, because that's my experience. I have been doing that since 2021 till 2026 now. So I had 3 years of experience when I already did this. The poses did not flow well. It did not do a good job at connecting all the poses and the moments. What I needed was completely different, which is all that you can see here. I want to make sure there is a natural transition of all the poses. I want to make sure the keywords are really intriguing to the kids, right? They love to stay at the keyword which really they are able to relate to. So what if I teach AI my process, to what Shailaja ma'am was telling, right? What is that one skill that you really need? What to ask. What exactly do you need to ask to AI so that it can actually give you what you need? So that's what I did. I taught the process to AI, my domain knowledge. The 3 years of class that I have been taking, I don't think anybody else has that because I have taken the classes. I knew the domain much better than AI could. So I taught it about how exactly it can do this process. So this is exactly what I did. I told AI that, hey, now imagine you are a kids yoga instructor creating story based sessions. Theme is very small. Age group, these are the age group. Create a story with a beginning, adventure, resolution. Identify the keywords, map each keyword, ensure the post transition flows very well, add playful cues. These are the safety rules. This is the output format. This is exactly what I gave into AI. And definitely not something came out of the first iteration, but at some point I got a better result, right? Now this is what I got. Just like Soumya ma'am was telling, she used Replit, I used Emergent, where I gave all this prompt and then I said, okay, given a YouTube URL. Now the next thing, right, I want to make sure, I don't want to go and feed textbook stories every time. Given a YouTube URL, can you generate a structured output of storyline for me along with the keywords and poses, which is what this did for me, right? So from YouTube URL to ready to use session in 3 to 4 minutes, not even, I won't even say 3 to 4, 1 to 2 minutes, it's actually generating a session, and I'm able to build a 60 story curriculum today very easily for a lot of schools. That is what I was able to do, and this is what I actually call it as a pocket agent, because something that took me like 3-4 hours literally every week just sitting and going through. I'm not saying that's waste of time because that's the knowledge that I built over 3 years, but something that was pretty manual, it made me do in 1 to 2 minutes, right? And now the next problem, right? There is another bottleneck. Can anybody tell me what's the next bottleneck? The data. So finding stories. I cannot go and tell kids, and you won't believe, kids are super smart. If you go and tell them the same story even after 1 year, I have students who will raise their hand and argue that, ma'am, you already taught the story, this is not fair. They literally tell this word that this is not fair, you cannot repeat a story. So I have gotten this, I am not lying, it's absolutely true, and they'll even remember the pose that you did for that keyword. They'll even tell you that last time when you did this keyword, but this time you're not doing it, it's incorrect, because their memory is so sharp that they will remember. Even after 2 years, they'll remember. So now the next problem is, you need to make sure you have different content every time. You cannot go and present the same content to kids every time. So now then what else do you need? You really need something which will scrape new stories for you, because today YouTube has a lot of stories, right? You just have to find out a way to take a good story which is very relevant to how you usually take a story, right? So that's what I did as the next work, right? So now I know this is my pocket agent one. What's the next problem? I need to find a content based recommendation, because I have a set of 50 stories already. Now I feed in those 50 stories. I build a recommender system to say, can you give me similar stories every week based on a diversity score? Diversity is nothing but, don't give me the same story, something similar, not more than 20-25 minutes. Find it based on the similarity of the existing stories I have, like the penguin story, and give me a matching set of 5 stories every week, because I only have 3 classes in a week. So even if you give me 3 stories, I'm good to go. So that's what I did. This is exactly what I built. So every week it will give me 5 new videos, and the diversity score is nothing but it's all new stories. Don't give me the same old story. So the new stories, what's the diversity rate, and is it ready for me to go ahead and use it or not? So this is exactly what I built, and this is what I called as my second pocket agent. So all these are agents which are in my pocket, which are really helping me save my time, which otherwise I should have gone here, searched YouTube so many times. You might all argue easily that, hey, today Perplexity is there, ChatGPT is there. You just go and give Perplexity a prompt to say, can you find similar stories like this story which are under 20 minutes? Give me top 5 recommendation. You can try it out. It will not. It will not give you the top 5 best picks similar to what you have in the past. You will have to fine tune. That's why you need to build a recommendation system that will work for you. You can use these AI tools, but it's not, I'm saying it cannot be a ready-made tool that you can use. So this is what I built again for something that I am doing personally. Coming to, so as I said, 2 pocket agents, 1 vision. All that I am trying to do now is, can I combine this, build 1 app, coming soon, probably for the next talk, I'll save it. Coming for, see, as you can see here, right, AI did not replace my creativity. AI did not say that, hey, go and do stretch with stories. AI did not tell me that do story yoga classes. It only amplified my creativity. I really want to insist that AI is not replacing us. It's only amplifying what we can do today for 3 hours. It's really taking it to 2 to 3 minutes. Keep that in mind. And I want to tell you quickly about how did it help me scale now. Okay, coming back to PayPal story, right? All this is about what I am running. Tying it back to PayPal. So what I do at PayPal, I run a team where we are trying to optimize for authorization. Simply authorization is nothing but you take Google Pay, you pay something, it gets declined. There is a problem, right? So you want to make sure anything you pay is all approved. Authorization has to go through. That's what I do at PayPal. We build a lot of models, we do a lot of data munching analysis to make sure that your authorization goes through. Same problem I'm talking about. Authorization rate drops even by 10 bips or 5 bips, it's a problem. So each of our analysts has to go dig into the data, find out what has happened, pull 20 different tables every time, run all the queries, sit down, analyze the data. What this meant, it's sequential investigation, right? So every time auth rate drops, one of my analysts has to go sit down and do this process, find out what has happened. Engineers have to spend a lot of time, and in that time definitely the revenue is already lost because we are late to get back on what has happened. Now what do we do here? Same process. Can I teach AI my process? Can I help AI build the workflow for me, which in turn can help me, which is what we did. So what we did, 4 steps. Anytime there is a question from business, can I classify into 4 types? Diagnostic, descriptive, prescriptive, or investigation. Now can I do this, right? As soon as someone asks me, hey, can you tell me what's the reason? Simple. I just go run a diagnostic, that's a diagnostic question, right? I want to diagnose what has happened. Or someone comes and tells me, hey, this has dropped. Can you now tell me what exactly I need to do? Prescriptive question. Each of these questions I classify. For each of these questions, can I create a set of queries that the AI has to run? I just quickly create a sub question decomposition which will break my big question into 10 small questions, right? Then I feed all the context because I need to tell AI what is authorization rate. How exactly my engineer or my data scientist would look at authorization rate. What are the metadata that the AI needs to know? Then come to the insights. How do I synthesize all this? Now that I have all the queries, all the answers, how do I synthesize all of this? Collectively create a summary and give it out. This is what we did at scale in PayPal. So as you can see, the insights agent is again a workflow. I would relate it completely to what I did with Stretch with Stories. If you see here, supervisor agent where it will understand the question, a SQL query agent which will create all the sub questions and then create the SQL queries, summarizer agent which will synthesize all the findings and highlight. So extract, generate, execute and synthesize. Now my data scientists have to spend very little time on trying to munch the data, query the data, merge the data, but spend a lot more time sitting and understanding the data. What is the data telling me? What are the insights that I go take back to business, answer them, find the right prescription for this problem statement. Same thing. So before 3 days, after very few hours, we are able to get back to them giving them faster decision making and also self-serving most of these insights. So same pattern, nothing has changed. You have to identify what is your bottleneck, what is that you typically do today as a human to go through that bottleneck. As you can see, your domain knowledge and the result. So here it was 3 to 4 minutes per session, and there it's hours with self-serve access. So what I really want the group to take back is, this is not magic. Someone near you is able to do this. Everybody is actually able to do this. The question that you all need to take home is, what is one thing that really takes you hours today? Leave about solutioning, but what is the one problem that you really think is taking a lot of time? It could be as simple as, today every week, because I go to work, it takes a lot of time for me. I sit down and write a menu for that week. Every Saturday morning, I spend 15 minutes sitting and writing down the menu. What's the breakfast, dinner and lunch for my home for the next 1 week? I give it to my cook. This is a simple process. I can easily use the data. My WhatsApp has this data for the last 1 year. Now I can easily use this data, use AI automate, which means I can ask AI to suggest what should I cook for next week based on what I have given you for the past 1 year. Lot of data, right? Simple process, but it cuts off my 15 minutes. So I just give it to her easily today. So similar to this, all of you here might have simple things that is actually taking you a lot of time today, which is what you can convert it to pocket agents. So small workflows building into your system, working for you, saving you time, making you more efficient. That's what you call it, pocket agents, and I'm sure each one of you in this room will be able to build one such, just understanding what takes you a lot more time today and where you can make yourself efficient. Thank you so much.
Any questions? Any questions? Yeah.
Hey, hi Harini. I'm Vani, I'm from Nutanix. So I have a couple of questions. So you mentioned about your at least work at PayPal, right? So all of these LLM based agents, however popular they are, still the problem in the industry that we are seeing that we struggle with is the context window limit, right? So how have you solved that, like architecturally? And my second question, probably to both of your initiatives, by the way, awesome how you've actually translated to your project in itself. How are you actually evaluating these autonomous agents so that you know that you are building better accuracy? Yeah, thanks.
Perfect, thank you. Good questions. On your first question, right, Vani, I feel a lot of LLMs now are really coming up with too many, 128K, that's where we started, but it's become too vast now. 256K tokens is what it can actually take. And there are a lot of tools today. There is an OpenAI prompt optimization tool where you just feed in what you have in mind and it can automatically shrink the number of tokens or the context that you actually pass in. Right? And there is also other tools, DSPY, where you can actually do prompt optimization. So to be honest, we did not hit that because with so many optimization layers available, we are able to tweak the context window limit and then feed it into the LLMs. So you should try out most of these tools which can actually help you, and with the skills.md file, you might have heard of that. That can actually feed in the right data that is available, and you can also push all your skills.md file to this OpenAI GPT analyzer, prompt analyzer, and it can concise and give you based on the token limit that you are expecting. So that's the kind of technology that's available today. That's number one. And your second question was around, see, that's where your domain knowledge comes into play, right? As I said, the second use case, which I was talking about, I mean, you won't believe that it took us almost like 9 months to go live. When I say go live, not for deployment. After deployment, just to hand it over to someone, because you need to be so conscious about what the data is telling you based on the results that is coming. The summary itself did not make a lot of sense. So you'll have to keep fine tuning, you'll have to keep adding small tweaks little bit here and there to tell what is your expectation and where it is breaking. So I still feel there is at least 30% human in the loop that is needed, because beyond 3 tables, AI is not able to, or the workflow is struggling a bit to merge and identify the right keys to come across and cut the summary right. So there's always that 30% human in the loop needed and the fine tuning that's needed. It's the same for Stretch with Stories also.
Thanks so much. Amazing session, by the way. Thanks.
Thank you, Harini. Wonderful. I think I am going to make a pocket agent for deciding breakfast, lunch and dinner, because sometimes I just sit and stare at the wall. What should,
That's
so
super
many,
helpful.
so many constraints to be taken care of. Thank you so much. Can I request Jesus to please come and give a token of appreciation? So, can we have a round of applause, please? I would now like to invite our next speaker. This is our last session before we break for lunch. Susmita Kundu, she is the head decision sciences, she is ex-head decision sciences at glance.ai, and she's going to be talking about managing CXO expectations around AI, data science and analytics. She brings 14 years of experience driving data science, analytics and digital transformation initiatives across software, customer tech and life sciences. She has built and mentored high-performing teams, earned trust across C-suite stakeholders, and fostered cross-functional alignment in ambiguous and high-stake environments. Her leadership philosophy centers on compassionate, outcome-focused collaboration, where ensuring team feels empowered while delivering impact that matters. Welcome, Susmita.
Hello. Thank you, Shailaja, for that lovely introduction. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm aware that I'm standing in between the lunch that is out there and you. So I will keep this very short, crisp, and hopefully useful. Also, I'm very glad to be here today because I graduated in 2014 and I actually took Professor Dinesh's business analytics class. So it feels nice to be back. So, thank you. So, I just want to, before getting into the talk, want to lay down the landscape before you. That what is the landscape in which we are operating and our CXOs are operating, right? So, digital transformation, that has been the talk in the industry, and companies like IBM and Microsoft has been earning so much money selling digital transformation consulting projects. When I was with Microsoft, I was also part of such projects. So digital transformation came first, then came cloud adoption, then we were talking about Internet of Things, which is connected cars, smart cities, and then advanced analytics and how we can use ML to drive real business problems and business outcomes, right? And what we were already living in quite a complex world, and we were using terms like VUCA, right? Which is volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity to make sense of what was happening. And in an already complex world, then came COVID. The harm that COVID did, along with that, it also drove an unprecedented digital adoption. I have personally seen in companies that projects that were, being dilly-dallied or stalled for 2-3 years being completed in 6 months. And that's because we had to be on board with digital technologies. We all got used to working via Zoom calls, via MS Teams meetings, etc. And during COVID, I was actually working in a life sciences company called Thermo Fisher Scientific, which is a 44 billion USD company, and we built a website for our specialty chemicals business in just 6 months, all working remotely, and 3 teams across India, China, and US. So a lot of digital adoption happened during COVID, so much so that a lot of companies even over-invested, anticipating a very high digital demand, which the market started correcting itself in September 2022 onwards. Then came November 2022, and a man called Sam Altman became known to every one of us, and life has never been the same before. right? So this just shows you that from 2020 till last year, this is basically the frequency of release of large language models by companies mostly in US, few in China, and then few in Europe, right? So the point is that we are now living in a VUCA world on steroids. Nobody actually knows how the next 3 to 4 years is going to look like. All of us are doing guesswork. Some of us are doing a good job at it, and most of us are doing a terrible job at it. But we need to keep going. So we all know about how in the AI boom and before that, all of the deep learning and ML boom, NVIDIA had gained so much as a company. Their stock price rose skyrocketed. And we all know that they were selling shovels in a gold rush. But we, at this point in time, also don't know who the most likely next winner will be. So things are really, unprecedented. And so much so that if you have been following the AI news cycle, in late January of this year and early Feb, 2 Japanese company stocks actually rose. And one is a toilet maker called Toto, and the other makes MSG. The company's name you might have heard, Ajinomoto, right? So why Toto is the toilet maker's stock price shot up? Because they produce a specialty ceramics that is used for memory chip production, and Ajinomoto's MSG is used for chip packaging. So that drove the stock price rise of these companies. So given that this is the landscape that we all are living in, it's no wonder that our CXOs are anxious, right? They don't know how to manage the operational risks. So let's look at what are the typical top concerns that we understand for each of these C-suite players, right? For a CEO, it is to drive growth amidst financial volatility, to keep creating shareholder value. For a CAO, it is to maintain operational resilience and agility across supply chains and service chains, to maintain a cost performance balance. For a CTO, it is that how good are you, how you are able to do a tech-led business model innovation, how responsible you are for cybersecurity. For a chief data officer, which is a relatively newer role compared to the other 4, it is that you are, how are you building data foundations, right? Which means that how are you building data quality, data governance, and most importantly, driving data-driven culture. And for country MDs who are, say, heading India market for a US headquartered company or a China headquartered company, how do you balance local growth, local talent development alongside playing within the local regulations? So while these different priorities exist, but all the C-suite players are working towards 3 common goals, right? Which is sustainable growth, company needs to grow, make money, earn revenue. Company needs to sustain, right, all these unprecedented challenges, so organizational resilience. And ultimately, as leaders, as CXOs, you need to manage risk. And on top of it, now is Gen AI. So you have, it doesn't matter which CXO you are here, you have to have a say, an idea, and a perspective on AI as a strategic investment. So why does this expectation gap exist in the first place, right? Because things are getting lost in translation. So based on my experience, what I have seen is that it is actually a three-way problem. What leaders say, what they actually mean, and what we as data teams hear, right? And I'm sure many of us in this room have been in actual situations like this. So it's fair for a CXO to ask that, why is competition doing better than us when it comes to AI? I want us to be an AI first company, right? I think pretty much every one of us has heard this since November 2022. And what they actually mean is that there's a lot of anxiety and hype around AI. And CXOs, they live in quarterly cycles, right? They would ideally want to see visible outcomes and results within the next 2 or 3 quarters. But we as data teams, we who work in the trenches, what it appears to us is that we feel that leaders are telling us that you're not moving fast enough. You need to now experiment onto the next, this new shiny thing, while also keep doing what you are doing, right? So while at the same time there is no extra headcount, no extra budget, but you have to somehow manage it. And last is, I have heard is that, I have been running this company in India for 35 years. We have so much data. Why can't you then do something about it? So yes, we have data, but having a lot of data is not the same as having good quality data. A company running for 35 years doesn't mean that they have the required data maturity or data governance or such similar practices. So that is the reason why these expectation gaps exist. So if we know that something is getting lost in translation and who is saying what, then why are we not solving it, right? The reason is not that we are not solving it because we don't know and there's something personal about it. It is a structural thing. And based on my experience, there are 3 primary structural things, which is that first is the timeline mismatch, right? So CXOs are operating in quarterly cycles, as I mentioned, but data science projects mostly operate on, you explore, you do your EDAs, you build something, iterate, something doesn't work, you fail, you rebuild, deploy, and so on and so forth. The second is the survivorship bias problem, right? So, which is that a lot of our leaders are consuming LinkedIn, right? And all of us are on LinkedIn, and you know that LinkedIn, there's no dearth of success stories. If you only look at LinkedIn, you'll feel that everybody is succeeding in data science at 100% of the time. Nobody is failing. Everybody is building agents. Everybody has done everything. OpenClaw announcement, everybody is like, I've solved OpenClaw. I know this, that, which is good. Of course, you need to be hands-on and all of that, but leaders don't have the time to evaluate all of this critically, right? So then they feel that, okay, but what are you guys doing? Why are you not, building so many things like that? So doing something at a one-on-one chat level is very different from building something which is enterprise grade and production ready, right? So that is also something that creates this dissonance. And the third is the metric mismatch. And for this, the onus is on us mostly, I feel, the data teams, right? So we report for the right reasons like accuracy, precision, F1 score, recall, etc., right? And I have been in presentations where initially in my career, I have also made these mistakes. I was presenting to a very senior leader, and I was very happy about telling that how our F1 score has improved and all of that. So he listened patiently and then said that how much does that translate into incremental revenue? And we did not do a good job of answering that question, right? So tech and business needs to speak the same language, right? And attribution is a big problem. What your model is getting better at, and how do you translate and attribute that to increased revenue, reduced costs, reduced churn, is something that I think all data teams are realistically struggling to basically fine-tune the attribution. So I know we are short of time, so what I will now share is that given my experience, what are the 4 things that we can do to manage this, right? So what I have found is that if you want to drive value through data, digital, and analytics, value is in the messy middle. And what is the messy middle? It is neither the point of view that, data and AI is going to solve everything for me, it's the panacea, nor is the pessimistic point of view that no, nothing is going to happen. All of us reside in the messy middle, and value actually comes from the messy middle. So first thing is you have to start with what you have. Perfect data infrastructure is a myth. So you cannot wait that, oh, my perfect data engineering team will build me a perfect platform, then I will come as a scientist and start building models. No. So one use case that I would like to share is that in Thermo Fisher, we were trying to predict when a machine is up for upgrade, right? So when I was setting up the India team, I did not have, I think I had just one data engineer, and we were yet to hire our first DS, data scientist person. So what we started was with using the global model, right? Because a machine, say a chromatography machine, doesn't behave differently in India and US. So we started using that machine. However, using that model. And what that model was giving us was, it was coding leads, basically, and which were then being passed to the sales team that please go and speak to these customers if they are going to upgrade their machines at this point in time and not. But the sales team gave us feedback that no, you are sending us too many leads and very few of these are actual, we are able to actually qualify it. And when we looked at why this is happening, it's because of different market behaviors. In India, customers would use a machine for say even 20-25 years, whereas in US, due to certain regulations and it being a developed market, a machine upgrade would happen say within 8 to 9 years. So we tweaked the model to accommodate this. Also, changes based on industry. Say even within India, a company like Biocon would, for their manufacturing facilities, upgrade a machine much more faster than say a machine sitting in a lab, say in IIT Bombay, right? So academics as an industry is very different in India from these sort of pharma and life sciences companies. So we baked in this sort of market intelligence into the models, and post that when we reworked the model, we were sharing much less number of leads with the sales teams, but these were high quality leads that were getting converted further, and that led to incremental revenue of about 100K USD per year. Similarly, post Thermo Fisher, I was working with a consumer tech startup called Glance. You might have experienced this on your phones. Basically, it's a lock screen content provider. And there also I was hire zero for their content analytics and DS teams. So the first problem there was that my stakeholders were completely data blind. I had joined the company in 2022, and by that time they were around 4 or 5 years old. Still, and content was their primary product. Literally, you see a lock screen, wallpaper on a lock screen. If you like that, you click it, a video plays or a game plays, or you read a news article. That is the whole product of the proposition of the company at that time. But they were so data blind that they couldn't answer that, what makes a good wallpaper? What makes a good quality content? Right? So I didn't have the luxury for ideal dashboards to come up to share those insights with my stakeholders. So what I started doing was using SQL, querying the very unclean raw data, doing the data cleaning at our end, and sharing the insights through Excel, and setting up a weekly cadence with the stakeholders, and to teach them that, okay, if you are given this data tomorrow in some other format, doesn't matter, Excel or maybe Superset dashboard or something, you should be able to look at the data and cull out the first order insights. You don't need to depend on the data teams for doing that. And for a few months of doing that, the stakeholders learned it, and then they could do that primarily first order analysis on their own, and our time got freed up and we moved on to other higher order work propositions. Second is that you have to take strategic bets. As science teams, there are always projects vying for your attention, right? So data science has almost become like a shared services, and there will be a team, finance, supply chain, marketing coming with their projects with you, right? But you have limited resources. So you need to basically prioritize projects where you'll get the most bang for your buck. And so again, very quickly we'll share 2 case studies. One was that for Thermo Fisher, again in India, one of the largest customer segments is the government. And the way government buying in India happens is through bidding. Now, the government has actually built a very good portal called Government E-Marketplace, or GEM, where they float all the tenders. And as a company, you have to apply there. And then the bidding process is very transparent. You go through 2 rounds, technical qualification, financial qualification, and then you are either you lose the bid or you are awarded the bid. Now, the business problem was that our salespeople told that the bids that we win, we know why we won. But the bids that we lose, we have very little visibility that if another competitor is winning it, did they win because their tech specs were better than us or because they offered a better pricing? So what we did was we basically started building a competitor intelligence system around this, where we scraped all the data in the government website. So we built a scraper and a crawler. And then we also started gathering any intel about competitors from the public space. So, right, for example, if any competitor is launching a new manufacturing facility, if there are top level exits or hiring, all of this information we collated in a dashboard, and that was ready for consumption for the sales and marketing teams. So over time then this helped in primarily giving the business teams two inputs, which is input to the local pricing teams, that if for a particular segment we are losing bids only at the financial qualification round, then that means that are we willing to tweak our price to maintain a certain market share. And the second input is that if we are continuously losing bids for because we are not qualifying technically, then that became a feedback for the global product development team that sits in US, that if you want to operate this product line in India, either you make these changes or you make this product line obsolete in a phased manner. Glance, we had a different problem. It was a 150 million daily active user DAO platform. So there was a problem of plenty, lot of data we were sitting on, and yeah, we could do so many things on that data. However, it is very easy to then lose sight of what actually matters. So along with the business, we identified that what is the one problem statement that we need to solve, which is the total core, which is that we need to find out for that 150 million daily users that are coming, what is the top 2 or 3 pieces of content that if I show him on his phone, he will actually click. Because we were serving content in 7 languages at that time, right? So if I show somebody sitting in Tamil Nadu who is interested in Tamil local politics a very nicely made Bengali content card, it really doesn't matter, right? He will not click on it. So what we did was, and for that 150 million user base, you cannot manually run A/B tests, right? So we built A/B test experimentation platform where we were running this a very large number of content experiments, right? So exposing users to different combination of contents and seeing their affinity, and 7-day, 15-day retention towards it. And then that's how we actually informed our content strategy. And after doing this for about 6 months, because it's quite difficult to change people's consumption behaviors, but after doing this for about 6 months, we saw a 40% increase in CTR, which is how we primarily were measuring engagement, and 20% increase in eCPM, because it is an ads enabled model. Third learning that I have had is that you have to build and iterate, and you have to gain domain knowledge, because domain knowledge is an impact multiplier. You can be a good data scientist, but if you want to be a great data scientist, you have to understand the domain you're operating in, right? So and one of the opportunities that we got for increasing our domain knowledge was when we were working with the supply chain teams in Thermo Fisher. So one of the problem statements was that for spare parts, for the made to stock MTS spare parts, the supply chain team had done some forecasting model, but it was not working as well as they would have wanted it to. So then they came to us and said that how can we collaborate on improving our forecasting. So here we made we used deep learning and XGBoost for creating inventory prediction model. And what we also learned from the supply chain teams is that based different types of, again, machine cross, customer segment, the frequency of spare parts that actually comes. We spoke to services people, right? Because services people actually go and fix if a machine is broken. And based on that, we created a data feedback loop, right? Because otherwise, if you just build a model, share the output, and then you don't know how that output is being used, if at all it is being used, then you cannot really improve either your model or your own knowledge. So what we were doing was, at the beginning of every month, we would share our predicted inventory with the supply chain teams, and at the end of the month, they would actually share what the actual orders had come, and then we would see the gap, do a recon, and feed it to the next iteration of the model. It took us about 1 year to get to a state where we could say that yes, this is working fine, and we could see a lead time reduction for procuring parts by about 27 working days. Last example is again from Glance, which was a much high churn environment compared to Thermo Fisher. So, and at one point in time, our strategy was changing every week. So if you have worked in startups, you would know that this does happen. So at one point in time, we had to sort of tell that, okay, boss, we cannot go through, change in strategy every week. Let's meet at a middle ground and see what we can do. So the problem again was, even after 4 to 5 years of operation, there was no consensus in the company that what makes a good content, right? So one of the VPs even said that, let's just show users 5 wallpapers on rotation. Of course, we didn't do that, but we also then, by that time, we had, due to the other A/B experimentation platforms that we had built and things like that, we had basically gained enough knowledge ourselves and built enough stakeholder trust to tell that let us attempt to answer what makes a good content, why I would show, say, wallpaper A to user B and not wallpaper B. So this again was basically, the point is that you have to build trust. You will not get things right the first time. And over time, if you have built enough credibility with stakeholder teams, they'll listen to you, and you'll find a middle ground to take things forward and drive value. Last thing is that I want to basically talk about failure, because a lot of initiatives that we take, you will take in the future, will fail, right? And you need to learn. This is where soft skills play a very important role. You need to learn how to communicate failure, because if you are communicating it early, that's a learning for the entire team. But a late failure, if you communicate, it becomes a crisis. Then you have to do a crisis management. Second is, you have to be custodians of integrity, right? So data sits at the intersection of insights and also narratives. And narratives by nature are fungible, right? We can tweak narratives, and especially if you are sitting with a leader who is in a position of authority and you are under a lot of pressure, you might be tempted in tweaking the narratives irrespective of what your data says. So that is also a skill we need to cultivate as we go higher up, that how can I communicate uncomfortable truths with curiosity, compassion, but with also a lot of integrity. So in conclusion, these are the takeaways I would wish the audience to go back with, which is that yes, CXO expectation gaps will stay. That is why the talk is managing, not eradicating. So let's eradicate CXO expectation gap. No, that's not going to happen. It's going to remain, but we can manage it. And there are few ways which I have seen, in which we can manage, which is that don't wait for the perfect infra. Start with what you have, show value, gain trust, align your stakeholders, move forward. Other thing is that speak both business and tech. The greatest data scientists are those people who work at the intersection of business and tech. They have that much domain knowledge that's an impact multiplier for them. And last is, be the custodian of integrity. Learn to communicate failure. Learn to speak uncomfortable truth to power with tact, curiosity, and openness. So that's all. It was lovely speaking to you. You were very patient. And if you'd like to stay connected with me, I'm reachable at these coordinates. Thank you.
Hello, madam. Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Actually, I'm Professor Dakshinamurthy from Coimbatore. Coimbatore has one unique problem like MSME. Since you worked in Thermo Fisher Scientific and you worked enormously with the predictive or prescriptive based analytic for instrumentation, machineries, everything. So, but Thermo Fisher is a huge company and there is no problem for investing in resources, investing in manpower. Once, if I have an industry like MSME where I have a limited manpower and resources financially and technically, how do I bring this kind of predictive maintenance or machineries, the connecting data with machineries? That is my one limitation I want to address here. So I'm looking your information on that.
So if I understand correctly, you are saying that for a small scale operation, how would you basically connect? How will you basically get the data signals from your machines? Is that your question, sir?
They have a mostly one machine operator or less than 50 human resources.
Yeah, lack of resources. Yeah, so honestly, sir, I will give you a guess answer because I have not worked with SMBs, and you're right. The resources that Thermo Fisher has, a 44 billion USD company has, is no way comparable with a small outfit that you are mentioning. However, I think we have reason to be hopeful because with Gen AI and see IoT is at least 8-9 years back. So if this is a problem that is really it's a big problem for you, then using sensors you can start even for that one machine start sending data. And today you have free tools and with reasonable credits like use Google Colab or TensorFlow to basically start playing around with that data. You can today say ask a Claude co-work that hey, I have this one machine, this is the type of data that I have got. Suppose you have connected your sensors, what is the model and this is the outcome that I want to do. So for example, I want to predict when this machine will fail next, right? How can I build a model for that, and how can I measure it? It will actually give you 3-4 options, right? For example, first it will tell you that you will have to go with a forecastic model, and the options are you can probably do an ARIMA, XGBoost and all of this, and how then you can fine tune the weights in the model with certain epoch lengths and all of that. So I think that is something probably you can try if that is if it's a pressing problem for you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sushmita. I think for everyone there were a lot of takeaways from this session, whether we are students or working in industry. So thanks for such an insightful session. Can I request Sally again to please come on stage and give the token of appreciation? Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, we'll break for lunch now. The lunch is arranged in MDC Woods. So you can follow the crowd and you'll know where you have to go. And we'll come back again here at 2 o'clock to start with our next set of sessions. Thank you. And if you have not collected your t-shirts and the WiDS worldwide goodies, please do that from the counter outside. अच्छा लाइव स्ट्रीम स्टॉप नहीं करना है, पॉज करके आफ्टर
ಜನ ಇದ್ದಾರಮ್ಮ 1 2 3 4 5 ಒಬ್ಬರು ಬರಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲ ಚೇರ್ ಚೆಕ್
Can you guys please settle down fast? Whosoever is here, rest are, I think, still having their lunch. Okay, I guess we can start now, sir. Okay. Welcome back to our second session of today's conference. So today we have a panel discussion planned. So welcome to our panel discussion. This discussion is on a question that is becoming increasingly relevant at AI, which is continuing to shaping the way we work, the way we learn, and the way we are making decisions. So the topic of today's panel discussion is AI making us only faster or any better as well? So over the past few years, AI has dramatically accelerated how quickly we can analyze information, automate tasks, and generate insights. We saw that in all the morning sessions, that how quickly we can make agents to pocket agents to big solutions. Organizations are also making their decisions faster than ever. Productivity is increasing, and new possibilities are emerging across industries. But alongside this speed, an important question remains. Are we truly improving the quality of our decisions, creativity and problem solving, or are we simply doing the same things faster? Does AI enhance human judgment, or does it risk making us overly dependent on algorithms? Are we building deeper expertise, or are we relying on tools to think for us? And perhaps most importantly, how should leaders ensure that AI strengthens human capability rather than just increasing efficiency? So to explore all these questions, today we have an exceptional panel of leaders who work at the forefront of AI and data science. Through their experiences across industry and research, they bring valuable perspectives of how AI is transforming organizations, talents, and decision making. So with this, I would like to invite our panelists. Our first panelist is Iti Singh, who is the Head of Analytics and Data Science at Landmark Group. She is a recognized AI and analytics leader, shaping how organizations move from data to decisions at scale. With nearly 2 decades of experience, she leads AI and advanced analytics for a multi-country retail group, spanning customer intelligence, supply chain, and Gen AI-powered decision systems. Welcome, Iti. Our next panelist today is Shalini Sinha. She is the lead AI product development and strategy at Liga Data. She is a data and AI professional with 25 years of experience building enterprise scale solutions across machine learning, big data, advanced analytics, and AI-driven product development. She is an alumni of IIT Kanpur and the BI program at IIM Bangalore, and has worked in leadership roles at organizations like Walmart, JP Morgan, and Oracle, contributing to data and AI engineering. Welcome, Shalini. Our next panelist today is Archana Menon. She is the analytics and head for watches division of Titan Company. She is a seasoned analytics leader working at the intersection of business, technology, and data with 16 plus years of experience in AI, ML, and analytics solutioning. She has played a pivotal role in driving data-led transformation across leading organizations in the retail, lifestyle, and technology sectors. At Titan, she has been instrumental in embedding analytics into core business workflows, delivering measurable and sustainable impact. Welcome, Archana. Our fourth panelist, Ranjini Mani, due to some personal problems, she is not here. So we will be having the discussion with our three panelists, and I will be moderating the discussion today.
You know how to manage. It's okay. It's heavy.
Yeah, welcome all of you. And to start the discussion today, as we know, our topic is from morning we've been talking about AI. From morning we've been talking about how it's making our life easy, from deciding on breakfast, lunch, dinner options to creating big solutions. My first question is to each one of you, and I would like perspective from each one of you, is on the question that we are asking, is AI making us better or only faster? Faster is an easier metric to measure, right? You can say, okay, with efficiency, productivity, but what does better mean in your role as a leader, as a decision maker, or as a technologist? Akshya, if you can start.
Sure. Thanks, Shailaja. Thanks for the question. So my role is to help the business take data-driven decisions. So I would say two ways in which AI can make my work better. One would be if it increases the possibilities of what all I can do. Say, for example, if I can do AI-assisted research, or say if it becomes easier for me to analyze image and video-related data, say unstructured data, for which I might have normally reached out to a vendor or outsourced. If I'm able to do all of these things in-house itself, so basically I'm able to do more different kinds of things than what I was able to do earlier. That would be one way. And the second way, of course, would be the number of business decisions that I'm able to influence. If I'm able to influence a high number of business decisions than I was able to do earlier using AI, that would be another way to say that AI is making me better.
So I work as an engineering leader, AI leader in my organization, and we work for customer basically. So my role is also a customer-facing role. And when it comes to using or utilizing AI capabilities, what is most important for us is, or for me, is how I can use it to create more opportunities for myself, for my organization, and for my team. And this would mean, taking more complex problems, mentoring my team on utilizing AI capabilities to deliver more, to give better output, to also, take on challenges or take on responsibilities which they could not have otherwise taken earlier. So this is what we aspire for as a leader. And also, automating function with AI is a simpler problem to solve, I would say, and replacing a human being. But what matters more for us is how we can create more and more opportunities so that the same workforce can be utilized to do more and to do better.
Okay. Yes, thank you. First of all, thank you for the question. Thank you, WiDS, IMB, for inviting us over here. And I think when I think about better or faster, I'm actually reminded of this blog that I very recently read from Yuval Noah Harari. He talks about, the distinction between a human being's, how a human being very closely relates themselves to the function that they're doing. So let's say I'm a doctor, and that doctor pretty much becomes his whole entity or his whole, that's how he or she perceives themselves. But there is still the human quality.
The job becomes us.
Yeah, the job becomes us, exactly. The job becomes us. When you look at, is it making me better? I think about those human qualities, right? Now, from my perspective, or from anyone's perspective who actually works in the business, what does better look like? So let's say if I'm a merchandiser, better would look like making sure that I have the right inventory in the right place. If I am a marketer, better would look like enabling that decision that helps me create a ad or create an imagery that connects with the consumer, right? That is what better looks like. So as analytics functions, more often than not, what we will end up doing is that we work with our businesses across the sphere, right? So you may be in manufacturing, you may be in retail, you may be in banking, but at the end of the day, you're working with the business. And when you're working with the business, you are basically enabling better decisions, right? When I look at AI, and does AI make us better? I would definitely say it's that quality of decisions. When you look at a marketer, for instance, right? Today, yes, AI can help him or her understand this is how your campaign is performing, this is the ROAS on a particular campaign. But does it actually tell you the nuance of cultural insight? I don't think that it's there yet. When it starts getting there is when I start thinking about AI is making things better for us.
Okay, so we got different perspectives that better for, it means you are able to do more things, better means you are able to take more challenges, more bigger problems to solve, and to some extent whether you are connecting to your consumers, whosoever your consumer is, in a better way or in a more humane way, right? Yeah. So is there a metric which you use in your organizations, or which you can say beyond speed, ROI or efficiency, is there a metric that can measure this better? When I'm saying measure, the better. Yeah.
So I don't think we've started using any metric right now, but if we were to look at that, I would say one metric would be the decision quality, like what Iti said. So if you are able to make better decisions, and that would lead to an improvement in the fundamental KRA of every function. So if it is a marketer, then they are able to come up with more blockbuster ads. Or if it is a designer, they are able to come up with more bestsellers. So whatever is your fundamental KRA, I think that should see an improvement. So that is what I'm calling as AI helping with decision quality. And the second one I would want to call it the innovation quotient, because AI is definitely freeing up your bandwidth. It's making you more productive. So what are you doing with all of this extra bandwidth that you have, right? So are you able to use that to come up with new products, services, new business models? I think probably these are two ways to measure.
Or are you using it to solve some complex problems? The time which it is freeing for you being more efficient, is what you're saying. Right. So for you, the metric is probably whether it is ultimately leading to your KRAs being better.
Yes.
Or improving in your KRAs.
Or are you able to do new and more complex things? More complex or doing things in a different way than how you were doing it earlier.
Okay. You have any point to add here, Iti?
Yeah, no, I completely agree with Archana. I think every business vertical has their North Star metric at the end of the day. Everyone has their North Star metric. If you are able to influence that North Star metric, and I'll tell you something else, right? I mean, for those of us who are in analytics, half the time we're like, you know, when you go present something, and when someone says, you know, qualitatively it made sense. Right? That qualitative angle or that feedback made sense, or whatever you just spoke about. Because, you know, I'm sure all of you've been there. You know, you're presenting something, lots of slides with numbers, and somewhere, you know, a lot of that is going over people's, you know, head. Some might be finding it interesting, some may not be finding it all that interesting. And when you get feedback, let's say from the CXO, that no, you know what, that made sense. That's exactly what our business needs at this point of time, right? Which could possibly influence our North Star metric. I think that's where you start seeing the outcome of better decisions. So that I would just add that.
Shalini, you have to add?
Yeah, so when it comes to Gen AI adoption, I mean, AI and ML had been there for a long time, and we had clear, say, metrics to measure effectivity or impact of that. But when it comes to Gen AI adoption, we have a very structured method to measure it. we look at every month and at the end of every quarter, we look at how many deliveries happened or how many products were launched and where AI was adopted and how it created a differentiation. In the sense, whether a new product idea, whether a new, say, R&D was done, whether we ventured into a new area, say, for example, we keep getting different RFPs, whether we were able to submit our RFP or proposal to an area which we never worked on before. With the help of AI, we were able to conceptualize. Also at developer level, we measure at GitHub level as to how many PRs are.
But is it not all still getting into
the speed?
The speed or how fast we are doing things?
So, yeah, I'll just tell one thing is that if you are just doing the same thing, then it's a speed. But if you are diversifying and if you are taking challenges on new products, or say a data engineer, say a manager just building a UX demo in say 2 or 3 days, which converts to a business opportunity and which then brings project for the developers. So this kind of differentiation or impact is something which we measure and demonstrate actually.
Okay. So basically now what is happening, as we are also seeing, somebody also mentioned in the morning that all LinkedIn posts are filled like everybody's doing AI and everybody's there and we are not there. So there is a lot of pressure from the CXOs or from that entire C-suite that do something, do it faster. So do you believe that in most of the organization that prioritizing speed of AI versus the depth or the quality of the decisions as you spoke about is somewhere getting compromised?
I think if you have to start with AI, you have to look at, some of these processes. One of the fundamental things that you would read pretty much in every article out there or any AI thought leader talking about is also, those decisions that are very repetitive, those decisions that are, let's say, that keep happening every other day. Those are the first candidates for AI adoption. So I would say that that's
a point about how do we choose what to work on.
Yeah.
But my question is, are organizations facing pressure from the CXOs or from the management to do something in AI so that we are able to do something faster, show something faster, and we are not thinking deep enough whether it's actually needed? There is no context to what we are building, and is that happening?
Yeah, so I'll take that. See, I think right now we are in an AI proliferation phase. There's a lot of exploration happening, and hence there is a pressure to try out things. I would say that we are stuck in that stage of what we call pilotitis. There are so many pilots, so many POCs. Everything is not being adopted. But from whatever I've seen from my interactions with senior business leaders, both internally as well as externally, I don't think that there is that pressure to start using AI to make decisions. Like many of them have said, some of them have even said that AI is one of the most abused terms. So I don't think that pressure is there, but yes, we do have to try because there's a fear that otherwise the ship would sail.
But do this management level understand what it takes to actually, because it's not that it's an easy solution to build even if you are using an AI. Do they understand that what it takes to do it, even if you have to do it better?
Yes.
So please go.
So I would say this pressure from senior management or CXOs was always there, especially if you are working in a startup. This tendency of basically demand to pivot, to try out new things, build product fast, go to market quickly was always there. But at that point in time, you as a leader could say that, hey, I need this much of ramp up time, I need this much capacity, I need to build. But today you cannot, because if you do not build it, somebody else will build it. It is also possible that a developer comes up with an idea, goes to CXO and says that, hey, I have built a pilot. And then you are sitting with a team of 10 and you have to demonstrate. So yes, the pressure is very much there. And the good thing is it is experimentation phase for everyone. technology is not fully ready, that like it is ready for certain use cases, but the challenge that we are facing is same for everyone. And there was a case when, I gave a proposal to a customer, and my salesperson asked, can we really get this much money for this? And I said, if we can't, nobody else can deliver in this much time, because this is the problem for everyone. Everyone is in the good thing is, Sam Altman didn't tell anyone. He started it and we all were caught by surprise. So I think the best way, and this pressure, is to start adopting first, building solutions in the same space that you are already familiar with. Somebody talked about subject matter expertise, domain expertise. Use that and then start showing value, small value slowly, because that's the only way to keep pace with this.
The key lies in show something where we are better, but deliver it and keep adding to it. You had something.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, absolutely, I agree with both of them. And to your question, that does management realize that, there is a certain, that it takes a certain setup and everything to deliver a promising AI result? I think I think then it comes to us, people who are working in the field, to also help them understand the ramifications or the requirements needed to scale this up. Yes, there is a lot of talk about AI, but again, I think as someone who's been in the field for as long as we've been, we have those conversations. We say, hey, by the way, you know what, to do this, here is what we will need. We do internal, management training sessions. We try and explain to them, this is how you would want to think about scaling AI, right? And like Archana was mentioning, yeah, some say, yeah, maybe not right now. Maybe some even come back and say, our data is only not there, right? And I'm like, yeah, it's not there. So let's take step one.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So all of you are at senior leadership positions. So you must be part of those board meetings or those meetings where decisions are being made. Do you see that there is a shift happening in making those decisions rather than just saying, okay, go do it? We are actually taking more data-driven decisions or becoming data-dependent. Do you think there is a shift happening in those board meetings, in the way decisions are being told or decisions are being taken?
I think there's more data awareness and businesses are becoming more data-driven. In fact, at the senior-most leadership levels, there is that push. They push the teams to take more data-driven decisions than going with the gut instinct. That is there. But what was your follow-up question?
No, my point is, are they realizing that, are they doing it more on data-driven decisions, or still we are going with, okay, I feel, or the manager feels that that's how
No, I think there's definitely
that there is a shift. They are looking into data, they are kind of becoming more data savvy at that level.
Yes. Okay. We as an organization, I mean, even before like GenAI and all of this, we've always been a very data-driven.
Whereas in my organization, that was not the case.
Exactly, that was not the case. We are talking about a very different,
Yes, so, but we are seeing the shift now.
Okay, so now we have a lot of students here today, right? So I'm going to be talking about the skills and the people. So what kind of a shift are we seeing now? Are we at the risk of, because of this whole thing becoming about, so many models coming out, and are we at a risk of losing our critical thinking and problem framing, or is AI actually going to take over our jobs?
I like to reference, one of these studies that was done by one of the big 4 consulting firms, where they talked about the usage of AI and how it impacts people's performance. And they actually looked at, people by their, where they are racked and stacked on the performance curve. And what was very interesting was that AI has improved the performance of the average person. But the person who was actually rated super high, they did not see a very huge increment in their performance. So what does that tell us? That tells us that critical thinking is extremely important. Domain expertise, I know you mentioned domain expertise. All of these things are not going to go away. You're very right that yes, we do see instances where, people who have just started exploring AI tend to believe it or tend to go down that.
So you're saying that the gap between the top performing talent and the average talent is reducing?
It is reducing. It is definitely diluting. Yes, diluting might be a better word than reducing. But that being said, the top performer, what they have going for themselves, and again, I maybe want to go back to the type of problems that are being solved for. The repetitive work, yes, there the gap dilutes very quickly. The repetitive work that, like let's say pricing file has to be made every day, or inventory allocation has to be done every day or every week. Those things are definitely, that gap you can see reducing. But let's say there's an ambiguous problem. Let's say there is a problem like we need to enter a new market, right? Or, we need to develop a new product. That's where critical thinking is extremely important. And I think that's something that people should not, I'm hoping that they never ever drop that, because that is extremely critical. What AI can help you do is that it will definitely help you be provocative, right? You can maybe provoke the system in 10 different ways, but you need to know how to provoke the system. You need to ask the right question. And that, I think, is still going to remain very important.
So I hear this word top performer or the high performing talent from you. Is the definition of that changing now? Who do you recognize as a top performer, or if I ask you, whom do you categorize that as?
See, again, I think...
are those skills the same, or those skills are changing?
See, skills like critical thinking and everything that we spoke about just now, that will continue to be important. But along with that, I think there are some more skills that one needs to pick up. Like, say, system thinking. Say, again, innovation is going to be very important. As in, how innovative are you? Like, is it just about doing the same thing that you are always doing in a very efficient manner? And like what we discussed in the beginning also, right? And I think that is important when it comes to top performers and how you evaluate a person as well. And are they able to also help with capability building in the rest of the team? Because AI skilling is also very important. You are expected to pick up those skills. And I think all roles, all job roles are maybe in a few years might evolve into that of an AI orchestrator kind of a role. So how are you able to pick up all of those kind of skills as well? Okay. I think all of this will also become important.
So you should know how to learn and pick up, do it faster.
Be curious, be willing to learn and relearn, be adaptable, all of that is very important.
Yeah, problem framing. I mean, that is a skill set because I'm sure most of you use ChatGPT, Claude.
See, all these are students here. They are going to be just starting their career. We have some working professionals also.
Yeah.
But when you talk about the students who are still yet to get into that, the job market, what are the advice that you can give to these kids?
Be curious. Be very curious.
No, I understand. Be curious, but do we get that opportunity when we actually get into the job of actually? So curious, critical thinking kind of becomes little. I feel words which probably need to be more concretized and told. Every time I go and tell my son, become very curious and what do we mean by that? What should I do that I should become a critical thinker? Okay. So, and how do I measure that? Okay, are you a critical thinker and you are not a critical? If you can just tell that to our students, I think that will be a little bit more helpful.
I think I'll talk about this, just one thing on this. So I'll answer from both perspectives. First, as a performer, you yourself, when you are entering the market and in entering the industry, there is a huge shift in the way a performer or performance was evaluated earlier. And so we all should know. Earlier, you were expected to be a subject matter expert or having depth of certain technology, certain domains, certain function. But now, you will have competition in the market, and every individual now has access to a virtual team, a team of programmer, SME, UX designer, and also content creator. So you have this, you are not alone now. You have access to a virtual team now. So every competition of yours also has access to that. And how well you utilize that, and how much you diversify, and when you present. So earlier, a developer's job ended, or an AI data scientist job ended at giving a very good model. But today, it goes beyond that, creating a wonderful presentation, analyzing the result, communicating that to business, because they can do it well now, given that there is AI augmenting to their capability. So there is a huge change. Today, I can take a fresher data scientist and put them in front of customer, which was just not possible or just not approved by senior management. But today, not only you are expected to do that, you are commended, or you are basically appreciated for doing that. So that's a big shift. So when you are entering the market, remember that you yourself, your function is not the limit. Expand and utilize the AI tools which are available to your disposal. Now, same goes for the senior management, be it AI age or before AI age. It was always result oriented. The skill doesn't matter. Your thinking, your intelligence, your degree, nothing matters. What matters is what result you give, what you deliver, and that's what will continue to matter. Now, whether you do it yourself or whether you are using 20 AI tools to do that, doesn't matter. What matters is you are delivering, and you are delivering above the bar. That is is how we evaluate.
That has been the case always, right?
Yeah.
So nothing
That's
much.
my point.
Yeah.
This has always been the case. If you were a data scientist, and I mean, I was a data scientist now, like maybe 10 odd years ago, or like 13 odd years ago. I think not being able to translate your model to business outcomes and not being able to connect the dot and tell the story would have landed flat for a lot of times, for a lot of events. But now I think, yes, all of these are extremely important. Like you said, Professor, that has been the case. That will continue to be the case. You asked the question a while back that, if I ask my son to be curious, what does curious mean? And is curiosity really rewarded at work? I would like to say that, yes, curiosity is rewarded at work. So what does curiosity mean? So let's say you go ahead and ask for XYZ code, a code for market basket analysis. Let's say you go ahead and ask for that. The system gives you an output, right? Now, obviously, one thing could be that you can copy paste that code back into your system, connect the data and run it, right? But if I was really curious, I would want to further ask questions like, is there a way that I can refine this? Is there a way that we can improve the association metrics? Is there a way that, should this be different for different segments, right? Should I, of course, a market basket vanilla code is not going to work, but let's say if I was doing it for different
segments. So as she's saying, think beyond what you've been given and then...
Yes. Okay. And when we see those results, yes, we definitely, that's where we're seeing, okay, you're now being curious and you're now actually asking the right questions.
Right questions. You have anything to add, Rachna?
No, I think it's covered.
So I have this last question for you, pertaining to the topic that we are discussing. Have you personally seen any projects in your organizations where AI, the speed was given more priority than the outcomes, and they kind of failed? So are there any such examples which were given, and what was missing there? What we lose when we focus more on speed than on the outcome?
So I think for most of the AI projects that we embark upon, I think in the first few iterations, this is true. Probably you get to the output fast, but maybe it is not as good as what it should be. And I think the key thing missing over there is the context. So if you've not given it enough context, you have to, say, either fine-tune the model with your data, or you have a RAG. Basically, you expose it to your own data and your own environment as much as possible. I think that would be the most, that would have been most probably what is missing,
So do you think there are projects in the organizations which are failing because we are not focusing on the outcome but only on the speed? Or we all understand that it's about outcome and not speed? What does the audience think?
Yeah, I mean, I would love to hear the audience.
What does the audience think? No, we think that's an ideal, right? But do organizations prioritize speed over outcomes?
Yes.
Most of them?
Yeah.
So do you think it is wrong to prioritize on speed? It is not wrong. It's not, because if we have to deliver something faster or show a prototype or show a POC or show the value.
The POC is where, you're very like speed oriented. Let me show them something. Like she was saying, you can build a UX in what, 2 hours, 3 hours nowadays.
2 days.
Yeah, you can build it, you can show it. But now, when you have to take it to like, put it on a product, build the back-end integrations, build your SSOs and your, row-level access.
That's a completely different game.
Yeah, that's a completely different game. And that's going to take time. And that organizations realize. But telling them this is possible with AI, this is possible. Like getting that, that wheel turning, this is possible. Sometimes, yes, it is done faster.
So, so about this AI adoption and this speed and how it has impacted us, I've seen some real examples, and this is happening. There are AI product strategy getting created with the entire company strategy coming out of AI, SOW submitted with AI. And there are cases when you end up overcommitting because AI spit out features very quickly. But what it takes for you to deliver that.
No, but nobody is validating. They are just submitting directly coming from AI.
Yes. So
probably they deserve.
So it's also times. There are times when you are catching up. You want to submit the RFP, and now with AI you can submit it. You can create it quickly. But then the person who has to review it and review that out of scope, there is anything out of scope. So yes, these things are happening. I've also seen junior engineers or data scientists taking, in model insight, you must have heard of model insight, what you give post-model monitoring, like basically model deployment, the model monitoring. They had given everything possible on the earth for monitoring. Right? Because you just go to ChatGPT and say, what should I be monitoring for a classification model? And everything was limited there. And I said, look, some of them is just going to create problem for yourself, right? I mean, this is so difficult to measure. When will actual come? What? So you need to understand. So this problem is very real. AI is being adopted by people, for diversifying, as I said. And there is a very big risk that this can blow up things. There are times when it can blow up things. So having guardrail, and as you said, I mean, CXOs will also learn. Everybody is in that experimentation phase. We will have our own learning. When it comes to this chaos or this challenge of speed versus quality and all, this was there always. Software industry was never a perfect world. I mean,
it's not that AI has added that problem.
Yeah,
AI has probably added to the speed.
Yes. So, everything is going to happen more. Problems will also be more. I mean, that's what it is.
So now I open floor for questions from the audience. We'll take a couple of questions. Mike, Sunil.
Hi, wonderful panel. We have talked a lot about AI and, we have to like imbibe AI and we have to use AI, so on and so forth. But as leaders in the industry, what is that one human capability that we need to strengthen, that we need to develop, that we need to make sure that we have, that the people who will be joining the industry will have? Whether at a mid-management level or at a senior level, that one human capability, which should not be like prompting Gen AI, please. Something that's completely separate from AI. What is that one human capability?
You can use that mic. I left it for Please go ahead.
Okay. Human capability. I think I'm going to go back to what I was saying in terms of critical thinking. I think that is
something you have to develop. Again, I know that it's very difficult because it's such an ambiguous term, right? Critical thinking, it's such an ambiguous term. Honestly, I don't think we are at the stage where AI can take a lot of those ambiguous decisions, right? Right. Think of the number of times where some of you might have worked as analysts and someone would have come and asked you a question and your response would have been, it depends, right? And when you say it depends, in your head, now you're starting to think, maybe I have to test this hypothesis. Maybe I have to test this hypothesis before I give this answer, right? That, by the way, is your critical thinking. Yes, you eventually will get to the point, and if you all are really interested in reading, there is this whole new conversation around context graphs. Have a look at that. But we might get to that point, but till that happens, I think that will be something that I would definitely urge.
So guys, critical thinking.
Okay,
I have
anyone,
a question.
Who is asking?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah.
Hi.
You already asked one question for the day.
Yeah, I had a point for
please, yeah.
Shalini's. She had a point on software engineering being chaotic. So I had a perspective here. I mean, over the past few decades, software engineering has matured, right? We do have very rigorous kind of practices around maybe quality or even the failbacks, all kinds of disaster and failbacks. Whereas data science AI is more about experimenting. One perspective I heard which was interesting is AI is more, you try it for a solution, if it works, good, or you move on. That's a mindset shift between the two sciences. How do you see that? I mean, is that something you see that mindset shift is the problem that you see in your conversations with customers or in your own adaptations? Is that the challenge that you think it is?
Is it a challenge or is it an opportunity that people are just moving on to the next problem? Yeah. Anyone has any point to that?
I mean, I'll answer on the chaotic part that you said. And yes, that's an opportunity for the leaders, for people who are working in that space. What has always worked in software industry, and that's one of the quality that is required in leaders, is ability to influence, having assertive communication. And that is something which works because you need to speak the language of every stakeholder, be it business, be it your developer, or be it your program manager, everybody, right? And then communicating periodically, on time, you will know whether the data has signal or not. You will do that data analysis and you will get to know that earlier. But you start with a commitment in the beginning of the year that this is what I'm going to deliver, and these are potential 10 solutions that you'll be delivering. You need to communicate back that the data has weak signal. There is a way you can augment the data, create all these additional opportunity, or you might say that, hey, this is the best baseline that can be done. So that communication will remain there. Now the same will apply even to Gen AI. The more you communicate and start educating your CXO, and you can educate them only if you can first of all establish yourself with a subject matter expert. So you need to show that you know it, you understand it, and then only they will listen to you. No matter what you did earlier. Gen AI is new, you have to again learn, become a subject matter expert.
Basic problems remains the same.
Yes.
Okay, can we have one last question, please, before we close the panel? Yes.
Happy to see the curiosity in this topic.
Yeah, curiosity is all for.
Yeah. What can I ask?
Yes, please ask. Don't be scared.
Okay, I just want to ask one question. See, given this fast pace of change which is happening, you can see that a lot of automation is happening, especially in the AI development. So my question is from the point of view of the workforce which is about to enter the market. Now they are right into the middle of all this development, and most probably I believe that they will be missing out the basics. So from that point of view, how would you build them? I mean, how would you enable this basic fundamental first piece of learning? Those kind of techniques would be put into them.
I think sir should answer that. Yeah. Okay, yes. So he is asking to, in this whole rush of learning, moving faster, getting there, we are, doing away with the basic. I think, Jesu, yesterday you had a point, right, sir? So she was saying that somebody came to her and said that should we make it women in AI rather than women in data science? So, where is the differentiation between data science and AI? So this is rush of AI. We are missing out. Are we missing out on the basics of the subject itself?
No, I think it's very important to know the basics. I think it's not, that's just not some, I think that will stay with you for life, and that basically shapes your thinking, right? So I think that's still very important. But it is also important to be very adaptable and keep on learning. Be curious and keep on learning. It's not like we've heard many leaders say that earlier it used to be that you learn and then you earn for the rest of your life. That is going to change. You need to keep on upskilling yourself.
Yeah. So do your homework.
Yeah.
Do your homework well, get your grades well, and be curious and have critical thinking. I think that's the point. No, jokes apart, I think that's the point we are. You have a point.
Yeah, I
for
just
him?
wanted
Okay.
to add one thing, because it is chaotic time. It will take some time for this to settle, and lot more opportunities will get created. There is no doubt, because every software process and function today will become agentic. Companies work on this, so it will go agentic way, and there will be a lot of new jobs like knowledge engineering, and a lot of additional, new functions will get created. But this is a chaotic time for anyone entering market. One thing that I will say is, whatever opportunity you get, make the best use of that. Outshine there. Do not, because this is a really chaotic time. I don't want to sugarcoat it. It's chaotic for everyone, be it senior and especially for people who are entering the industry. Whatever opportunity you grab, make the best use of that. That's very, very important.
Perfect. I think we are ending at a positive note. So it's going to be good. It's going to be chaotic, but it's going to be good. Thank you.
I just wanted to say one more thing. We still do technical rounds. In all companies, we still do technical rounds, right?
Yeah.
So that's not going away, right? Like I will, if there is a data science interview, you will get quizzed on it, right? So those things are not going to change, not for the foreseeable future, because then I know like she said, your basic is strong. Now you can think beyond this. Yes.
I think we'll end the conversation here. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thanks for all your insights and the industry insights that you have given to all of us. Thank you so much. Small token of appreciation. Sir, can you please? Sir.
Hi. It was great, wonderful. All the points you made. Hi. How are you doing?
Thanking, sir.
How are you doing? Hi. Thank you, Archana. You can come here. Thank you. Thank you.
Sir, me also.
Oh, okay. Yeah. We have to remove this now. All together? Yeah. Okay. Sorry, they want all of us together, one photo. You want to hold it or it's fine? Okay. Till we get ready, I have a question. What is critical thinking?
I have an answer to that.
Yes, Sunny, go ahead.
So I always tell my kids, there is something called fluid intelligence, which is what we want kids to develop. This is not from me, this is from Perplexity CEO's talk. So fluid intelligence is not crystallized intelligence. Data cannot train on it. So today I ask you, let's say there are 3 boxes, one box with apple, one box orange, one box with both apple or orange. Which box will you pick up to identify what is there in all 3?
So that's a critical thing.
That's a fluid intelligence. You cannot go to ChatGPT.
I'll tell you a small story.
No, I need answers.
You did answer, but it was a very complicated answer. So, one day Sherlock Holmes and Watson go for camping. They put their tent, have nice coffee inside, talk about the cases they're dealing with, and they go to sleep. And early morning, Sherlock Holmes gets up and wakes up Watson and asks Watson, Watson, what do you see? Watson looks above. There's a beautiful sky, a lot of stars, and it looks like a full moon day. And Sherlock Holmes tells Watson, you idiot, somebody stole our tent. Right? So don't miss basics. So that's a critical thinking.
So I would now like to invite Archana for the next talk of today.
Okay, hi everyone. Good afternoon. Since this is a post-lunch session, I'll just start with a quick quiz. So I'll just show you some images, and can you tell me what they are and what brands they are? It's written over there. Yeah, it's Carrot Lane. That's not Lenskart. Yeah, that's Titan I+. Titan people can't answer. Okay. So I represent Titan, and I will be talking about some use cases from Titan. So I thought that I'll just familiarize you with some of the brands that we have. So this is a quick journey, our journey. Started off in 1984, and here we stand in 2025. We are a 50,000 crore plus organization. Yeah, so because I head analytics for the watches division, so I'll just take you through some, I'll first take you through the entire life cycle of a watch, from concept to customer. Okay, so before I start, what do you think is the first stage? Any idea? It is about how we make a watch and sell it. That is what I'm talking about by the life cycle of a watch. Any guesses? What is the first stage? Yeah, someone said design. Yeah, that's right. So yeah, this is a boring slide, but what I've tried to put over here is, these are the different, again, I've not covered all the stages, but these are some of the important stages that a watch goes through. And how do we use AI in each of these stages to augment the decision making, right? So the first one is the design stage, and there we can use LLMs to do some trend spotting, get inspiration, or even we can use generative AI to come up with new design concepts, right? Now, after you get the design of a watch, what would be the next? Say you have 10 designs. What would you do next? You would need some intelligence to decide which design to launch, right? So there again, we can use AI to kind of predict what is the success of similar looking designs that we've launched in the past, right? Now say we've decided that we need to make this watch. So we need to manufacture it. So we either manufacture it from scratch or we assemble it by importing parts, and then we kind of put it together and assemble it. And in that stage, again, we need to take decisions, right? Say how much quantity of different materials do we need, of different colors do we need. So that is what I call capacity planning. We can do forecasts over there to using AI to help with that. And likewise, demand planning. How many units of each watch will you need, right? Then now you're done with that. Then the next stage is to ensure that you have the right product available at the right place, right? The whole catchment and the merchandise optimization. So where do you open new stores? Which are the catchments which are like developing and you are not present, you don't have a presence over there, or say this particular catchment is dying and you need to get out of it. So can we use AI in helping with all of these decisions? And then there is a go-to-market stage, which is your marketing and sales part of it. In marketing, obviously, there are a lot of opportunities in AI where you can help with the creatives, the scripts, customer reach outs, all of that. And you can even help with pricing and simulations, right? And after all of this, you need a continuous feedback loop also. Okay, fine, you've made a watch, you're selling it. Now, how is it doing? What is working? What is not working? How do you get that continuous intelligence, right? And for that, we have an in-house GPT also made, which works on our own database. And as next steps, we're also looking at building some automated triggers for the different functions, like say merchandising, marketing, etc. So this is what is happening in the market. This is what we understand from the data, and hence what action should you take? Say, for example, it could be that for a merchandiser, it could be that a particular product is not selling well in a store, but similar products are selling really well in the other stores in that catchment. So are you aware of it? Why don't you take a look and do something about it? Like that. So I will take you through a few use cases, a little bit in detail. So this is the first use case that we spoke about, predicting the success of new designs. So suppose you have the renders of a few images. Can AI tell you how likely is that product to succeed? So you have, your company has been in existence for the last 40 years, right? So you have a huge portfolio of yourself, and you might have introduced similar watches in the past. Similarly, competition might also have. So which are the top similar looking watches and how have they performed? If you can get a sense of it, you can also get a reasonable idea of how likely is your product to succeed. And see, this is in some sense the orchestration that we were talking about earlier, right? So here there are different components. So there is a data engineering part wherein you have to get all of this data together. There is the vision algorithms that you need to use. You can probably, that is the data science or modeling part. There is the inferencing layer where the LLM is telling you how likely, looking at all of this together, how likely is this watch to succeed. It is telling in a language that the business user can understand. And then finally, there is the AI engineering part, wherein you have to put together all of this into an application and get it deployed. So as a data scientist, earlier you were probably just bringing all of this data together and analyzing it and trying to tell the business what is likely to happen. But now what you're doing is you're basically bringing all of these components together, and you have to work with all of this in a more efficient, you have the opportunity to work with all of this in a more efficient manner. So this is another example wherein we can, so anyways we have been using time series algorithms and a lot of deep learning algorithms for forecasting, and this is for capacity planning. So wherein you say that you will need these many quantities of this type of material, this color, etc. But what happens in the fashion industry is whatever trends in the Western markets like your US, Europe, or even say Dubai, South Korea, etc., these trends come into India, say 6 months to 1 year down the line. So using deep research, we got an understanding of the trends that are happening in the outside world, and we kind of triangulated it with our own forecast that we were getting. So it was an additional data point to validate and see whether what our forecasts are saying is true or not. Now, can you guess, is this AI or real, this image? Yeah. Okay, I think it was a 50-50. Or most people said AI, but for a change, it is real. So like I said, we can, I think it's a no-brainer. We can create images and creatives using AI directly. So we have a tool which we have built wherein you can overlay your product images on AI generated backgrounds and create creatives of your choice. Now, these are all creatives which are made by AI. The watches are ours, I mean the products are our products. Yeah. This is another example where you can use AI in CRM outreach programs. So this is a tool wherein if you select the customer segment and type of campaign and even the tonality of the campaign that you want to run, it will generate scripts that you can use in your SMS and WhatsApp campaigns using LLMs. This is another example where you can generate product descriptions from the images. So this can be used in listing products on our website. Okay, Shalja, we are on time or? Okay. So whatever examples that we saw in this stage, which is the go-to-market stage, not very complex, it's simple. It's basically a prompt engineering plus the tooling part of it. That's what we've done in most of these cases. Okay. Now this is the continuous intelligence part that we said, and we call it WACT GPT because this is for the watches division. Yeah, so this is basically a text to SQL engine which works on our data, which is our Redshift database. So you can ask questions in English about the performance of your business and you will get answers, interpretation and a plot. So there is a multi-agent framework behind this which we've built using LangGraph. So this is what it does. So there is a debriefer node which will kind of break down your question that you're asking in English. That will be passed on to a SQL executor node. That SQL executor will generate the SQL query and run it, execute it in the database also. And then there is an LLM reflection node. So if there is an error, if there's a syntax error in the SQL that is generated, then there is a feedback loop. It goes back into the debriefer node and that keeps iterating. There is a certain cutoff that we've kept. If it is correct, then that results go into the interpreter node and the plot node. And finally, we have the response synthesis, using which we get the visualization. Yeah, so this is again quite a complex system. We've been working on this for more than 2 years. And as of now, it is more than 90% accurate. It's been tested on more than 1,200 questions and we found it to be more than 90% accurate. So there is the data engineering part, which I would say is one of the most challenging part to bring all kinds of data together. There is the business context. You know, earlier what I was saying about context engineering, that's very, very important, without which this won't work at all. You have to give all the business terms, metrics, all the SQL queries that you would otherwise write. You have to give all that context. There is then the multi-agent part of it, and there is also the tool development part, where also things like your governance and guardrails also become very, very important. With LLMs, I think that's again another entirely new kind of learning that everyone has to go through, because previously none of us were aware of many of these things, especially as data scientists. So if you look at the evolution of our AI usage over time, I think this is how I would put it. We had classical machine learning, deep learning, where you had your segmentation, propensity, forecasting, regression, all of that. Then we moved on to prompt engineering based problems. And when multimodal LLMs came, we realized that we could also feed images, video, etc. Into the LLMs. And then now we have moved on to agentic use cases. You could probably call the first part is more of analytics-led AI. Then we were like looking at generative AI as an accelerator for some time. And now we are moving to AI-driven decision systems, right? And what you see below are the enablers. So data foundation, like I said earlier, that is very, very important, without which none of these things would work. There is the business context and the AI engineering skills also, which are required. And of course, a good understanding of the governance and guardrails that you need to put around AI systems. Yeah. So while this slide is saying data scientist to an AI orchestrator, I think this is going to be true for a lot of job roles in future if AI is moving at this pace. It is not to say that what we are doing right now is going to be irrelevant. Whatever skills were important earlier is going to be even more important in future also, like business orientation, curiosity, storytelling, customer centricity. All of these things are definitely going to be important. But along with that, we will also have to develop some skills like, say, system thinking, context engineering, and judgment, trust, and governance. You know, how do you work with these AI systems? Like, how do you, is it a human in the loop or human in the lead? Right? Yeah. So that was it.
questions.
One question.
Okay, I'll give you one. Yeah, one. So I took my daughter to the Titan factory 2 days back for her birthday, and we bought a couple of watches. What hit me there was the variety on display, the design of the watch. But when I went back, I thought about this, and I want to also think about what is your strategy today. There's a lot of personalized information which can come from watches, especially smartwatches. Yeah, especially smartwatches and the data which they can collect and share. Are you thinking about leveraging the personalized data which come in your streaming data and define your strategy, refine your marketing and products? So maybe it's some thoughts around it.
So data monetization is what you're referring to, I think. As in, you're mainly referring to all the data that real-time data that we collect from smartwatches, right? Yes, so there are some thoughts around it. It is work in progress. I cannot reveal more about it at this stage, but yes, there are.
Yeah, no, not the actual details, but directionally, if you can.
Yes, we are looking at that. It a little late maybe, but we are looking at it.
Hi, thank you for that insightful presentation. I could see there are a lot of use cases in marketing. Would you like to tell us 2-3 use cases which you think has not yet been solved by AI and which you would like to prioritize this year or next year?
Yeah, I think what we call ROAS, which is the basic, most important thing in marketing, which is return on advertising spend, that is something which is not yet solved. With AI or without AI, it has not been solved yet. And we are focusing on that this year.
Thank you. Sir, can I request you to please give a small token of appreciation? Thank you. One more. Manit, yeah. Manit.
Which one?
Manit. Yeah, last one. I would now like to invite our next speaker for the day, Dr. Manit Singh. She is Vice President Data Science at AI Garage MasterCard. She leads a team of data scientists who focus on developing robust AI ML algorithms for global financial transaction processing ecosystem. She holds a PhD in the area of AI ML with the application to facial analysis. As part of her role at MasterCard, she has worked on identifying research streams in the line with business needs, resulting in patents, publications, and innovations across products. She has authored publications in various prestigious journals and peer-reviewed conferences. Welcome, Dr. Manit. You want to stand here or you want to call a mic? Yeah, you can use the caller mic. Caller mic,
Okay, this is going to be challenging. Hi, am I audible? Okay, I'm glad not to be the person standing between the end of the session. There's another, so I'm glad I'm not that. I'm very excited to be here. Physically and mentally, I'm here, but my heart is back in Delhi, where there are WiDS ambassadors from MasterCard and in collaboration with IIIT Delhi, who are organizing the Delhi chapter. And I have real-time intel that it's going very well. So yes, my heart is all there. All right. I feel the panel that happened before and the talk by Archana, they have beautifully set up the context for this talk. And the fact that we have a lot of students in this room, I'm expecting that this will be something unique and something useful that you will be able to utilize. When we talk about AI at scale, that is something that means different to different people coming from different industries. So for example, if I talk about manufacturing, at scale, it would mean that maybe I'm looking at data coming from multiple sensors. I'm trying to maybe identify defects, which means that there are a huge amount of products that I'm looking at, I mean, ample amount of scale of data that I'm looking at. If I talk about retail and e-commerce, of course, recommendations, like millions of people, billions of products, billions of clicks, billions of usage, so on and so forth. How do I handle all of that scale? How do I pass all of that data? That is like absolutely crazy, the scale at which we are operating. Autonomous vehicles, my favorite computer vision. The kind of data that I'm seeing in live, like live stream of data that's coming in. Is there an object that's there? Is it safe to move forward? Should I like stop? Is there some kind of error? Along with vision, like multiple other sensors that I'm getting the data from. How fast is the car moving? How fast is the, the object beside me moving? So on and so forth. Huge amount of scale. If I look at logistics and transportation, route optimization, which I think has been happening since a very long time, regardless of AI. So route optimization and coordinating like delivery, coordinating vans, warehouses, so on and so forth. Media and entertainment, our most favorite OTT platforms. What is the next kind of content that you would like to consume? What is the next thing that seems relevant to you? What is the next thing that you would be interested in? All of these industries are looking at data at scale, and they're looking at data from a different perspective. Like, one is looking at sensor data, one is looking at images, one is looking at text, so on and so forth. The place where I am coming from, I am looking at vast number of transactions. So the scale at which we operate at, there are over 150 billion transactions that we are looking at. There are, like per second at a peak, there are like 60,000 transactions that are being processed. We have real-time AI models that are being put into use. There are decisions that are being taken in like a very, very small amount of latency. It's huge and it's everywhere. But what does it mean to actually build these models at scale? And how does this change from, say, not being at scale, as compared to an experiment that I did during my PhD, where I was working with 10,000 samples, versus if I'm trying to do something right now, where I'm looking at millions or billions of data points? What is it that is changing, and what is it that stays the same? And this ties down beautifully to the fact that, I don't know, someone had mentioned here that it's the fundamentals that you have to make sure are correct. And it's the fundamentals that will take you through and through and through. So this fundamental pipeline, which in reality will never be this linear, there will be loops from A to B to C to D and like a lot more subpoints, but that's okay. But this pipeline is something that is going to remain the same. There will be data, there will be pre-processing, there will be feature builds, there will be model builds, and there will be like monitoring and feedback. All of that part is going to stay the same at scale. But what changes is that at each of these points, there are multiple other small yet very large characteristics and features that you have to keep in mind of. If I'm talking about data, do I need to do sampling? Is my data okay? Is my data noisy? I am going to keep continuing getting more and more data. Is there something that I have to do about that? If I'm looking at the feature build, I can't do feature generation or creation at a scale of million or billions at hand. So I need to have like automated pipelines. I need to have automated solutions. I need to have automated feature discovery. And even this entire feature space will keep changing again and again. And of course, compute. I don't have unlimited compute ever. So all of those things will have to be kept in mind. When I'm talking about model build, the stability, the robustness, the latency, especially when I am processing so much in so like less amount of time and so quickly, all of these things need to be kept in mind. And when I'm talking about monitoring and feedback, real-time alerts, did like something happen suddenly which should not have happened? Is there an automated way of providing feedback that I can upgrade my model, that I can refresh the pipeline? All of these things need to be kept in mind. What happens if I don't keep these things in mind? What happens is simply that scale is very unforgiving, and the errors amplify. Something that is as small as a 1% of error, which just means like 10 errors for 1,000 samples, it's nothing, right? But as soon as I scale it up to 1 billion, hello, we have 10 million errors. And now what are you going to do? Your phone is going to keep ringing, something broke, somewhere something happened, oh my God, now you're gone. So scale amplifies everything. And scale is very unforgiving, especially when it comes to errors. And more often than not, the reason and one of the biggest things that we tend to oversee or we tend to like fall in the trap of is simply the accuracy trap. A lot of times, what we assume is that accuracy is the final measure of metric, it is the final measure of performance, and that is the one thing that needs to be optimized. And if I'm able to get a very high 95, 97% accuracy, I'm very good. In all probability, there's no problem. But as soon as I start looking at real examples of scenarios where there is huge imbalance of data, let's say fraud prediction, thankfully there is a huge imbalance of data because fraud is very, very less. Or if I look in the healthcare industry about, say, diagnostics, again, like any kind of medical condition that I want to diagnose, there is a very huge amount of imbalance, which is great. Manufacturing defects, again, a huge amount of imbalance. If I do not account for this imbalance when I am analyzing and when I am measuring the performance of my metric, at an overall level, I will end up with a model that's performing brilliant, 95, 96%. But as soon as I break it down to the class that actually matters, which is probably, say, the fraud class or the defective pieces or the scenarios where I'm actually doing the medical diagnostic, that performance would be like 5%, 1%, 0%, like very bad. Because like that's something that I have not trained the model to actually look at. So it's very, very, very important to not fall in the accuracy trap, to not assume that, yes, it is this one metric, one holistic view that is going to help me evaluate how well my model is. Instead, what I need to do is I need to look at a vast variety of metrics. I need to look at a very holistic view of the entire model from all perspectives, like poke from here, poke from here, poke from here, see what all is happening. I need to look at the precision recall curves. I need to know what is happening across all the classes, not just what the overall performance looks like. I need to know what are the percentage of false alerts that I'm getting. Is it, okay, fine, I'm capturing like 90% of the problematic class, but am I also giving like a huge amount of false alerts? Because that is also not going to be useful at all. I need to look at the value capture. I need to look at the stability of the model. There is something that I have built. It is brilliant. Whether it is a 2-layer neural network or whether it is a, I don't know, 5,000-layer LLM. I have built it. But if that is working only very well for 2 days, and then the third day suddenly, like it just stops performing because maybe the data was very less on which it was trained, or I did not account for seasonality, so on and so forth, then that's a model that's not going to work. So I need to look at stability. I need to look at robustness. I need to look at calibration, which essentially means that what my model is saying, the probabilities that my models are giving, are they in line with true probabilities? Is it like aligned with confidence? What is happening? And finally, there would be domain-specific needs that need to be brought in here, which I think Archana also mentioned very beautifully, that there will always be context that needs to be built in. So it'll never be a one number solution that, yes, this number seems to be looking well, so we are done. But instead, it'll have to be a very holistic view of everything that we are seeing. Fine, we have figured it out. Metrics, that is where the problem lies. And if we are able to capture metrics, then that's great. Obviously, it's not. Because what happens when there is noise in the data? And remember, we are talking about things at scale. And noise is a beautifully annoying thing. It is annoying because it exists at multiple levels. And it's beautiful because you can figure out how to deal with it, but like it's exceptionally annoying because you will have noise at the signal level, which means you will have noise at the data level. And as soon as there is noise at the data level, what happens is that from a very nice, clear boundary that could have existed between two classes, your boundary shifts tremendously. And as soon as the boundary shifts, what you have learned is incorrect, and when you deploy it, when you put it out in the real world, that performance is going to go down. It will not work. It will not perform the way that it is supposed to work, right? And this is a simulation, and I had some animations here which are not going to be used right now, and this is just at 10%. more and more and more amount of noise that's there in the data, the more tricky it is to learn the actual decision boundary that exists, and the more tricky it will be for that model to actually perform well in real world. But noise at signal is one thing, right? You will also have noise at data level, at the label level, sorry. Because, well, incorrect labels exist. If, for example, suddenly you had a craving at 12 a.m. to have like Domino's, which you have never had before, is that noise, or is that an outlier, or is it an incorrect thing? Like, what happened here? We don't know. But like, that's something that we will have to figure out. But as soon as I see that there is label corruption that exists in my data, once again, my boundary is going to shift a lot. Because now I'm trying to optimize for a boundary that in reality doesn't exist, and that my features are not representative of, because this is in reality noise. And once I train the model using a combination of signal noise and label noise, I mean, the probability of it working in real world is like kind of quite low, because there's a lot of noise that has gone into this. The good thing is that there exist solutions, and there are ways by which you can mitigate this noise. There are ways by which you can identify noise, you can remove noise. But that's the problem of scale. Scale amplifies everything, and therefore scale also amplifies the problem that you will have at noise. And that's when you start to pose the question that, is it always good to have as much amount of data as you can? Or maybe sometimes it's better to actually sample the data and to have something that is representative of the true population. And why sampling will help? Because a well-chosen sample, which is clean, it is neat, that is something that will be able to preserve the signal, that will be able to eliminate the noise, and of course, it will also reduce the compute overhead. I mean, just imagine, if I am trying to train a model with 10 million data points, but I'm able to sample it down and I bring it down to say 1 million, 2 million, or even 3 million, the compute overhead reduces drastically. And hopefully, my challenges with noise get reduced drastically as well, if I have not already eliminated them during sampling, during the stage of sampling. But suddenly, now my problem appears to be much more approachable and much more solvable, because I've reduced the scale. From trying to solve a 1 billion data problem or like a 20 million data problem, I'm now trying to figure out a problem that is only 1 million, 2 million. But well, obviously, it's not this easy, right? I mean, how can I sample? And as soon as you talk about sampling, you are posed with all of these questions of how much to sample, what is the percentage of data that you should look at? Should I maybe half it? Should I do like 1/10, 1/5? And in all probability, all of these are questions that will not have a single time answer. This is also a hit and trial method. You will develop something, you will do something, you will see, okay, this is how it's performing, and then you will come up with something else. At 5% sampling, this is the kind of performance I get. At 15%, this is what I get. At 30%, I have suddenly lost the value of scale, and I have lost the benefit of additional data. So maybe 15-20% is a good number, which is something that will be dependent on the kind of data, the kind of problem that you are trying to solve. But how much to sample is like a key thing that you will be thinking about. When to sample? Do you want to sample up front and then remove a lot of data, which maybe you will not use for, say, additional analysis that you're doing, or for additional feature builds that you're doing? Or would you rather sample at the evaluation stage? Because, okay, maybe I want to use all the data during training, but maybe I should do something at an evaluation stage? Or would you like just train the model and then retrain it with like a different subset of data, so on and so forth? So at what part of the entire ML pipeline do you choose to sample? That's also a critical question that you will be asking yourself when you're building these things. And then how to sample? There are multiple solutions that exist. There are multiple techniques that exist. But this problem especially becomes imperative when you're talking about sampling at scale, because you already have a vast amount of data, you have a vast set of data, and you're trying to sample realistic signals, or you're trying to sample the clean signals out of it. So some of the solutions that exist, which have shown to work well in such kind of scenarios, random sampling. And here is where scale can actually help, because I have such a large amount of data. Even if I sample randomly, hopefully I will be able to capture all the patterns and all the key things that exist across the entire population. Or I can do stratified sampling, which is something, okay, let me figure out characteristics based on which I know that I need the data, based on which I would want to maintain the proportion of data that I have, and let me try to sample at that level. That's also something that has worked very well. And then there's something known as systematic sampling, which is more like, okay, I am just going to pick every 10th sample, every 15th sample, which is, again, something that can be tried. And then there's something known as importance sampling, which is, I know that some of these data points are more important. I know that some of these data points lie very close to the boundary. I know that some of these data points are what I could potentially see in the future, and therefore I have to keep these samples. So figuring out a way of giving importance to each of the sample, so that basis that criteria, I can then pick the samples and then I can do this. So if I'm able to perform sampling, suddenly my data becomes smaller and it becomes something that's more manageable. If I'm able to handle noise, either via this way or via there are multiple ways via which noise can be reduced, suddenly my data becomes very clean, and I can hopefully develop a model that will work well in other scenarios as well. And if I'm able to look at the model via multiple aspects of metrics, which means that not just a one number solution of, yes, this is 95% accurate, but instead if I'm able to like poke into it and be curious and see that, yes, okay, at this segment, this is what it is doing, this is the kind of recall I'm getting, these are the important classes that I'm seeing, so on and so forth. Suddenly I'm back in my PhD lab and the problem becomes much more manageable and the problem becomes much more doable, for which we can develop a solution. And it's via these small steps at each stages in the pipeline via which we are actually being able to make AI at scale. So I am just going to say that building these things, building models, ML AI models at scale, have the problem of handling noise, imbalanced data, monitoring, latency, sampling, like pipelines. You need to have the infrastructure in place, you need to have the governance in place, they need to be efficient, so on and so forth, but they have to be accurate. Ultimately, they have to be accurate. It's a painful process, it's a frustrating process, but once we are able to do it, it's actually very messy, but it's very beautiful. So that's where I'll end it. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, infrastructure is the thing that will be defining and governing the scale at which you can operate at. Because eventually, if I want to train a model and I go ahead and say that, okay, yeah, 25 million is the number that I want to train at, but I don't have the infra to support it, I will not be able to do anything. So infra is actually the light that is guiding that at what scale can you sample, at what scale can you operate at. Infra is the biggest limitation. Thank you.
Very nice listening to you. So I'm just curious that at MasterCard scale, and when you mentioned AI in action, recently we got the news that McKinsey's internal platform Lily was hacked. Right? So what are your thoughts, or what is MasterCard doing around AI security? Because more than McKinsey, security is much more paramount to MasterCard. So would love to listen to your thoughts around AI security.
Yeah, I mean, security is at the paramount also, obviously, because the kind of data and the kind of domain that we
Right.
operate at. So security has always been at the forefront, and like there are multiple initiatives that are happening across MasterCard, and it becomes even more prevalent given Gen AI, given cyber attacks, so on and so forth. So yeah, it's there leading. It's leading. Yeah.
Okay. Any what should I say? Any new complexity that you have seen with Gen AI coming in with respect to security?
I mean, nothing that I would use this stage to talk about, maybe. But
Got
like
it.
there are things. Yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
One last question. Anyone? Yeah.
I think many can relate to this. Actually, in the way, data science world, I'm sure you must be having seniors who are coming from, say, a different background, may not be understanding data science as much. And when you start with this kind of problem that, there's noise and I'm going to try this and I'm going to try that and I'm going to... So do they get a sense that, okay, you are also going to try? Are you not an expert? Are you not something which you already know? You're just going to try it out? So do you see that challenge? Do you see that coming from, senior management?
Thankfully, no, because I think we are very open to the concept of trying and to the concept of that, yes, there are challenges with the data, with, anywhere. There are challenges with the data, with the kind of problem that you're working at. And I don't think there is one solution that fits the bill or like one solution that works for everyone. And this is where I don't think AI is taking our jobs, because all of that domain expertise that you have, that I have, that someone who's working in that particular industry, AI is not going to be able to solve that. But your senior leaders probably understand that because they have also been in that industry for long. So as soon as I talk about these domain-specific nuances, as soon as I talk about these things which require me to try something new because the solution doesn't exist, I feel today that is something that is very well taken. At least today. I don't know what happens tomorrow, but today that is very well taken. Yeah.
Sharda. I know we are all tired, but we can still clap. Okay, so how are you all doing? Good? We have one last presentation left, but before that we have a break. But we have 3 minutes for the break. So I have questions for you. See, we are way ahead of our time. Okay, I have some questions. Somebody wants goodies? Do we have? Okay. Again, no prompting, no screaming, only raise your hands, okay? In 2024, no Googling. In 2024, an AI voice from OpenAI sparked controversy because it sounded very similar to which Hollywood actress? Really? So less people? I think Scarlett Johansson. Yes, very good. So this OpenAI, the voice started sounding like Scarlett Johansson. So there was a controversy that she said that they are using my voice. I don't know whether they used, I think they used, but okay. Another one. You can give it to him. Sharda, you can come here and click a picture and give it to him. Good job. I think you've answered a couple of questions. Huh?
I tried.
You tried. Very good. Good job. Okay, which famous computer scientist warned about existential risks of advanced AI and later won the 2018 Turing Award? Ab Google shuru ho gaya hai. So now I'm not giving. Seriously? No, please guys, think. No, नहीं कौन बनेगा करोड़पति नहीं चल रहा है. Okay, I'll give the answer. I'll get the goodie. Huh? I won't because I know the answer. Jeffrey Hinton, okay? Okay, next one. Guess the AI company from the headline. Okay? This is very easy. I don't think so I'll give any award for this. Tech company launches chatbot that reaches 100 million users faster than any consumer app in history. No awards for this. Okay, company becomes one of the most valuable in the world thanks to the massive demands for AI chips. If you will say like that, nobody will get the answers, will get the award, okay? So now, okay, relax. You have to raise your hands and then tell me. Developers get an AI partner that writes code alongside them. हाँ बोलो आप बोलो. Yes. Where is the answer coming from? GitHub Copilot. Give the clap, guys. Okay, last question before we break for tea. Okay, we can give two. She also gave the right answer. How many are left? See, I become generous when you don't, when you are calm. Okay. Last question. I'm going to ask a difficult one. I don't know whether there are difficult ones. Huh? Self, ये भी पता होगा. Which ये भी पता है. Should I ask? What I am saying is पता है. Okay, the original ranking algorithm used by Google to rank web pages, what was it called? Yes. That is how you should give answers. I asked, he raised his hand, and I asked. You have to answer one more and then I will give you, okay? Okay, which AI system defeated professional players in the complex strategy game StarCraft 2? Yeah. AlphaGo was in Go game. Anyone? See, you have the answer is in the name. AlphaGo did for Go, then Alpha Star did for StarCraft. Okay, no one gets it, sorry. Okay, last one, okay, I'm giving one more chance. AI systems can sometimes produce confident but completely incorrect answers. What is that phenomena called? Okay, no. Now this I have, no BI guys, no BI. Perfect, give her the. Okay, guys, list. No BI. Okay, guys, let's take a break for tea. Come back after 15 minutes. We have one more very interesting and a very, informative session from a very different industry plant. So come back at 5:10. Okay, 5:05. Yeah. Let's have a picture. Huh? Sorry, 4. Yeah. 4:05. Take a 15 minutes break. Take a 15 minutes break. Come back by 4:05. No. ये AI को तो निकालो. ये सारे सब आंसर जानते हो तुम लोग. You must get all this thing.
Next year, ma'am, slide.
No, one more. Shobha. The PPT. Yes.
Mobile. ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಓಕೆ.
Can we settle down, please? बाहर से सुनील एक बार बोल देना, please. Are we ready for more trivia questions? Yes? Now you guys have to answer. Okay? Should I ask? Okay. You have to tell me, I'm going to say a statement. You have to tell me whether it's a myth or a reality. Okay? AI generated images have already won major art competitions. Is it a myth or a reality? You already... Reality, why? Give me an example where they have won. Otherwise, so 50-50% have reality or myth, right? 50% chances of winning. Tell me where. Why did you say it's a reality? You wish you were never, you will never attend any of my class, right? Tell me, guys, why are you saying it's anybody who's saying reality? No, do they know the reason? Which art competition was won by an AI generated art? You said reality, right? Do you know the example which AI generated image was won the competition? Okay. Sorry? So, no, I'm saying which art, so in 2022, an AI generated image created using which tool? Mid-Journey. I said mid and then you found out. Mid-Journey won a digital art competition in the US, sparking debate in the art community. Okay? Are we all good? Can we start with our next session? Okay, last question. Let's see if more people are joining. In your models, okay, now I'm asking basic data science question. In your models, if your model performs perfectly on training data, but terribly on the test data or the new data, what is the likely problem? You have answered. BI, I'm not even considering. Yeah, overfitting, very good. Yes, it's called overfitting, okay? Okay, I'll give you one gift. Sir, you can give one. Yeah, please come here and. Can we clap for her, please?
Okay, you're coming.
Thank you so much. Now we are moving to the last session of the day. It's my pleasure to invite Shobha Raghunathan, who is the founder of the Build Ed. She's an architect, project management expert and industry leader with more than 25 years of experience in real estate and construction sector. Over the course of her career, she has built and led large project management teams and services business for global real estate firms such as Colliers International and Cushman and Wakefield, working with corporate occupiers and development projects across India. She's also the founder of the Build Ed, a consulting and learning platform that helps real estate design and construction organization improve project delivery through stronger processes, operational framework and leadership development. Her work focuses on enabling companies to become more efficient, collaborative and scalable. Welcome, Shobha.
Take the clicker. No, I don't need the collar mic, thanks. I'll use that, yeah. And if you can take pictures.
Yes.
Thank you. Or I don't need that mic as long as I think this. Am I audible? Thank you. So we're talking about real estate and construction. How many of us here have had experience either designing the interiors of your home, your office, or building it? Quite a few, right? Any of you used AI tools, since we are talking so much about AI since afternoon? Yes, what did you use and how did that help you? Yeah, and it did a pretty good job, right? Have you used it for construction? Yeah. So AI does a pretty good job of simple, basic visualization of products, images. We're talking about art, so this is not rocket science. So AI is getting there, but we are essentially a very non-digital analog sort of an industry. So I'm going to take you through a little bit of the industry background, how the process works, what the challenges are, and where the opportunities are. And I'd love for this session to be a bit more interactive. So if all of you can pitch in with your thoughts on how and what we can do in the industry. Before I start, a big thank you to Shailaja for inviting me here, giving this opportunity, Professor Dinesh, Bikal, WiDS, and all of you here. It's been a wonderful session since morning, beautifully curated. So Shailaja did tell me when she spoke to me that we want to make this different and we want to bring people from diverse backgrounds so you get to hear about applications more than the actual technical science behind it. And I've been learning a lot since morning. And I've been seeing how AI is really, truly disrupting the way we are working. Construction is one of the oldest industries in the world. Probably predates agriculture, as we now know, because prehistoric humans had already started building in small ways, not just the cavemen who were painting the caves, but also building structures for social use, for gatherings, for assembly, etc. It's not only the oldest industry, it also accounts for 13% of the world's GDP. In India, it accounts for over 16% of our GDP. So it's valued at over 12 trillion USD. It is definitely one of the largest asset classes. And the possibilities here are endless. A little bit of a difference that you can make with one tool goes a very, very long way in an industry like this, which is not very digital, has a long way to go, and where the issues and challenges are huge. Before I get there, real estate and construction means different things to different people. When I say the word real estate in Bangalore, everybody is already thinking of real estate as investment. It's the second house, the third house that I can invest in. But real estate is also the way we live, the way we commute, the way we experience our cities, the way we sit and learn. It impacts our well-being. It impacts how we interact with each other. So how we travel. So whether it's airports, it's auditoriums, it's your cricket stadia, everything is real estate. So it truly has very big impact. However, having said that, it's interesting how huge our challenges are and how low the productivity is. 9 out of 10 mega projects, this is out of a 2024 book, which came out from an expert on mega projects. 9 out of 10 projects exceed budgets. 20% are over schedule, 80% are over budget. Construction productivity is at the lowest at 1% growth year on year, whereas if you look at even manufacturing, we are at 4%. I was talking about manufacturing with somebody in the afternoon, and construction definitely love to emulate some of those processes. Interestingly, at the base of all this is communication. 56% of project failures are attributable to communication or lack of communication, which I directly infer to mean lack of project data dissemination, right? And you won't be surprised, we have the lowest of tech adoption in all industries worldwide. And so we have data, but we just don't have data which is unified, and we aren't using much tech. So there are two things here. We are very poor at digitalizing our processes because we are fragmented in the way we run it, but we are also averse to taking chances, because taking chances can cost a lot. So this whole concept of go fast with your idea and build as you go doesn't really work here. You can't build your house and design at the same time. You want to be 100% sure the design works, that you like it before you start. It's not just the capital, it's also the cost of error is way too high. And keep that in mind when you design tomorrow for this industry. So what are the challenges? It's always been complex, but what is this traditionally complex structure? At the base of the complexity is the fact that we have stakeholders which are so very varied, which keep changing from each project cycle, from each stage of the project cycle to another, and they also change in the way they interact with the projects per se. So the stakeholders could be architects, could be regulators, could be users, could be financiers. It could also be the community where you live. Depending on what project it is, the stakeholder is different. And again, within every organization, the number of stakeholders you are interacting with could be huge. We have very fragmented data systems, information systems, because we have so many stakeholders, each with different levels of tech adoption, each with a different way of communicating. So information sits with many parties, it sits in many formats. Our vendors and our supply chain is also extremely fragmented. So just to give you an example, if you were to do stonework here, or if you were to purchase furniture for this project, you might be designing in the US, building in China, importing it back here, and getting your local installers from just outside the campus, training them in the morning, and deploying them on the site in the afternoon. You see the complexity in terms of the kind of stakeholders that you're dealing with. I'll add to all of this the big problem that each and every risk in the world can be derailing your project, be it geopolitical strife, be it logistics breakdown, be it revenue and tariffs. A health scare brings you no labor. Elections in Bihar and Bengal means I don't have my drivers, my security guards, and my bricklayers. Anything and everything could be a risk to a project. So why are we talking about these challenges? These challenges are extremely important for us to understand if you have to build for real estate. Construction is, however, very data rich. These projects go on for a long duration. Projects are repeated over and over. There are types of projects which are endlessly repeated, like housing. Buildings themselves have very long lifespans. So data collected from them could run into years and years, decades and decades. So construction is extremely data rich. It's just that construction's data is very, very underutilized. It's fragmented, it's all over the place, it's available in very, very different formats. It ranges from a sketch that I made with pen and paper to something on AutoCAD, or somebody's working with BIM. There are Excel sheets. So they are in very different formats which don't right now talk to each other. So let me ask you, where is this data? For some reason, I have a truncated table there, but goes back? No. Okay. So through 5 different stages of a project, from land acquisition to procurement, design, construction, and finally building operations. Data could be available with the regulators as the regulations, as codal requirements, as geospatial data, as environmental data. It could be available as market trends, as pricing indices. It could be available as material prices in the market, right? So there are so many various external points of data collection. Data is also available to us while we are building in terms of safety lapses on the site, quality checks done on the site, the amount of concrete poured or the bricks laid, right? And also the enormous amount of data that's generated as building plans and layouts, from spatial designs to colors, to fabrics, textures, to furniture, your mechanical, electrical systems, and so on and so forth. All of this data comes from various different systems. And if you have all of them, it is possible to use them to project, predict, and to reduce the efficiency losses that we were talking about. So if you had, here's a question back to you. If we had data for about 50 years of a building, what would you use that data for? If you had data from all of these sources, your energy consumption, your lighting level, the amount of water that you're using, the amount of waste that you're generating, the amount of people who walked in and out of this campus. So if you have data on all of these points, where would you want to apply that? What problem would you solve? Sustainability? Resource optimization. What would you do with maintenance? You would optimize resources. You would optimize energy, bring sustainability. Anything else? Extending the life of the project? In designing our next project, we know how this building is performed using whatever you've used. If you have a certain set of requirements which is built in, you could use that to design your next projects. You could define and have a clear definition of what is success, which is at the base of whatever analytics that you do. Yeah, anything else from that side? How would you use the data that you have? You will have the drawings, you can use the drawings to understand, but if you have data, various data points in terms of operation of this building, how would you use it? Yeah. Yeah, that's a very valid point. We hardly ever think of users. We think of how buildings perform. We think of performance as something that is more mechanical or electrical in nature, or energy as a parameter, but we don't think in terms of users. So user data, user occupancy, somebody said occupancy here. And that's a very valid point. A lot of buildings, let me finish my point and I'll come back to you, because I'll lose my chain of thought. But when you have occupancy data, what it does to how you manage a project is you know how frequently a particular built space is used. For example, you have invested in an auditorium. Half the residential apartments around the city have auditoriums, have clubhouses. These are not used. Yeah? So you could improve utilization if you have utilization data. Workstations in offices, and that's the most common usage that people made or corporations made use of after COVID, which is find out how many people actually want to work. What is our occupation? So in the first 2 years after COVID, people found that only 30% of the population actually is coming back. We don't need to operate the entire building. If you have 10 floors, I need to operate 3, right? If I have HVAC data, and I know people are not going to walk into the office before 11 a.m. in the morning, I don't need to run my HVAC systems from 8 a.m. in the morning. If I have real-time data of what the temperatures are outside and not extrapolated data from past, but actual real-time data as climate change is taking place, I know when to start and stop my HVAC systems. This is called duty cycling. It's been something that was in practice for 2 decades now, but now you can automate it, and you don't have to have one resource running around just doing that, switching on, switching off, finding out if people are occupying that space or not. So that's your resource utilization. Yes, ma'am, coming back to you. Yeah, thank you. So we can use data. If we have data, all of this is available and can be put to use. Let me take you through some examples of design. Design is really the first step. Of course, before design, you probably need to purchase land, but we'll skip directly to design. I'm just taking 2 or 3 cases here. What you see, that image that you see here is an image from Autodesk, and it shows what building information modeling can actually do. So BIM are the next level of, let's say, CAD. Somebody was talking about CAD and CAM, and gives you the ability to draw in 3D right at the initial stage. So you don't start to draw with 2D, but you start to imagine how the buildings are going to come up. Now, added to that, technologies, AI which has come in, also allows you to sketch in 2D and convert that to 3D. So you didn't begin with a BIM model, but you could convert to a BIM model very, very, very fast. The other thing that it could do is detect errors in it. Because you already have data on what codal requirements are there, what your client needs, what your past user data is of your past other buildings. And if you start to link all of this performance data, you could start to look at what am I doing right in this building and what probably is not right, and what do I need to correct, so that checking for errors and correction becomes automatic. The next level of that would be to transpose the various layers that we call layers in architectural language on each other. Because building design is not merely just spatial design. Spatial design is what we see. So when we simulate a 3D visual of our homes before we start to paint, let's say for painting or for one of those interior fit-out companies, what they offer you, or the furniture companies that offer you, they are only looking at one dimension of architecture. But beyond space design, you have electrical systems design, you have AC design, you have water supply, you have wastewater, and all of these piping, electrical systems, etc., have to be laid on top of each other, layered literally on top of each other, for us to see how all of them function together, where the clashes are, so that you don't spend time on site building, repairing, and changing. All of this used to happen manually with 2D CAD, now becomes so much more easier with 3D CAD. And add AI to that, you don't even need to have an engineer poring over those BIM models for 2-3 days trying to fix the clashes. It can do that in half an hour. On top of that, what it can also do is to build your bill of materials. What typically used to take 4 engineers working for a month on a large-scale project to get you detailed bill of materials can be done in minutes. So now you know what your building will look like, more or less error-free, and you also know how much it's going to cost. What this does is, of course, reduce error, but it also reduces variations on site. Right? The whole time that is taken for rework goes away, because you're imagining so many different aspects of the building all together. At the same time, this whole speed to design has also made it possible for us to generate multiple ideas, multiple visuals of what we want, and iterate as many times as possible, which was otherwise not possible for real estate and construction. Yeah. So typically an architect who goes out to pitch for a new project spends days generating 3D visuals and doing multiple options of that, literally burning midnight oil to be able to submit that. And they know very well, out of tens of iterations, only one is going to be picked. Today, that process has become so easy that within minutes you could show various different options to a customer and select on one. Similarly, on site, any changes made on site, the implications of that can be calculated within minutes. So your customer knows whether he should be making that change or not making that change, and if he does want to make that change, what is the implication of that in terms of time and cost. Now, extrapolate this bring this into construction and use the same system to generate schedules and plans. Again, within minutes, you have what we call a fifth level schedule, which is detailed to the extent of a task per day, which can include, in a project of 2 years or 3 years, which can go from high-level milestones to second-level milestones, which could be phases or floors, to a third-level list of activities, which is individual building blocks, spaces, rooms, ceilings, floors, etc., to fourth and fifth, to the detail of saying, okay, I will have this stakeholder meeting on this day for 2 hours in the morning. So that is the level of detailing that can come out within minutes. And how accurate those are, I think there is still a long way to go. These models still have to be trained. They're just very raw and new. So they definitely have to work with humans. We're not replacing any humans here. This is one industry where we are very clear that the productivity is going to be, the productivity improvement and the efficiency improvement is actually going to be a big plus for the industry. It's not going to put anybody out of jobs immediately. So construction definitely gains a whole lot because during construction, we say about 5 hours of every individual person working on a site, on a project, is wasted in searching for documents, sifting through emails, WhatsApp messages, and just looking at work which is probably just a waste. Yeah, all because we don't have information in the same place. With systems like this, that extra effort is eliminated entirely. So your issue resolution time can come down. Your issue prediction can go up. So one thing which we all missed was, predictive maintenance, right? So in a live building, that's predictive maintenance. For construction projects, it's risk prediction. If you're able to predict your risks in advance and simulate solutions for it and see how that will impact your building, that is a huge plus for the industry. I mean, think of mega projects and how many millions of dollars can be saved just in that process. Look at safety. Safety is really big for construction as well. Today, if we have to implement safety, I have to have an army of safety officers in a large project because it's not possible to physically be everywhere and to monitor everything that is going around. You need different people for different places. If you have a system that with cameras, with visual detection, with a system which actually analyzes the risk even before hitting the site on the drawing board and identifies all the risk areas, we could potentially avoid even incidents on site, not just accidents. So if that is the case and the benefits are so much to be had, then where is the challenge in adoption? Like I said, the first thing is we have a lot of silos in the way construction operates. Those solutions are also usually fragmented. So we have multiple legacy systems now. A lot of the systems, IoT, for example, or BIM, for example, are here for decades. And they have been implemented, but they're all implemented in bits and pieces. And what happens with that is to get that all together, you have low level of digitization across various vendors or various stakeholders. To bring everybody together on the same platform is a huge problem. Secondly, we have inaccurate productivity data, right? So this is a big problem to be solved. If data can solve and give you productivity data, that itself would be a big plus. Because our industry is not modular, because it's not as mechanized as manufacturing, because the variables are so very many, from project to project, your productivity can change. And so therefore, calculating how much time a project may take is always a hit and miss. So with all of these issues, there are inherent problems. But added to that, over a period of a year, we've had a big gap in what technology is bringing to construction and what construction actually needs. And this gap is because technologists are building the technology for an industry which they don't understand. This gap also is eroding trust. So people are asking questions. What is this technology going to do for us? How should and why should we invest in it? And the cost is definitely a big factor there. We talked about operations. And similarly with operations as well, digital twins have been around. Digital twins have been used quite significantly. I won't go into details. I think we've already talked about a lot of these things. I'll add a couple of things to that. Today ESG reporting is a huge deal, and we have to have separate consultants who sit and calculate carbon credits for each and every system and each and every material that goes in. If you have a system which does that for you, as and when you design, as and when you specify a material, you also know what the carbon credit would be. The whole sustainability reporting becomes simplified. I think that is the biggest plus that comes out of building operations, other than energy saving. And the other thing that is often overlooked is employee well-being. I mean, look at what happened over COVID, and we had companies scrambling to have enclosures to separate people, to make sure that too many people aren't occupying desks together. If you have a system where occupancy is tracked, that is so much more easier. If you also have employee attendance tracked along with occupancy, you have added another layer to it, and now you know if people are falling sick and are absent in a particular floor, you know what to do there. So it's adding layers of information to how you're managing your space. This is what a digital twin output could look like. So a dashboard which gives you everything from humidity, luminance, it's red flagging issues here, gives you reminders of what needs to be done, what's broken, how many equipments have to be fixed, and floor by floor occupancy. Again, I think the problem is the same. But also, in addition, the problem here of adoption is that adoption is very tedious when it comes to operating buildings, because data is not great. It takes years for the data to stabilize, for people to start to learn to work with it, and to make those corrections, and for people to link different buildings if they are large campuses, and to really see the benefits of using a digital twin. Now, if you want to extrapolate all of this, we looked at design and construction for a building. And we looked at it for a home, for a commercial building. But if you want to look at that at a city level, what problem would you solve? Garbage. Traffic. Who else said traffic? Okay, I know that. I stay in Whitefield. Traffic is the problem that I would want to solve. Anything else? Waste management, garbage management, water, parking. energy, electricity, solar usage. How many people have solar power in their apartments, are trying to give back to the grid and do not know how to, yeah? So you have any number of these use cases at an urban level. If you put them all together, you'd be wondering what our city level governments are doing and why they aren't adopting this technology. Traffic, the first thing we need is to digitize all our signals and get them on one grid. So we have to start small. Adoption of tech using data has immense benefit. That is what I'm trying to say here. But we have to do this slowly, one step at a time. Maybe solve the most important problem first, start with traffic, move to energy, then to waste management, and so on. That's somebody's alarm. Are we out of time? 5 minutes. So I think the opportunities are very clear. The transformation looks very, very small. But as they say, it's in building the foundation that you can see how tall you can go. And sky is really the limit when it comes to what we can do with real estate and construction. A lot of good work is already happening underground. And once the foundations are strong enough, we'll see the impact of it upground. It is for all of you here in this room and all data scientists around the world to put their minds to and to see what can be solved in an industry which is this low tech. Thank you so much for your time.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening.
Can we predict the lifetime of building in the initial stage?
Buildings are built for a certain lifetime, so we don't need to predict them, luckily. They're designed for a certain lifetime. Usually 30 to 50 years is what people are designing for now. Once upon a time, they were designed for 100 years, but yeah, that's a codal requirement.
Okay.
Valuation can also be predicted, absolutely. And there's a lot of study that has already been done on pricing trends, on market valuation.
Yeah, thank you. It was very insightful. My question is, when you speak of some of those use cases, right? The IoT and sensors coming into the room, the digital twin, structure and unstructured, all this have been in place 5-6 years back as well, right? Now with this Gen AI, Agentic AI, the geospatial images and all those things, what are the key business use case or the bottleneck which you are seeing we can solve or we can address?
See, digital twin has been around for years, right? Digital twins have been used in aerospace, they've been used in energy, they've been used in oil and gas. They have been used in buildings, but not across the board. If you look at the number of buildings that you see around you, you can handpick the number, or maybe just count on your fingers the number of buildings which actually have digital twin in its entirety. What people have had so far are fragmented systems. Systems, for example, BMS. Building management systems have been around for 20 years plus now. So you will have systems that manage your AC, that manage your lighting, maybe probably integrate the two, maybe also integrate that with fire alarm because you need ACs to switch off when fire alarm goes off, and yes, but that's it. It doesn't talk to your attendance. It does not talk to your parking. You don't get data in from auditorium usage, conference room usage. You do not get data in from cafeteria management. All that is separate. Today, if you have everything at the same place, then you're mapping trends. I mean, just look at people, right? You can map trends about your employees. You know how many of Gen Zs are coming into the office. You know how many of Gen Xs are coming into the office. You know what they prefer, which facility they'd like to use, what kind of food they like to eat. The kind of things that you can do with this is phenomenal. If you have data, and just about human angle, somebody said we haven't spoken enough about humans here. You can look at behavioral patterns. You can look at what is changing and what is shifting. You can look at human health without actually mapping it back to healthcare data. You can look at well-being. You can look at what affects well-being. We talk a lot about how greenery and natural light affect well-being, but you can have real studies. You can introduce plants in your built environment and see the shift, right? And you can work with data. I'm saying there was a question in the panel, are we still working with, I think this works very well, or are we working with data? So my point is, we've not been working with data so far. And here's an opportunity to work with that. And I'm sure decisions will be sharper. The output will be much better. Okay. You could work on mental health, for example. We talk a lot about mental health, but again, how much data do we have around it?
So you mean we had these tools, we had this technology before, we had the data. Now
it wasn't implemented. It wasn't
now
adopted.
Meaningfully, we are trying to make use of it.
Yes.
A meaningful usage of it.
Yes, and also we're trying to link all of it, and we're trying to automate it with AI. So some of the detection, some of the clash detection is corrected by AI, and doesn't require an engineer to go and correct it. Some of the turning off and turning on and going physically to measure something is now being done by AI. Sorry, that was a long answer to a small question. Shailaja, you should be happy with that. You're audible. Sir, you're audible. You can go ahead.
Okay, so I think I have two questions. I'll bring it into one. First is on the cost leakage. Because I have friends in the industry.
Yeah.
There is inflated material cost, inflated labor cost. How do you think AI, or how we are using AI to solve it? Second is, we talked about design and construction, and I think you mentioned you didn't focus on land acquisition, but one of the learnings, we had a class from JD Sir's cohort yesterday on selecting the right location for retail industry, for a Walmart store, for example, right?
Yeah.
So we do see a learning possible from other industries in the construction industry to choose the right location, is on government friendliness, demand, availability of land, prices, etc. So where do you see both these use cases, and how do you see your organization or the trend in the industry? Thank you.
I'll start with the last question first. I thought I answered that briefly in the presentation. You have an amount of data is just lying with different organizations. You have, like you said, market data, you have pricing data, you have land survey data, you have geotechnical data, you have floodplain data available, you have density data of the city, you also have, like you said, satellite visuals. So you have user data, you also have consumer data very often of market analysis saying which location, what is preferred, what kind of development is more. So you have developmental plans as well, so which tells you what kind of buildings you can build in what location. If you put all of this together, the insight that you said, what can I build where, which is the right location, is very easy to estimate. This is something that we pay a lot of money to consultants to do at the moment. But I believe that's something that can be taken up by AI. Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much. I think we'll answer the cost question one-on-one. Thank you.
Thank you, Shobha. It was very, very insightful. As we say, with great challenges comes great opportunities. So we know another sector which is probably open for the data scientist and the AI. Shobha, 1 second. We have to give. Okay. So yeah, so this is an opportunity which the kids who are now getting into the system can help solve the problems, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'll request Chisu to please come and give the token of appreciation to Shobha. Please, can we have a big round of applause for her? Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, this brings us to the end of today's conference. I would like to invite Chisu to please give the closing remarks.
I just have one word, but I will elaborate. Wow. I am so impressed with today. I think I said to you earlier that I had the pleasure of attending the WiDS conference at Stanford in 2023, and I was wowed. And I was lucky enough to be able to attend the conference at Cambridge, Massachusetts, for WiDS Cambridge, which is a collaboration of Harvard, MIT, and Microsoft Nerd Center. And then I was lucky enough to attend the WiDS conference at Puget Sound in Seattle, Washington. And let me tell you what I observed that are similar and different. Similar, fantastic speakers. Really impressive. Well done. The energy, very similar. The commitment to each other, the support, the feeling of community. So what's different? And you're going to be so pleased to hear this. Curiosity in the audience. You all really leaned into the topic. I mean, it was a long day. Shaliza, I mean, this is like an intense workshop that you organized with your team. And yet, everyone, I mean, when I look here, I think the size of the audience is the same as when we started. That's different. That tells me that you're all leaning in, you're very curious, and you are ready for the AI era that awaits us. Congratulations and thank you. Thank you, Dinesh, for starting this all 8 years ago. And thank you, Shaliza.
Thank you, you and Sally, for coming all the way for this conference. Thank you so much. Can I now request Professor Dinesh to please come and give the closing remarks?
No. So first, let me thank all the speakers. We had awesome speakers from different sectors, real estate to retail, and WiDS is a growing event. It was a seed planted by Chisu and Sally a few years back, and during the morning talk, Chisu was saying there were more than 300 events, so you can see that it has become a huge tree today. And I'm sure that it will grow even bigger, and soon we'll have thousands of WiDS events happening across the world. So looking at today's event, at least based on the panel discussion and various speakers, one thing is clear, right? So it's not that everybody is talking about AI. Many are trying to use AI. The only thing is, how do you create impactful AI applications or AI applications that are very effective? So that reminds me about a small incident that happened way back in New York. There was an accident in New York. Unfortunately, a couple of people died. One of them was a priest, the other one was a taxi driver. And they go to heaven, and there was a queue in front of the entry gate. And Saint Peter was in charge of heaven, and he decides whether to allow or not, and then he has three different categories of accommodation. There's a gold key, a silver key, and copper key. Gold key means that person will get a 7-star accommodation, and silver key means that person will get a 5-star accommodation, and copper key is 3-star accommodation. So these two guys, priest and the taxi driver, they were one big and another. Taxi driver was standing in front of the priest, and Saint Peter calls taxi driver, and he looks at the entire data. So there's a very sophisticated computer, and he has scanned through the entire data, and the decision support system based on all the data says give him gold key. So he is getting 7-star accommodation. So Saint Peter hands over the gold key to the taxi driver, and the next was to the priest. And again, Saint Peter goes through the process, looks at the data, and gives him the copper key, right? And this upsets the priest, and he starts arguing with the Saint Peter, and then tells maybe your data is incorrect, I don't know who collected this data, and maybe the data is manipulated, and he gets into a lot of this argument. And Saint Peter tells him, I don't think we have any problem with the data. You tell me what is your problem. And the priest tells him that I just saw you giving gold key to that taxi driver. I have seen him many times. In fact, he uses very, very foul languages. And in fact, both of us died today because he came the wrong direction. That was the reason for the accident. Both of us died because of that. Saint Peter tells him that that's fine. What were you doing in your life, right? We are looking at what you did while you were alive on earth. I was a priest. I was preaching the lessons of God every day in my church. Okay? Now I'll tell you why you got the copper key and he got the gold key. Whenever you are preaching, everybody in the church were sleeping. Whenever he was driving, everybody was praying to the God. Right? So he was more effective in making people pray to the God than you are. So we look at the effectiveness. Right? So if you want to create anything, any application based on AI, ensure that it is effective and impactful. Right? The next is, I think I may have done some good karma in my life. Right? Because of that, I have these great students, many of them are present, and one of them is Shailaja, because I don't think I've spent any time on this event, because organizing such events, looking for speakers, you screen through hundreds of speakers before you shortlist to ensure that we are getting right speakers. So I would have probably spent about 5 minutes. And Sunil and Shailaja together, I think that's why I refer to my good karma. And there are hundreds of other students here, sitting here. I can't name each and every one, but thanks to all of you that we are able to manage such a huge events. And we'll be having many more events. In fact, we have a faculty development program in May, I think 25th to 29th May. This is on AI and Gen AI. This is open to academics and PhD students. We'll also have symposium during which our certificate program students, currently they are going through the program. It's a 16th batch of the program. They'll be presenting their projects. Currently they are working with many, many different companies, and they'll be presenting their projects. These are projects given by the industry to them. So I would welcome you to attend that also. 16th and 17th, Sunil, the date? 16th and 17th July. And our major event, annual event, happens in December, which is 15th to 17th December. This is an international conference on business analytics and artificial intelligence. And we expect about more than 300 participants, large number of invited talks, keynote speeches, and panel discussion, and so on. I would also like to invite you. And if you are academia or industry, I would also kind of encourage you to present the work that you have been doing in the field of analytics, data science, AI, and ML. So before I close, thank you all, and I hope you had a good kind of learning session. You picked up a lot of wisdom from all the speakers, and hope to see you soon again. Thank you.
Thank you sir. Thank you, everyone, for being here today and staying till the end of the day. It shows that we've done something right. So thanks a lot, and we close the conference today. Thank you so much, and have a good rest of the weekend. For the people who have come here for the AI project, for ASI chapter, please, we will be meeting in N001 in 15 minutes. You can all move there, you can have your tea, and then we'll start the class. Thank you everyone. Yes, sir. Sorry? Okay, if you don't know where N001 is, just wait here and we can all go together. Okay? And before that, please everyone jump onto the stage so that we can have our customary group picture. Everyone who please sit on the stage.
So can you talk to the middle? I don't think this place will be enough.
ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ಅದು ಇಲ್ಲ ಇವಾಗ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡಲ್ಲ.
Yeah. BAI 16 batch.
All BAI
All
students,
BAI batch, please come
on
forward.
stage. All BAI.
All
BAI
BAI.
alumni, current and future. Yeah, come on.
We'll have one group photo here, please. BAI students only. BAI 16